Chapter 12:35. Yang Kai hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Yang Kai would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yen sand field closed. At that time, the world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this though, Dai Yuan's tender cries suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Qi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor and artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor and artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit, so he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Qi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance, quickly opening her eyes and looking around. Her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines, there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. It's not ripe yet? Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine Origin King grade low-rank spirit fruit, so if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So, the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Thinking about it for a moment, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it was Yang Kai who had harvested them. At the same time, she remembered what happened before she fell unconscious. Turning her head, Dai Yuan found Yang Kai standing not far away from her. Unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brow was furrowed and he seemed to be lost in thought, not even noticing that she had woken up. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan slowly got up and greeted Yang Kai. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head, the gloomy look on his face converging greatly, but there was still a trace of unhappiness on his brow. This place is... Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously. What she saw was a lush green landscape filled with the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. All around her were rolling mountains that towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. The rich world energy aura mixed with the clouds and covered the mountain peaks, making it seem as if this was the base of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. The place where Colored Glass Sect was located was also a treasure trove, but compared to the environment in front of her, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. If there really was a power that set up their foundation here, then what kind of heavenly and geographical advantages would their disciples have to cultivate in? How could there be such a treasure trove in this world? Moreover, looking at the mountains, there didn't seem to be any trace of human activity, as if this treasure trove had never been used before. However, when Dai Yuan looked up, she found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, making it impossible to see any stars, sun, or moon, making her a little confused. There's no need to doubt, this is still the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai said faintly. Dai Yuan frowned as she seemed to understand. Have we returned to the second layer? The second layer? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head. No, this is the fourth layer. What? Dai Yuan exclaimed, the fourth layer? Then the fourth layer, treasure area. Yang Kai's voice became much more serious. Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her mouth. After recovering from her shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she couldn't help muttering, there really is a fourth layer treasure area. Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, did you know there was such a place? Dai Yuan froze for a moment before shaking her head. I didn't know, I just had some speculations before. Since the first layer flame area leads to the second layer treasure area, after the third layer flame area, there may be another treasure area, but the current situation confirms my previous speculations. Yang Kai listened to her and nodded lightly. Not only did Dai Yuan have such suspicions before, he also had them, but when he really set foot in this place, his mood became extremely delicate. Unlike Dai Yuan's excitement and joy of discovering a new world, Yang Kai, after experiencing the initial surprise, felt more of a sense of loss than anything else. Because he didn't get the environment he wanted the most. After Dai Yuan fainted a few days ago, Yang Kai had carried her deeper into this place and was just about to meet his requirements, but unexpectedly, they had passed through the third layer and rushed into the fourth layer. Originally, Yang Kai had some thoughts of taking things as they came, thinking that this place wasn't bad and that refining the profound in sunflower water wasn't something he was in a hurry to do. But to his great disappointment, the treasures of the heavens and earth contained in the fourth level were actually extremely scarce. He'd searched continuously for a few days, yet he'd only found a violet jade fruit tree 2 hours ago and plucked 2 strings of violet jade fruits. This made him very angry and vaguely made him feel like he had been deceived. Without finding a suitable environment and with so few precious treasures here, it would be strange if he felt happy. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan. Making up his mind, Yang Kai said, Sister Dai Yuan, I've been wandering around here for several days now and have investigated the environment slightly. I've found no traces of any monster beast here, nor are there any barriers, so this place is very safe. Dai Yuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it for a moment, she smiled understandingly and asked, Junior brother Yang, are you going to act alone? Having his thoughts seen through by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Is that so? Dai Yuan gently nodded. Good, I was just looking for a certain kind of spirit grass here. Since this place is so safe, Dai Yuan won't trouble junior brother any further. I've also wasted a lot of your time along the way. It's fine, then we'll part ways here. I hope Sister Dai Yuan can find what she's looking for, Yang Kai said before simply walking off into the distance. The day before Lu Yen's sand field closed was not far away, so he had to pick up his pace. After walking a short distance, Dai Yuan suddenly called out from behind, Junior brother Yang. Is there something else? Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan gently bit her red lips and smiled slightly. Dai Yuan would like to visit junior brother Yang to express her gratitude. I wonder if junior brother Yang would welcome me? Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he quickly nodded. Naturally, as for where I live, you can ask Wei Guchang when you arrive. Good, seeing Yang Kai agree, Dai Yuan smiled, seemingly relaxed. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Although the elite disciples of the various great forces have all left early and there may not be anyone else who will enter the fourth layer, you still need to be careful. I feel that guy from Star Emperor's sect will also come here. That person? The image of the indifferent man suddenly appeared in Dai Yuan's mind and she lightly said, if it's that person, then it's not a big deal. The people from Star Emperor's sect never take the initiative to provoke others, so as long as I don't provoke him, I'll be fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing from Dai Yuan's sight and plunging into the rolling mountain range ahead. He wants to go deeper? Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left before muttering to herself thoughtfully, it seems that the secret technique junior brother Yang wants to cultivate is extraordinary, he actually wants to go deeper. With her intelligence, she could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Feng Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King, but now compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor sect who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range, Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles and was unable to fly, without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Lu Yen Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tong Xian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, Nine Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven sect was the same. Soaring Heaven sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least one or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Lu Yen Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongxian realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongxian territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that he needed to have the strength to protect himself, otherwise, it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that in this fourth layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare, because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything, so now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of qi concealment secret art, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Yang Kai could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and looked forward. His heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor sect who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Qi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body. Using some kind of unknown secret technique, this man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi. Holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand, he sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Yang Kai feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Yang Kai would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In mid-air, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He had once served as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, and when Nine Heavens Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the 9 peaks, so at this moment, he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yen sand field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the 3rd layer onwards, no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the 4th and 5th layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Yang Kai's eyes swept past the Star Emperor sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were or what the situation inside was like, Yang Kai could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Yang Kai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Yang Kai had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor sect had made such a big commotion, so if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin, and judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain defending array, this sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Yang Kai's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Yang Kai's face became cold and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. Huh! The indifferent man from Star Emperor sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Yang Kai with a slightly surprised expression. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally, there was no need to feel embarrassed. It's you! The cultivator from Star Emperor sect wore a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit, but from beginning to end he had not noticed that Yang Kai had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his soul attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man re-evaluate Yang Kai, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. Chapter 1237. However, to the indifferent man's disappointment, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai hiding his cultivation, as if he really was just a first-order Saint King cultivator. He didn't intend to delve deeper into this though. He himself was from Star Emperor sect and was a peerless genius, so even if Yang Kai really was hiding his cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of him. What's more, the other party might have cultivated some kind of secret technique or worn some kind of mysterious artifact that allowed him to display his cultivation as a first-order Saint King. He simply didn't want to believe that Yang Kai was only at this level. Friend, please don't misunderstand. Yang Kai frowned. I just heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look. He explained slightly, not because he was afraid of this person, but because the other party was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai didn't want to fight with him in this damned place because of some small misunderstanding. To his surprise, the other party just gently nodded, the vigilance on his face greatly reducing, not showing any intention to attack, even taking back his silver flood dragon spear. Without asking anything, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reporting his name. Lung Qing. The other party also reported his name. Yang Kai frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe this other party would come to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person had never said a word when facing Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he was obviously a proud and arrogant person who didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now that he had actually introduced himself here, Yang Kai couldn't help being vigilant. Glancing thoughtfully towards the looming jade palaces inside the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, as he had worried, this man named Lung Qing said, "Are you interested in joining forces to break this mountain defending array?" "Sorry, not interested." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. Lung Qing was startled, as if he hadn't expected there would be someone in this world who would refuse his proposal. Moreover, in this situation, wasn't he interested in the sect ruins inside? Thinking quickly, Lung Qing said lightly, "Do you think we can't break this spirit array with our ability?" "And I don't think there's any hope, so I don't want to waste my energy." Yang Kai's calm and honest. When this guy had broken the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's efforts had been thoroughly examined. S's. And the outermost layers, S's, was only the first layers. Yang Kai was Yang's efforts. SSS. Of course, if one wasn't stingy with the consumption of golden blood and directly used a dozen or so drops of golden blood, it was possible to achieve such a feat, but so what if he could break through the outer layer of the protective shield? Yang Kai didn't need to use his toes to think to know that there were many barriers and dangers lurking inside. There were definitely more powerful barriers waiting to be broken through, but Yang Kai didn't have that much confidence, nor did he have the time to waste here. The mountain defending array of a great sect from tens of thousands of years ago was best avoided. So, Yang Kai rejected Lung Qing's proposal without any hesitation, not even bothering to try. "What makes you think I can't break it?" What Yang Kai didn't expect was that this man, who had always had a cold expression, after hearing Yang Kai's frank admission, actually showed a fierce expression, as if he was annoyed that he had been underestimated, and a dangerous aura slowly exuded from his body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "If you think you can break it, feel free to do so. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's back as he disappeared, his expression uncertain. He didn't know why, but this cultivator called Yang Kai actually didn't panic when facing him, not even showing the slightest hint of fear. In fact, at that moment, he even gave him a sense of danger. Although this feeling only appeared for a moment, it was enough for Lung Qing to be vigilant. This kind of feeling only appeared on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai had the ability to hurt him? Shaking his head, Lung Qing decided not to think too much about this matter. He decided to wait until he returned to Star King Mountain before he went to ask those old farts if there were any other hidden experts in this world who could nurture such a strange disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 kilometers, he once again heard a series of violent rumbling sounds behind him. Obviously, that guy called Lung Qing was attacking the mountain defending array again. Since others were willing to do such a thankless task, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he didn't do it himself, it was fine. Originally, Yang Kai had warned Dai Yuan not to run into this cultivator called Lung Qing, but now it seemed that the two of them wouldn't meet face to face. As long as Lung Qing continued attacking the mountain defending array, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran out of time. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for a certain kind of spirit grass, so she shouldn't foolishly run into Lung Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guarding array, Kai Yang had no choice but to take a long detour. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of some buildings between the numerous peaks. 10 days later, Yang Kai could still feel the existence of the mountain defending array, causing his heart to become even more shocked. The mountain guarding formation covered an area of at least a few thousand miles, and the space within this range was filled with the ruins of the sect from tens of thousands of years ago. One could imagine how magnificent this sect was tens of thousands of years ago, and how many disciples there were in this sect. However, what was even more surprising was that such a huge sect was now completely empty. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't obtain any harvest, but after 10 days he finally left the range of the mountain defending array. At the edge of the horizon, there was a faint trace of bright red light. When this ray of light entered his eyes, Kai Yang couldn't help but grin. His guess was right, there really was a fifth layer deeper into the fourth layer. And this fifth layer was the flame area. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with this Lu Yen sand field, but counting the flame area he had yet to reach, Yang Kai had already passed through 2 similar layers of territory. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai discovered that if he were to look down at the Lu Yen sand field from a high altitude, he would definitely see it as a layered structure, as if someone had placed 3 extremely hot rings on the ground to separate it from the rest of the world. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Since this was the case, there should definitely be a 6th layer. After gawking for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even reached the 5th layer yet, so he didn't know if he could break through, so for the time being, he didn't want to think about the 6th layer. If possible, Yang Kai was willing to investigate, but time was of the essence. The deeper one went into the Lu Yen sand field, the less space one could move around. 2 days after Yang Kai discovered the red light, he arrived at the edge of the 5th layer. Before even entering, Yang Kai could feel the scorching heat radiating from the 5th layer. The power contained in the 5th layer was far from what the 3rd layer could compare to. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, his expression also became dignified. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around himself, he cautiously took a step forward. With just a single step, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped into a completely different world. All around him was a sea of red, and from all directions, there was a violent heat wave. The extremely rich fire attribute aura had actually condensed into a tangible substance, like tiny snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to burst into flames. Even the Saint Chi flowing through his body showed signs of boiling. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi to release his demonic flame. However, his demonic flame was unable to resist the invasion of the heat wave. The tiny snakes of fire attribute aura and the demonic flame began fighting fiercely on Yang Kai's body, one side invading while the other obstructing, creating an extremely fierce scene. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body was like a broken dam, bursting out fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly shocked as he calmly took out 2 pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal, holding one in each hand as he madly absorbed the energy from them. At this level of consumption, if Yang Kai didn't supplement himself, the Saint Chi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once it was exhausted, he would have to explode his golden blood and transform it into Saint Chi. On this trip to Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai had used several drops of golden blood and had witnessed its power, so naturally he didn't want to waste it. Step by step, Yang Kai had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Chi every time he went deeper. The Saint Crystals he held in his hands were replaced one after another, and in just half a day, he had consumed more than 10,000 Saint Crystals and absorbed all of their energy, turning them into dust. Only Yang Kai's intrepid physique could support such an unscrupulous absorption of Saint Crystal's energy. If it were any other cultivator with a weaker physique or meridians, they would definitely explode and die. The restorative pills Yang Kai had prepared earlier finally came in handy at this moment. Yang Kai even used his myriad drug liquid, which he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Yang Kai didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree. However, the divine tree was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be on the verge of evolving, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to disturb it. After a day, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment became and the more helpful it was for refining the profound Yin sunflower water, this was almost his limit. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears and the earth began to tremble violently. Yang Kai's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Chapter 12:38. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it was distorted by the scorching heat. Although Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, a small portion of his divine sense was still burned away. This caused him to let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his divine sense was extremely powerful and he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this loss seriously. In this moment of investigation, Yang Kai had already locked onto a certain location. Looking over a distance of several thousand meters, he saw a red heat wave erupting from a certain spot on the ground. This heat wave was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, spiraling straight up, as if it wanted to smash a hole in the red curtain covering the sky. However, Lu Yen Sandfield's barrier was not something this heat wave could resist. The heat wave simply rushed into the sky and merged with the red curtain before disappearing like a clay ox entering the sea. An extremely pure fire attribute aura slowly spread from the place where the heat wave appeared, sweeping past Yang Kai's position before continuing to spread out. In an instant, the sand and stones in the fifth layer of Lu Yen Sandfield were sent flying, as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he stood in place and waited for a long time, waiting for the movement to subside before he struggled to move forward. After a full 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at a place a few thousand meters away and stared at the giant pit in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was a huge pit. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could only see red lava flowing like water. At this moment, it looked extremely stable, and it was not as terrifying as before. Pure fire attribute spirit energy escaped from the bottom of the pit and merged into the environment of the fifth floor, strengthening the power of the fifth floor little by little. Occasionally, some gravel would fall into the pit and turn to ash as soon as they fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside could be imagined. This place looked like a volcanic crater, but in fact, it wasn't a volcano because it was just a huge pit in the ground. There was no trace of lava erupting and forming a volcano. What's more, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the bottom of this pit extended in all directions. There seemed to be countless branching paths, and from time to time, he could hear a rhythmic breathing sound coming from the bottom of the pit. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he blurted out a name, Earth Lung Fire Pond? After saying this, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. The Earth Lung Fire Pond was an extremely rare underground fire vein. It was the favorite of refiners because when refiners were refining, they could use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials. It could save refiners a lot of energy and time. However, there were very few sects that had this kind of earth lung fire pond. Yang Kai hadn't come into contact with many great forces and didn't know much about the secrets of these sects, but he was certain that on all of Shadowed Star, there were no more than 3 sects that had earth lung fire ponds dedicated to artifact refining. One of the criteria for judging an earth lung fire pond was its breathing pattern, as if the lungs were expanding and contracting. It was very obvious, so Yang Kai was able to recognize it at once. Judging from the purity of the fire attribute aura emanating from this earth lung fire pond, this fire pond was the best of the best. Any artifact refiner here would be able to display their abilities to the fullest extent and refine artifacts that they would normally be unable to refine, allowing them to display the full potential of their artifacts. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Although he couldn't take this earth lung fire pond away with him, it was the best place for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually find such a place. Originally, he was planning to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, but now he decided to go down and take a look. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits. A cultivator could never be afraid of any kind of danger when cultivating. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Pushing his demonic flame to its maximum level, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and condensed a small sandstorm around himself. Not finished yet, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his Saint Chi to condense several dozen grand heavenly shields around himself. After doing all this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the hole. Midair, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he swept his eyes around and immediately found a good foothold. Twisting his body midair, Yang Kai arrived above this foothold and stepped lightly on the ground, landing lightly on another foothold he had chosen before. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the lava below was very unstable and would erupt from time to time. The sputtering lava would shoot out in all directions, riddling the walls of the cave with thousands of holes. The lava here was much more powerful than the lava in the ancient spirit array that Wei Guchang and the others had fallen into before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, shattering his grand heavenly shields upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen grand heavenly shields flying around Yang Kai were exhausted. The power of the sandstorm protecting Yang Kai swept the magma aside, and the occasional magma that managed to break through the sandstorm was blocked by Yang Kai's demonic flame, allowing him to focus on finding a suitable foothold instead of worrying about it. As he descended, Yang Kai replenished his damaged grand heavenly shields. About 30 breaths later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his figure shot off to the side, directly entering a cave in the wall. As soon as he entered the cave, Yang Kai felt that the surrounding heat had eased a lot, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, causing Yang Kai to become curious. Turning around to look outside, Yang Kai's expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason for that was because he saw countless caves on the opposite wall that were similar to the one he was in. Those caves were clearly not formed naturally, because there were numbers engraved at the entrances of the caves, in order of A, B, C, and D. These holes in the wall were actually created by someone. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before immediately coming to a realization and hurriedly turning around to investigate the cave he was in. The cave was very deep, about 300 meters in length. At first, it was a straight passage, but after 300 meters, Yang Kai immediately appeared in a spacious stone room. The surrounding stone walls were decorated with some strange stones used for illumination. Although countless years had passed, they still exuded a soft light, making this place not dim. With the help of this light, Yang Kai put away his shield and demonic flame and began to look around the stone room. The floor of the stone room was flat and there was a huge spirit array engraved on the ground that seemed to still be working. Waves of extremely hot energy were being transported in from the outside by this spirit array and then converging towards the center of the room. At the center of this room was a huge furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears, carved with dragons and phoenixes. At first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. It seemed that because it had been baked by this heat for many years, its entire body was red and exuded an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai inspected this furnace and found that it was actually an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen had previously used this artifact refining furnace to quench materials, but since the stone mongoose had become her assistant, she no longer needed to use this artifact refining furnace. Only occasionally would she use it to refine high-grade artifacts. Sure enough, seeing this artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he saw so many stone walls on the opposite side just now, Yang Kai had a guess in his heart, and now that he saw the situation inside this stone room, he was able to confirm his thoughts. This earth lung fire pond was really a place used by the artifact refiners of that great sect to refine artifacts. This was not surprising though. With such a treasure trove, the artifact refiners of that great sect would naturally make good use of it. The caves in the stone walls must have been specially carved out for the artifact refiners to use. The unknown ancient spirit array in this stone room was able to extract the scorching energy from the earth lung fire pond into these caves for the artifact refiners to use. What a grand design! Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Being able to arrange such a thing in the earth lung fire pond was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, one had to be an Origin King Realm Master. However, what made Yang Kai feel regretful was that the Origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace in front of him had melted quite a bit and was not in its complete form. It seemed that after so many years of baking, it could no longer bear the heat. The reason why this spirit array could continue to operate for tens of thousands of years was definitely because the Earth Lung Fire Pond was constantly providing it with energy. Understanding this point, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Soon he spotted a towering stone block in a corner. Although Yang Kai still did not understand spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yen for so long, he had some general knowledge. This stone block should be the control center of the spirit array in this stone room. Stepping forward, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into the stone block, and sure enough, with a loud bang, the spirit array that had been operating automatically stopped, and the scorching heat that had been constantly being extracted from it was no longer being poured into it. Yang Kai waited for a long time, waiting for the artifact refining furnace to cool down slightly before walking up to inspect it. At first glance, Yang Kai was even more disappointed. After the temperature of this artifact refining furnace had cooled down, it had shattered at the first touch. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of material had been used to quench inside, but now it had been reduced to a pile of rubble, completely worthless. This was not surprising though. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed, so Yang Kai began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Yang Kai only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Chapter 1239. However, he had collected a lot of artifact refining materials. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, not all were as empty as the first one Yang Kai had investigated. Some of the stone chambers were filled with a lot of artifact refining materials, most of which were ores and the like, but there were also some strange things that could be preserved all year round without being damaged. There were quite a lot of them. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, even if only 1/10 of them contained something Yang Kai could collect, it was still not something to be underestimated. Yang Kai was not satisfied because the harvest was somewhat different from his expectations, not as rich as he had imagined. However, along the way, Yang Kai discovered something that interested him. The deeper he went, the denser and purer the fire attribute energy that gathered in the cave walls became. This was easy to understand. In the Earth Lung Fire Pond, the deeper one went, the closer one would be to the fire pond origin. Once Yang Kai began refining the profound Yin sunflower water, he would have to find a cave at the bottom. 2 days later, Yang Kai had already reached the deepest part of the Earth Lung Fire Pond. At this point, there were only 2 more caves he had yet to explore. These 2 caves were built very deep. At first glance, it was obvious that they had been used by the sect's best artifact refiners. One on the left and one on the right, they weren't too far apart. The entrances to these caves looked very ordinary with nothing special about them, but ever since Yang Kai had seen what was inside these caves, he knew that if he didn't investigate them carefully, he would never know what was inside them. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something. Thinking this, Kai Yang casually found a cave on the left side of the wall. With a flash of his body, he shot towards that cave like an arrow. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the passage of the cave, and after standing firm, he continued to go deeper. This cave seemed to be several thousand meters deep, and even after walking for a while, Yang Kai still hadn't reached the end. He couldn't help but feel amazed, and at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it was a cave for the most outstanding refiners in the sect. The depth of the construction seemed to be a little different. He just didn't know if there was anything good inside. After walking forward for another 1,000 feet or so, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. This light was soft and not dazzling, and even had some soothing effects. When Yang Kai saw this white light, he felt his body relax, and inexplicably comfortable thoughts emerged in his mind. Increasing his speed, Yang Kai soon rushed into a huge stone room. This stone chamber was more than a dozen times larger than any of the hundreds of stone chambers he had explored in the past 2 days. The ceiling was even several hundred feet high. Yang Kai did not know what kind of ingenious method had been used, but even though the stone chamber was tens of thousands of feet underground, the air was still clear and there was not the slightest sense of turbidity. Just this point alone was not something the other stone chambers could compare with. The other stone chambers more or less gave off a suffocating feeling. Around the stone chamber, there were only 8 fist-sized white balls. The white light was emitted by these 8 balls, and wherever the light passed, it had a miraculous soothing effect. Yang Kai raised his brow, and after glancing at the 8 balls, he focused his attention on the entire stone chamber. However, after he finished inspecting the stone room, his originally somewhat expectant mood instantly turned into disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh. This stone room was built so magnificently and majestically that he thought there must be some good things stored inside. Unexpectedly, this stone chamber was the same as most stone chambers. Except for a huge artifact refining furnace in the middle, there was nothing else. The spirit array in the stone chamber was still operating, extracting the purest fire energy from the earth lung fire pond and roasting this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years without stopping. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over this artifact refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned widely. He found that this artifact refining furnace was actually not damaged and was in fact very well preserved. He had found hundreds of artifact refining furnaces in the stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade or quality these artifact refining furnaces were, after tens of thousands of years, they had all become scrap and useless. Many of them were even Origin King grade furnaces, which made Yang Kai feel quite distressed. But now, he actually found an intact artifact refining furnace here. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the quality of this artifact refining furnace was definitely not low, definitely an Origin King grade artifact. Only an artifact refining furnace of this grade could possibly be preserved. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, he quickly began searching for the control center of the stone chamber's spirit array. Unlike the other stone chambers, which only had a single stone pier as the control center of the spirit array, there were a total of 4 stone piers in this stone chamber. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to completely stop the spirit array. Yang Kai did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, nor did he have an artifact with such an attribute, so he could only wait for the temperature inside the artifact refining furnace to slowly dissipate. After about a day, the crimson light on the artifact refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Yang Kai was confident in his strength, so he wasn't afraid. Quickly walking over to the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it and found that, as he had guessed, this artifact refining furnace was really Origin King grade, but as for its grade and quality, Yang Kai couldn't judge it for the time being. It should not be lower than Origin King grade mid-rank. The entire artifact refining furnace was about 15 meters tall and had the same 3-legged, 2-eared design. Unlike the artifact refining furnaces Yang Kai had seen before, this one did not have a dragon or phoenix pattern carved on it, but instead a strange bird. Yang Kai looked around the artifact refining furnace and found that he did not recognize this strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it also had some resemblance to a crane. Its beak was long and pointed, its claws were powerful, and it had 3 long tail feathers. Its body was elegant and slender, and its feathers were beautifully carved. It looked extremely lifelike, as if it would rush out of the artifact refining furnace at any moment. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhong Ao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, he found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Yang Kai relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Chi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Yang Kai no longer used his Saint Chi for alchemy and instead used his conflagrated knowledge C. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yen to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal, so even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, but even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge C and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache, so how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life, its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit!" He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Chapter 1240. However, once an artifact had an artifact spirit, the power it could display would increase by several levels. Because of this, some amazing cultivators had developed an amazing method of using the soul of a monster beast to create an artifact spirit. After killing a monster beast, they would use a secret technique to extract its soul from its body and seal it in an artifact. Then, after spending some time refining it, it was possible to artificially create an artifact spirit in this artifact. This method was extremely bloody and cruel, and the refining process was also inhumane. The monster beast's soul that was sealed in an artifact would experience unimaginable torture during the refining process, so once it was successfully created, the artifact would become extremely evil. However, compared to an orthodox artifact spirit, there was still a big gap. Although this kind of artifact spirit could increase the power of an artifact, it wasn't as terrifying. The success rate was also very low, and the time it took was not short. Therefore, except for those who cultivated evil secret arts and had great patience, no one would use this method to create an artifact spirit, and these secret arts were rarely mastered. The artifact spirit Yang Kai encountered this time was a genuine existence, not an artificially created evil artifact spirit. It didn't give off an evil aura at all. Clearly it had been created by the artifact refining furnace through some kind of coincidence. Although the artifact refining furnace was not an artifact used for combat, its grade was not low, so the power of this strange bird artifact spirit caused Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Seeing it rush towards him, Yang Kai's vision was filled with a fiery red color, as if the entire stone room was filled with pure fire attribute energy, leaving him unable to see anything else. Hopefully, this guy was just born not long ago and hadn't gained sentience yet, Yang Kai prayed secretly. While retreating, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and madly poured his Saint Qi into it. A violent sandstorm suddenly appeared and surrounded Yang Kai's body as a form of protection. However, as soon as the sandstorm appeared, the crimson firebird spread its wings and stirred up an even more ferocious gust of wind. Numerous flaming blade-like attacks were mixed in the gust of wind, and in just a breath, the protection of the sandstorm was broken. The wind helped the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's power. The firebird's power was monstrous. Yang Kai's breathing stagnated, and he knew that things were not going well. A demonic flame long sword appeared in his hand, and a jet black sword light was slashed out. Bang bang bang. There was a loud noise as the red flaming knives collided with the sword lights. They were both destroyed, but the flaming knives were endless. Even though Yang Kai had a lot of sword lights, he still couldn't cancel them all out. A casual strike from the Crimson Firebird was incredibly powerful. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the 100 Mountains picture. Mountain phantoms emerged from the picture and flew towards the flaming knives. A look of disdain and ridicule flashed across the Crimson Firebird's eyes as it gracefully flapped its wings again. The flaming knives that had not yet been destroyed transformed into fire snakes that bypassed the 100 Mountains picture's mountain phantoms and shot straight towards Yang Kai. After seeing this human-like expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly complained. This artifact spirit not only had sentience, but its intelligence was also quite high. Otherwise, how could it show such an expression? What's more, since this thing was born from an artifact refining furnace, it should be naturally proficient in the various fire attribute principles and divine technique. Fighting with it in this small stone room was really not a wise move. Yang Kai instantly decided to retreat. As the black fireballs were sent flying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and activated his Yuan control technique, transforming them into a series of fire snakes that shot towards the firebird. The two strange snakes quickly collided, one red and one black, constantly gnawing at each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai wanted to withdraw. He did not want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. However, the firebird's mind was extremely flexible. As soon as it saw Yang Kai's movements, it understood what he wanted to do. Tilting its head, it spat out a washbasin-sized fireball from its mouth. The fire attribute aura contained in this fireball was extremely violent and fierce, causing Yang Kai to be startled. If he was hit by this thing, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. The strange bird seemed to have known that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in its eyes became even stronger. The fireball rushed into the passage Yang Kai had entered and exploded, but the fire attribute aura did not dissipate and instead turned into a bright red light curtain, sealing the passage. Yang Kai's face sank. This scarlet firebird actually wanted to trap him here, as if it wasn't willing to let him leave. If it were any other time, such a simple barrier would naturally not be able to stop Yang Kai, and he would only need to spend a little effort to break through it, but with an artifact spirit in front of him, how could Yang Kai have the time to break through this red light curtain? Once he did so, it would only give the artifact spirit an opportunity. Stupid bird, you're courting death. Yang Kai's face darkened and he no longer wanted to retreat. Demonic flames surged endlessly around his body, making him look like a raging black fireball. This black color seemed to be able to burn everything, even one's line of sight. No one here could see Yang Kai's true face. Seeing Yang Kai become angry, the look of ridicule on the strange crimson bird's face disappeared, seemingly understanding that it had done something wrong. The person in front of it was not some soft persimmon it could pinch at will. Forcing him to stay was not a wise move. However, it was just an artifact spirit, so although it had gained a lot of sentience, it did not consider this too much. With a sharp cry, an invisible shockwave tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and rushed towards his soul. Inside his knowledge sea, the situation was chaotic. Yang Kai coldly snorted and suppressed the abnormalities in his knowledge sea before waving his hands, causing the entire stone room to fill with a black light. Streams of demonic flames continued to pour out from Yang Kai's body and soon occupied half of the room, competing with the pure fire aura of the scarlet firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the scarlet firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shockwaves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the scarlet firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else. Even if he encountered a master from the First Order origin returning realm now, as long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent. Because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity, the existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time, he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the firebird's body. In an instant, the firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure." Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of sure that only origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qian Tong say that sure could not exist in the Lu Yen desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Lu Yen desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Shi's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Shi, but it was not Shi. Instead, it was a magical method the firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in the stone room and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was the second time Yang Kai had fallen into this kind of power. The last time was outside Dragon Cave Mountain, when he fought with an origin-returning realm master who was with Xie Hongwen. However, compared to this one, his opponent's Shi could not withstand a single blow. Last time, when he was wrapped in Shi, although Yang Kai's actions were somewhat restricted, it was not a major hindrance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt his entire body become extremely heavy, his bones creaking and dislocating, his figure tottering, and even moving his fingers was extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible shackle all around him that firmly locked him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Even his divine sense and Saint Qi had been withdrawn into his knowledge sea and body, unable to be used at all. Chapter 1241. Seeing Yang Kai easily trapped, the firebird once again showed a smug and disdainful look, opening its beak and spitting out a sharp flame sword that shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. Its speed was as fast as lightning and its power was unstoppable. It seemed that it wanted to take this opportunity to take Yang Kai's life. Kacha. The hundreds of grand heavenly shields in front of Yang Kai shattered in an instant, but the purple shield only managed to block for a moment before the purple glow on its surface suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was directly knocked aside and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the flame sword arrived in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's life was on the verge of being cut off. At that moment, a dark blade-like attack flew out from in front of Yang Kai. This blade seemed to tear space apart silently and without the slightest energy fluctuation, making it seem extremely mysterious. Space Blade. Yang Kai knew that with his spiritual energy and Saint Qi alone, there was no way he could compete with this artifact spirit, but it actually knew how to use the artifact refining furnace to fight, which was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The artifact spirit itself was extremely difficult to deal with, and now that it was using the furnace that gave birth to it, it was even more ferocious. Continuing to fight with it was tantamount to courting death. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his trump card. Yang Kai was quite confident in his space blade. Although the artifact spirit's methods were extraordinary and it was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, the Tao of space was an extremely powerful force. In terms of space principles, Yang Kai had a lot of experience, so although he had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, dealing with this artifact spirit shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, after the space blade collided with the flame sword, the blade-like crack distorted and was unable to stabilize itself due to the powerful fire attribute aura, quickly disappearing. However, before it disappeared, it swallowed the flame sword into the void. Yang Kai's crisis was resolved in an instant. Without waiting for the artifact spirit to make another move, the space blade leisurely formed, half of it flying towards the artifact spirit while the other half circled around Yang Kai. Suddenly, the power binding Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off. He had regained his freedom. The moment he could circulate his Saint Qi again, Yang Kai immediately retreated and waved his hands, sending out a meter-long space blade. It swallowed a hole in the red light screen that had been blocking the passage. Although the wound was small, but it was enough for Yang Kai to pass through safely. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure had already rushed into the several hundred feet long passage, and behind him came the angry cry of the artifact spirit. The other party was clearly flustered by the space blade. He had no time to care about the retreating Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't expect his space blade to be able to kill the artifact spirit. The fire attribute aura that the other party used was too pure and wasn't something that his space blade could completely devour. Catching the other party off guard and creating an opportunity to escape made Yang Kai very satisfied. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to leave this earth lung fire pond quickly and find another place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. After his strength improved, if he still had time, he would come back to find trouble with this artifact spirit. Just as Yang Kai expected, he had only covered a distance of less than 1,000 meters when the firebird seemed to have intercepted all of his space blades and immediately felt a scorching aura behind him. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and suddenly felt his soul fly out of his body. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Yang Kai didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded like a receding tide. Yang Kai was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the firebird's body and tightly bound it. The firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the firebird's body. The unwillingness in the firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Yang Kai first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising though. After all, the firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Even when he fought with the origin-returning Realm Master brought by Xia Hong one last time, Yang Kai was able to cope with them with ease and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in this stone room, Yang Kai had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation, but in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Yang Kai had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Yang Kai thought to himself. Since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the earth lung fire pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Yang Kai didn't dare enter this stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yang Kai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kai Yang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yang Kai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least Origin grade, with most of them Origin King grade. There was also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction and continuing to look around the stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of this stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this though and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Qi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. Although this artifact refining furnace was damaged, it was still an Origin King-grade artifact, so Yang Kai decided to take it back and let Yang Yen take a look at it to see if she could repair it. If she could, he could use it, but if she couldn't, it didn't matter. Yang Kai had already collected several damaged Origin King-grade artifact refining furnaces before this. After collecting the artifact refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room. This open space was also engraved with an independent spirit array. Although this spirit array was small in size, it was extremely complex. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, after entering and exiting hundreds of stone rooms and closing so many spirit arrays, he could understand that this spirit array was one of the ways in which the pure fire energy from the Earth Lung Fire Pond was transformed into an artifact refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone benches around the stone benches also played a big role. Depending on the number of spirit arrays activated, the speed and power of extracting Earth Lung Fire would vary greatly, with the two having a proportional relationship. In other words, activating the spirit arrays on 4 stone benches was completely different from activating a single one. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied and secretly felt that the master who had arranged this method was truly extraordinary. Having been delayed long enough, Yang Kai didn't intend to delay any longer. His figure flickered and he arrived at the original location of the artifact refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1242. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. The day's meditation allowed him to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Shortly after, he waved his hands unceasingly. One after another, exquisite jade bottles and stalks of precious medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. Every single one of them had an oppressive spiritual energy. These things were the auxiliary materials that Yang Kai needed to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had told him that he had collected all of these things when he was on Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials were rare and precious, Yang Kai had collected a lot of them on the floating continent and then on Rainfall Star, where he had plundered the storehouse of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch, so it hadn't taken him much effort to gather these things. Zhong Ao had said that it was best to refine the profound Yin sunflower water when one was at the origin returning realm because only a cultivator who had reached this level of cultivation would be able to withstand the pain of the refinement process. The reason why Yang Kai chose to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water while still in the Saint King realm was entirely because he was confident in his own strength. Whether it was the strength of his physique, the strength of his soul, or the purity of his Saint Qi, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to any origin-returning realm master. Apart from the fact that he had yet to comprehend Shi, he was not much worse than an origin-returning realm master. What's more, Yang Kai's tenacity and endurance were also incomparable, otherwise he would not have been able to fuse with great demon god's unyielding golden skeleton when he was still very weak and comprehend the strange martial skill unyielding will from it. As such, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to maximize the magical effects of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had said that this thing could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation without any worries. Yang Kai already felt that his current First Order Saint King cultivation was too low. If he could improve his cultivation in a short time, he would have more capital. He was not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or comprehension of the martial Dao and heavenly Dao. His foundation was already extremely solid. Even if his cultivation had soared this time, it would not shake his foundation and cause difficulties in his future cultivation. He also had nothing to worry about in terms of his state of mind. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from a cultivator, Yang Kai's state of mind was no longer at the level of a Saint King cultivator. Similarly, his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao was far ahead of any other cultivator at the same level. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wouldn't be willing to be lonely. Although his preparations were very thorough, Yang Kai still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few golden sun fruits and placed them aside. These golden sun fruits were obtained by him and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. They contained extremely powerful yang attribute energy and were most suitable for consumption at this time. When everything was ready, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stretched out his Saint Qi and poured it into a nearby stone platform. After absorbing his Saint Qi, the stone platform's surface flashed and the spirit array inside the stone room, which had been stopped for a long time, began operating again. A moment later, a stream of pure fire attribute energy was drawn out from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the place where Yang Kai was sitting. The condensed fire attribute energy instantly spread out and wrapped Yang Kai's body before rushing into it unscrupulously. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he endured the excruciating pain. Not only did he not try to stop this, he even opened his body and mind wide, allowing the fire attribute energy to enter his body. Soon, all of Yang Kai's clothes were burned away, revealing his strong physique. His muscles were clearly defined and his skin was glowing with a golden light. The surface of his skin had already begun to crack and golden blood was flowing out. Under the restorative power of his golden blood, the damaged areas were constantly being repaired, repeating the process over and over. Yang Kai clenched his hand and took out a jade bottle from the ground. Immediately opening the bottle, he poured out a crimson pill from it, threw it directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine its medicinal efficacies. After an hour, the medicinal efficacies had fully dispersed and filled every inch of Yang Kai's physique. He then took out a dark red spirit grass and swallowed it directly. Different pills, different herbs, and even the few golden sun fruits that Yang Kai had taken out at the last moment were all taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time Yang Kai took a different type of material, the fire around his body would become stronger and the terrifying heat he exuded would cause anyone who smelled it to pale. Every inch of his muscles was twitching and his face had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Although he looked extremely miserable, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense and cultivation were still able to keep him sober. Yang Kai didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel bitter about this. In a sober state, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pills and herbs he had taken were transforming into waves of medicinal efficacies that rushed through his meridians and physique, causing some subtle and incredible changes. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of ants running around inside his body. This kind of unbearable torment was not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could bear. No wonder Zhong Ao had repeatedly warned Yang Kai not to act rashly and try to obtain the profound Yin sunflower water before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Sure enough, the old man hadn't been talking nonsense, Yang Kai thought to himself. The pain he was experiencing now was enough to make an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator unbearable, and this was just the beginning. If it weren't for the powerful restorative ability of his golden blood, Yang Kai would likely have been interrupted at this moment. If this had continued, his body would have exploded and he would have died. The materials Yang Kai had taken were all Yang attribute and fire attribute herbs and pills. Coupled with the earth core fire here, an unimaginable amount of heat had accumulated in his body, so the torment he was enduring could be imagined. Yang Kai opened his eyes again and waved his trembling hand, pouring his Saint Qi into the second stone pillar. Asterisk with a bang, the spirit array in the stone room began to rotate faster and the amount of earth core fire being drawn from the earth lung fire pond increased exponentially. At this time, Yang Kai could no longer bear it and let out a miserable howl, feeling much better. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai constantly pushed his Saint Qi to fuse with the chaotic medicinal efficacies in his body, allowing them to seep into his physique. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally managed to integrate all the various medicinal efficacies in his body and suppress them in his meridians. Immediately, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle with a dignified expression and stared at it for a moment before opening it with a firm look in his eyes. Shaking it slightly, a drop of crystal-clear liquid flew out from it. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, the stone room, which had been as hot as a furnace, suddenly felt a chill. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fire attribute aura in the space around this drop of liquid retreated as if it was a snake or scorpion, unable to approach within 3 meters of this drop of liquid. However, this drop of liquid was also quite strange. After being shaken out by Yang Kai, it did not fall to the ground and instead floated quietly in front of Yang Kai like a feather. Profound Yin sunflower water. This was a treasure that even origin kings coveted, yet Yang Kai had 20 drops of it in his hands. Seeing this drop of profound Yin sunflower water, Yang Kai could not help thinking of Shui Yu's dragon lady. At that time, this beautiful woman had been frostbitten by the profound Yin sunflower water and it had taken Yang Kai a great deal of effort to wake her up. However, if not for the soul chains restraining him, Yang Kai would not have cared about her life or death. After all, the two of them were enemies at that time. Finally, when Yang Kai left Rainfall Star, he was chased down by people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Slowly shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Yang Kai did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed this drop of profound Yin sunflower water. A bone-chilling sensation spread from his mouth, and not only did it try to freeze Yang Kai's body, but even his knowledge sea began to fill with a frigid aura. At that moment, Yang Kai's body erupted with a scorching heat that instantly dispelled the chill. However, the energy contained in this profound Yin sunflower water was extremely terrifying, so when the cold aura disappeared, even more of it spread throughout Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, an endless amount of scorching power erupted. Hot and cold, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield, collided with each other, but instead of disappearing, a mysterious change occurred. Yang Kai's expression instantly changed as he let out a series of muffled groans and roars from the depths of his throat, the veins on his forehead bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. Back on Rainfall Star, Ha Li Ka, who was a third-order origin returning realm master, had been injured by this profound Yin sunflower water and had been forced to cut off one of his arms to save his life. If Yang Kai had not taken so many Yang and fire attribute spirit pills and spirit grasses to suppress the burning force in his body, this drop of profound Yin sunflower water alone would have killed him instantly. The first difficulty in refining this profound Yin sunflower water was suppressing the burning power of these herbs and pills. If one's physique was not strong enough and their soul was not tough enough, it would be impossible to store such a huge amount of burning force in their body temporarily, making it impossible for them to take the next step. The second difficulty was Yang Kai's current situation. He had to maintain his consciousness at all times and integrate the power of ice and fire into his body as much as possible. If he couldn't break through, at best he would be severely injured, but at worst his body would be destroyed. The consequences would be extremely serious. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai's roars, like that of a wounded beast, constantly resounded. His situation was also extremely strange. Sometimes, his whole body would shiver from the cold, and his lips would turn blue. Sometimes, he would sweat profusely, and his whole body would turn red like a roasted crab. In this alternating cold and heat, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation was growing at a terrifying rate. Not only was his cultivation increasing, but the demonic flame in his body also seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes. The demonic flame itself was a variant of both hot and cold energy, and it was a manifestation of Yang Kai's unique Saint Qi. The environment created by refining the profound Yin sunflower water happened to coincide with the properties of the demonic flame, stimulating the Saint Qi in his body to gradually change. This was something not only Yang Kai had not anticipated, but also something that Zhong Ao had not anticipated. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth lung fire pond, Yang Kai sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Yang Kai still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Qi fluctuations slowly pulsing from his body were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound Yin sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Yang Kai hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound Yin sunflower water, but how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound Yin sunflower water was completely suppressed and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Yang Kai steeled himself and took a second drop of profound Yin sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the four-stone stool were all opened by him and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, the risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound Yin sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound Yin sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the Third Order Saint King realm or even touch the threshold of the Origin Returning realm, but now his cultivation was only at the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face. Although his cultivations face. Yang's face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's, S's soul's, of a fire, flame, water, this of his heaven, of essences, of divine chi, of essence, of earth, aura, and flames, aura of its appearance, its of auras, and to aura of chi's, of earth, of his, of this, of his's, of the this, of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. The barriers arranged in this stone room spontaneously played a protective role, releasing layers of light that prevented the spread of this cold aura. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed again and the bone-chilling aura disappeared, replaced by an endless heat from the demonic flame. The frost that had filled the air before was instantly melted away. The power of this heat was unstoppable, and before the stone room's protective barrier could react, it suddenly cracked and shattered. Yang Kai showed a satisfied look and gently clenched his fist, causing the black ball of demonic flame to disappear. He also noticed that after refining the 2 drops of profound sunflower water, the main reason why his cultivation hadn't improved much was that his demonic flame had absorbed most of the energy. When the profound sunflower water and the various types of heat reached a balance in his body, it was reasonable to say that these 2 conflicting forces should stimulate his cultivation to grow wildly, but the demonic flame inside his body was also a mixture of heat and cold, so it was able to absorb the efficacies of the profound sunflower water and the various herbs and pills, making his demonic flame even more powerful. When the demonic flame was first born, until more than a month ago, it had always been a mixture of heat and cold, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Although it was strange and unpredictable, as its master, Yang Kai couldn't control its state at all. But now Yang Kai was able to do this. While the power of his demonic flame had greatly increased, its compatibility with his body had also increased greatly. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he would be able to control his demonic flame to be cold or hot. This kind of demonic flame that could be controlled was far more lethal and threatening than its own transformation. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this time's refinement. As early as when the demonic flame was born, Yang Kai knew that this strange power had a strong ability to shape and grow. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured out how to make his demonic flame grow, and no one could tell him this. This time, by chance, he had found a way. As long as he could make the heat and cold reach a balance, forming an external force, and then fuse with the demonic flame, he could promote its growth. It seems that the remaining profound sunflower water is not useless, Yang Kai thought to himself. He was still thinking about how to deal with the profound sunflower water he still had. Selling it was definitely not a good idea. Everyone knew that it was a crime to possess a jade ring, and it would be a waste to leave it lying around. But now Yang Kai had a good idea. As long as he collected a large number of yang and fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he could even refine the profound sunflower water a second time, making the power of his demonic flame even stronger. Of course, this was just an idea, and whether or not it could be realized was still unknown. If it weren't for the lack of time, Yang Kai would have been willing to refine some more profound sunflower water to experiment, but unfortunately, more than 5 months had passed since he entered the Lu Yen sand field and the half-year deadline was not far away, so he could only put this idea aside for the time being and find a way to test it in the future. Yang Kai was afraid that he would never be able to find a refining environment as good as this earth lung fire pond. After all, who knew when the Lu Yen sand field would open again? After sitting in meditation for a day, Yang Kai recovered, stood up, and looked around before taking out the 4 soft glowing spheres embedded in the stone room and throwing them into his space ring. These glowing spheres were obviously not ordinary things. If he took them back to his residence, not only would they be able to calm his mind, but they would also be able to optimize the environment, so of course he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After confirming that there was nothing left behind in the stone room, Yang Kai left and walked out along the long passage. Soon, Yang Kai exited the passage and stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the cave on the left with a sneer on his face. More than a month ago, he suffered a big loss at the hands of the artifact spirit. If he hadn't cultivated the Tao of Space, he likely would have died on the spot. Now that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm and he had fully grasped the changes in temperature of his demonic flame, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Having an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous. If possible, he naturally wanted to subdue the other party. However, this artifact spirit was not something to be trifled with. Even if Yang Kai was somewhat confident, he still had to carefully consider his options. On top of that, this battle had to be resolved quickly. Who knew when the Lu Yen sand field would close? It would be bad if he was suddenly teleported out while fighting the artifact spirit. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he directly rushed towards the cave on the opposite side. Floating midair, the earth-lung fire pond below wrapped around Yang Kai's entire body, the rich energy visible to the naked eye burning his body. Yang Kai's demonic flame burned brightly, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Although it wasn't easy to resist this heat, it wasn't too strenuous either. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he immediately realized that the power of his demonic flame had increased greatly. The last time he had rushed over, he had been extremely cautious and vigilant, but now he didn't need to worry too much. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived at the cave on the left and walked in with ease. Yang Kai quickly traversed the several hundred meters long passage. From beginning to end, the artifact spirit did not react at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai's figure once again appeared in the stone room that the artifact refining furnace in the middle of the room suddenly hummed and its surface glowed red. The strange, fiery red bird let out a sharp cry and its elegant body suddenly rushed out from the surface of the furnace. In an instant, the temperature of the entire stone room soared and turned red. This artifact spirit was obviously very vengeful. Last time, when Yang Kai escaped, it had been secretly angry for more than a month. Now that it saw Yang Kai recklessly rushing in again, it immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. His body shook and a layer of cold demonic flame surged around him, resisting the scorching aura of the other party while his hand flickered and a heaven-punishing spear appeared in his hand and he threw it at the crimson firebird with all his strength. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Yang Kai with monstrous momentum. Yang Kai sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Yang Kai had gained some experience in using Yuan control techniques and could now easily control the Saint Chi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the Yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. Chapter 1244. Although Yuan control was a good technique, it placed a heavy burden on one's divine sense, so not every cultivator could comprehend and use it. Only those cultivators with stronger divine senses than the average person could comprehend such a mysterious technique. The heaven-punishing spear's sudden change obviously surprised the firebird, and when it saw that the black flood dragon's cold flames were actually able to block its own wave of fire, it became even more furious. It spread its wings, causing a gust of wind to rise as clusters of flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the black flood dragon and the fire dragon, heading straight for where Yang Kai was standing. Behind Yang Kai, the power of wind and thunder surged, and a pair of exquisite transparent wings suddenly appeared. These wings flashed with the agility of wind and the violence of thunder, and with a flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood, causing the clusters of flames to hit nothing but air. Without waiting for the firebird to launch another attack, Yang Kai had already waved his hand and released more than a dozen space blades. Since he intended to end this battle quickly, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of dealing with it any longer and immediately used his trump card. The space blades, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, rapidly shot out, causing the human-like eyes of the firebird to reveal a trace of fear. Last time, it had suffered a small loss under these space blades and knew just how strange and ferocious these things were. Naturally, it did not dare to stay in place, and with a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and flew to the side. Before it could reappear, Yang Kai had already closed in and reached out to grab it. Now that he had the cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai was not afraid of the heat of the artifact spirit. After all, the artifact spirit was only born after being burned by the Earth's core fire for tens of thousands of years, and it was not as if Yang Kai had never experienced the torment of the Earth's core fire before. The artifact spirit's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment it sensed that something was wrong, a feeling of solidification suddenly spread out as Yang Kai's big hand suddenly froze half a foot away from the artifact spirit, unable to advance any further. It was the same kind of power that was similar to Shur, but this was not the cultivator's Shur, but the artifact spirit's innate mastery of the fire principle. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air as the fire attribute aura in the stone room instantly increased by several levels. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Qi to push the power of the cold flames to the maximum, causing an icy aura to spread out from his body. Suddenly, he broke through the artifact spirit's principal blockade. Freedom again! With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that the artifact spirit had yet to fully materialize to send out a series of pitch-black spears towards it. After being pierced by a few spears, a sharp cry rang out again. The two small eyes were immediately filled with rage and fear. It seemed that it couldn't understand why in just a short period of a month, this person who had been defeated by it the last time actually had the qualifications to compete with it. The artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, its life would not be in danger, but the cold aura contained in the heaven-punishing spear made the artifact spirit extremely uncomfortable, causing its body to fluctuate and squirm for a while before it was restored to its original state. Yang Kai's actions completely angered the artifact spirit. Its figure flickered as its feathers condensed from pure fire principle turned into red lights and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's leisurely expression instantly became serious as he noticed the terrifying killing intent contained in these fire feathers. He did not dare hesitate in the slightest, condensing a grand heavenly shield to protect himself while summoning the 100 Mountains picture, sending a dozen peaks towards the artifact spirit. With a loud rumble, the grand heavenly shield was shattered and the mountain phantoms that flew out from the 100 Mountains picture also suffered heavy losses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai hurriedly put away the 100 Mountains picture and with the help of his wind and thunder wings, hurriedly dodged to the side. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The stone chamber shook. The spells all around activated once more, protecting the stone chamber from destruction. Even so, 2 layers of spells were destroyed by Huoyu. After shooting out the fire feathers, the artifact spirit's body suddenly shrank and it looked a little tired. These fire feathers were obviously not an ordinary attack and were very likely closely related to its existence. Moreover, the fire feathers did not disappear after failing to hit their target. Instead, they turned into a series of dense red lights and chased after Yang Kai, seemingly intent on killing him. Yang Kai saw that he could not avoid them and a fierce look flashed across his face, but he remained motionless as he quietly stared at the fire feathers rushing towards him. When they were only 10 meters away, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hands, as if trying to tear something apart, and fiercely parted them. A large void crack was suddenly torn open by Yang Kai, like the maw of a beast, and welcomed the numerous fire feathers flying towards him. Seeing this, the artifact spirit let out a cry and the fire feathers that were flying towards him quickly changed directions and hurriedly returned to the artifact spirit's location. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew that it could not allow its fire feathers to enter the void crack. Once they entered, it would be impossible to find them again. In the blink of an eye, the fire feathers returned to the artifact spirit's body and its originally small body was restored to its original size. However, a figure flashed beside it and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost, slowly stretching out his hand. Suddenly, a giant dark palm appeared above the stone room, as if it wanted to cover the entire heaven and earth. Heaven-covering hand. The artifact spirit really could not avoid this attack, so it could only stimulate the heat waves in its body and stare at the giant palm with its two small eyes, trying to resist this blow. In a flash, the heaven-covering hand struck the artifact spirit. With a loud bang, the power of extreme cold and extreme heat rolled and collided in the stone room like a landslide or a tsunami. The sound was astonishing. The fire wave and the black flood dragon that were fighting not far away immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared after being hit by the impact. After everything calmed down, the artifact spirit floated in the air awkwardly while Yang Kai stood more than 10 meters away, coldly looking at it. The artifact spirit seemed to be fine, but the red light on its body was obviously dimmer than before. Obviously, it had suffered a loss under Yang Kai's successive attacks just now. I don't know how much of your intelligence has been opened, nor do I know if you can understand my words, but if you are willing to surrender, I can let you go. If you don't, I can only use force. You will have to suffer a little, and perhaps your Yuan Qi will be greatly damaged. Yang Kai looked at it indifferently. This artifact spirit was indeed intelligent, but Yang Kai was not sure whether it could understand his words. After all, this guy had stayed in the artifact refining furnace for tens of thousands of years and may not have come into contact with other living creatures. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after he finished speaking, the artifact spirit's small eyes immediately flashed with anger. It could actually understand him. The next moment, it let out an angry cry and the artifact refining furnace, which had been placed peacefully in the center of the stone room, buzzed at the same time. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace became red-hot and a wave of fire suddenly flew out from the furnace and poured into the firebird's body. The artifact spirit, which had suffered some minor injuries, suddenly became full of vigor after being replenished by the furnace that gave birth to it. Even its body grew larger as it hovered above Yang Kai's head and spread its wings, covering most of the cave's ceiling. During this process, Yang Kai just watched quietly, without any intention of stopping it. Not only did he not stop it, but he also revealed a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After all, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit. Although it had gained intelligence, it still lacked experience in fighting against him. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. After fighting with the artifact spirit last time, Yang Kai knew that the artifact refining furnace was not an ordinary object. By relying on it, the artifact refining furnace could greatly supplement the artifact spirit. However, there was definitely a limit to how much energy it could replenish the artifact spirit's consumption endlessly. Therefore, Yang Kai had used forceful means at the beginning to force the artifact spirit to use the stored firepower in the artifact refining furnace. If it didn't use the scorching fire attribute energy in the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to carry out his next plan. Now, there probably wasn't much fire attribute energy left in this artifact refining furnace, right? Yang Kai secretly paid attention to the huge Origin King grade furnace from the corner of his eye. After its body became extremely huge, the artifact spirit once again restored its arrogant and proud expression, its small eyes filled with disdain. However, before it could show its might, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When his figure reappeared, he was already standing next to the artifact refining furnace. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai sent out a mass of demonic flame from his palm and slammed it into the artifact refining furnace. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace was wrapped in demonic flame as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi fiercely and poured it into the artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the icy cold flames displayed their full power. In the blink of an eye, the surface of this huge furnace began to freeze. Moreover, what was frozen was black ice, which continued to spread towards the inside. The artifact spirit, who had always been aloof and arrogant, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as its huge crimson body began to tremble violently. Only now did it understand what Yang Kai was planning. The artifact refining furnace was the vessel that gave birth to it, so it was the artifact spirit of this artifact refining furnace. Once the artifact refining furnace was damaged or attacked, as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to remain unscathed. It could be said that Yang Kai did not need to fight it head-on at all he needed to do was deal with this inanimate artifact refining furnace. This may be the tragedy of being an artifact spirit, having great strength but not being able to use it. The artifact spirit's body twisted and distorted for a while. Yang Kai's actions had angered it to the extreme, but the chill that spread from its body terrified it greatly. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and sent out a wave of heat towards Yang Kai. It did not expect to kill Yang Kai, only to force Yang Kai away from its vessel so he would not attack the artifact refining furnace again. Chapter 1245. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked at this moment. He discovered that this artifact refining furnace actually contained a ferocious amount of spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to seal it in ice for some time. When the heat wave hit him, Yang Kai didn't dare to move. After all, his intentions had been exposed and this artifact spirit's sentience wasn't shallow. Once he left the artifact refining furnace, it would be extremely difficult for him to attack again. Staring at the monstrous heat wave, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he stretched out his hands again, grasped at the void, and spread them apart. A dark crack twice the size of the previous void crack appeared in front of Yang Kai. The heat wave arrived right in front of Yang Kai at that moment, pouring into the void crack and being exiled to an unknown part of the void, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. However, this void crack also seemed to be a little unstable. Although Yang Kai's understanding of space force and principles had improved greatly, he still hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage. Forcibly tearing open this void crack was already extremely difficult for him, so when it was hit by the pure fire energy contained in the artifact spirit's heat wave, it immediately began to distort, as if it would collapse and disappear at any moment. Yang Kai's face sank as he placed one hand on the void crack, trying to maintain its stability and buy as much time as possible while placing his other hand on the artifact refining furnace and desperately pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was drained like a dam breaking, causing more and more black flames to appear on the surface of the artifact refining furnace while the black ice it formed grew thicker and thicker. When the artifact spirit saw the void crack on the verge of collapse, its small eyes showed a look of joy, but when it saw Yang Kai desperately trying to seal the artifact refining furnace in ice, it suddenly panicked and spat out more heat waves from its mouth, as if it wanted to fight to the death with Yang Kai. It seemed that it also knew that after this battle, either it would be frozen or the Yang Kai would be destroyed, so it didn't hold back at all. The battle in the stone room instantly came to a stalemate. The artifact spirit continued to spray out heat waves from its mouth, causing the space it was in to become extremely hot, but Yang Kai's position was blocked by an unstable void crack that swallowed up the heat waves. Behind him, the artifact refining furnace began to emit a crackling sound as layers of thin black ice began to spread from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom. Although the speed of this process was not fast, it was definitely not slow either. As time passed, the spatial crack became more and more illusory and unstable. In the end, under the pressure of the artifact spirit's heat wave, it suddenly collapsed, exposing Yang Kai behind it. Seeing this, the artifact spirit's small eyes showed a look of surprise. Without this strange spatial crack that could swallow the heat waves, it had full confidence that it would be able to melt Yang Kai in one breath. A cruel and violent look appeared in its eyes as the artifact spirit opened its mouth and a red light quickly formed in its mouth. A shocking fluctuation of fire attribute energy spread out, shaking the entire stone room. Seeing that it was about to spit out this shocking attack, Yang Kai's serious face suddenly showed a strange smile as he glanced at the artifact spirit and immediately laughed. Along with his laughter, the huge artifact refining furnace suddenly emitted a crackling sound as it was completely sealed in black ice. Not even a trace of world energy could be released. The artifact spirit was stunned for a moment. Then, as if it had been struck by lightning, its huge body suddenly seemed to have lost its strength and fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, the huge amount of fire spirit chi in its mouth had already exploded with a loud bang, causing its entire head to explode. However, this was not enough to take the artifact spirit's life. It was not a physical entity and was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, so the backlash just now was not enough to kill it. Even so, its huge body quickly shrank, and after falling to the ground, it once again returned to its original size when Yang Kai first saw it. Its newly grown head was also much dimmer and it stood up shakily, looking very weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai with fear and resentment, its two small eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings, turned into a flame, and rushed towards the artifact refining furnace. It actually wanted to return to the vessel that gave birth to it. How could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After this battle of wits and courage, he had finally managed to force the artifact spirit into a disadvantageous position. If he could not subdue it now, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. Black demonic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, floating in front of Yang Kai. These seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs were just a little strange in color, but under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they all exuded an astonishing chill. Looking at the incoming red light, Yang Kai flicked his finger towards one of the black fireballs. The black fireballs immediately flew towards the red light with a chilly aura. Whether it was because the artifact spirit had not yet recovered or because its Yuan Qi had been seriously injured, the red light transformed from the artifact spirit did not dodge and was directly hit by the cold flames. With a loud bang, the collision of cold and hot fiercely spread out, and the artifact spirit's body once again appeared, constantly tumbling in midair before it was directly knocked into the cave wall, and the red light outside its body dimmed a lot. Staggering to its feet, the artifact spirit once again turned into a red light and rushed forward. Yang Kai coldly snorted and once again controlled a mass of cold flames to meet it. Hong hong hong. Inside the stone room, the artifact spirit was suffering inhumane torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would dim a little. After 7 or 8 times, it was barely able to maintain its complete form. Its 2 wings had shrunk a lot, and the 3 long feathers on its tail had disappeared. Its vessel had been frozen, and it had suffered the backlash of the world Yuan Qi, so under its anxiety, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant artifact spirit could no longer compete with Yang Kai and had completely become a punching bag. However, this guy was really amazing. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, its body still did not dissipate and its spirituality was not lost. This made Yang Kai secretly shocked and at the same time made him even more determined to subdue it. This time, if he had not directly attacked the artifact refining furnace, with the strength and spirituality displayed by this artifact spirit, he would not have been able to do anything to it. However, its vessel was placed right here, so if Yang Kai did not attack it, he would really be stupid. After being easily knocked away again, the artifact spirit stubbornly stood up and let out a low cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, sounding extremely miserable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression neither happy nor sad, simply looking at it indifferently. Feeling that it was about time, he opened his mouth and said, "Since you have sentience, let's discuss it. I won't destroy you, and I can even let you live, but you must submit to me." The artifact spirit let out a cry and stared at Yang Kai with its 2 small eyes, obviously quite angry. Yang Kai chuckled, "You'd better think it over carefully. In any case, I don't have to subdue you. I can also destroy you here, erase your existence, and make you disappear from this world. It wasn't easy for you to be born, and I'm afraid only you know the hardships and time it took, so how about you obediently agree to my conditions? Of course, submitting to me is not without benefits. As far as I know, An artifact spirit like you should have a very strong growth potential. If I take you out, perhaps I can find something that will be of great help to your growth. Yang Kai was well aware of the principle of using both hard and soft methods. When dealing with a race with high sentience, using a stick and a date would work every time, let alone dealing with an artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit was indifferent at the beginning, but when it heard Yang Kai's last words, its small eyes rolled and it tilted its small head, as if it was contemplating the gains and losses, which gave it a very cunning feeling. Yang Kai saw that there was hope, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot and said in a flat voice, "You have been here for tens of thousands of years. The Earth Lung Fire Pond is the source of your birth, so presumably this place will not be of much use to your growth. If you don't come with me, you will be trapped here forever. Next time, who knows who will break in at that time? Haha, those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am." After saying this, Yang Kai's expression sank. "I've said enough. Whether you submit or perish, it's your choice. I don't have much patience and I don't have much time. When I get up again, if you still haven't made a decision, then you don't need to answer." Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged next to the artifact refining furnace. Pressing forward step by step, Yang Kai felt that it should be enough, so now he just had to wait for the artifact spirit to make a decision. The artifact spirit stood in the corner of the stone room and stared at Yang Kai, then at the artifact refining furnace sealed in black flames behind him, a human-like look of hesitation flashing across its eyes. The stone room suddenly became quiet. Yang Kai didn't urge the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had suffered so many hardships, and with Yuan Qi's heavy injuries, it didn't dare to rush over rashly, so it just stood there motionless. Half a day passed in a flash. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and coldly looked at the artifact spirit before standing up. This time, without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, the artifact spirit suddenly let out a clear cry. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what it meant, he could still figure it out, so he nodded and said, "I keep my word. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will try my best to help you grow and evolve. Right, I forgot to tell you, you are not the only one who has gained sentience by my side. There is also a divine tree, but it is currently evolving and sleeping. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am." The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time, there was a hint of docility in it. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "Good, if you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you, it's just a precaution." The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yang Kai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks. Chapter 1246. One of the 9 heavens divine skills was called Great Heavenly Attraction, a soul skill specifically used to control others with one's divine sense. Although the 9 heavens divine skills only existed in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he didn't need to fear the artifact spirit's backlash. Soon, everything was ready and Yang Kai extracted a wisp of the artifact spirit's soul source from its body and sealed it in his knowledge sea. This way, he could control the artifact spirit's survival at any time. Once it showed any malicious intent, Yang Kai could immediately make it disappear. After losing a wisp of its soul source, the artifact spirit seemed to be very unhappy, flapping its wings and chirping at Yang Kai. Yang Kai knew that it was in a bad mood and didn't bother arguing with it, simply waving his hand to remove the layers of cold flames covering the artifact refining furnace. Now that he had subdued the artifact spirit, naturally there was no need to freeze its vessel. Although freezing the artifact refining furnace wouldn't cause too much damage to the artifact spirit, it would still have some impact. Seeing that its vessel was fine, the artifact spirit's annoyance and anger calmed down a lot, but it still looked somewhat unruly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before stretching out his finger and forcing out a drop of golden blood from his fingertip, turning to the artifact spirit and asking, "Do you want this?" Last time, The divine tree had swallowed 2 drops of his golden blood and immediately fell into a deep sleep to evolve, not waking up even now. Yang Kai could understand why his golden blood would be helpful to the divine tree. After all, this drop of golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality. He just didn't know if it would be attractive to the artifact spirit, but if it was, it would be much easier to control it in the future. To Yang Kai's surprise, he thought that the golden blood, which was rich in vitality, wouldn't be of much use to the artifact spirit. However, after seeing this drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit's eyes immediately lit up and it turned into a streak of fire that rushed over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively pushed his Saint Chi, but after realizing that it had no malicious intent, he lowered his vigilance. The streak of fire wrapped around Yang Kai's hand and the drop of golden blood disappeared without a trace. Not far away, the artifact spirit's body reappeared, its originally dim and heavily injured body Yuan Qi. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, he recovered a lot. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Yang Kai had forced out a drop of golden blood because it was the most precious thing to him right now, and he had wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to actually help the artifact spirit. On second thought, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, the vessel that gave birth to it was also a dead object. But since it had gained sentience, it meant that it was no longer an ordinary artifact spirit. As long as it severed its relationship with the vessel and found a suitable body to possess, it could completely become a special existence. It had its own vitality, so the golden blood would naturally have an effect on it. After swallowing a drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit didn't change much except for recovering some of its Yuan Qi, nor did it show any signs of becoming stronger. Instead, it tilted its head and walked around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him, seemingly wanting to obtain another drop of golden blood from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he discovered that the artifact spirit he had subdued this time was quite intelligent. This was not surprising though, as artifact spirits had existed for at least 10,000 years, so it wasn't strange for them to have such sentience. If they didn't have such intelligence, Yang Kai wouldn't have spent so much effort to fight it. I don't have golden blood, but I do have this. Yang Kai casually tossed out an object, a bean-sized fire crystal stone. Golden blood was too precious, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't satisfy the artifact spirit's appetite. As for this fire crystal stone, it should have been obtained from a 6th-order fire spirit beast. Now that Yang Kai had so many of these things in his space ring, he didn't feel too distressed. As soon as the artifact spirit saw the fire crystal stone appear, it transformed into a streak of flame and swept it away. When it reappeared, the fire crystal stone had disappeared without a trace. Smacking its lips, the artifact spirit seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Anyone who had eaten a sumptuous meal and then had to eat a simple meal would have the same reaction. Alright, go back to your vessel. It's time for me to leave. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give it any more benefits. He hadn't completely subdued this artifact spirit yet, but because of the soul seal, it had no choice but to obey him. Unlike the divine tree, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with it. Hearing Yang Kai's order, the artifact spirit didn't immediately obey and instead quickly let out a cry before transforming into a streak of flame and flying around the 4 stone benches in the stone room. Yang Kai frowned, but through the special connection he had with the artifact spirit, he finally understood what it meant, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Extract more earth core fire." The artifact spirit circled around for a moment before landing. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Okay. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, pouring his Saint Chi into the 4 stone benches and opening the giant spirit array in the stone room. In an instant, a steady stream of earth core fire was extracted from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the artifact refining furnace. The artifact spirit's figure flickered before it transformed into a streak of flame and drilled into the ground. Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would run away. Without even mentioning the soul seal, its vessel was still here. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared towards the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know what the artifact spirit had done, but the earth core fire it extracted had suddenly become several times fiercer, causing the spirit array in the stone room to show signs of being unable to withstand it. The earth core fire was all absorbed by the artifact refining furnace, causing it to vibrate unsteadily as if it might explode at any moment. At the same time, on the artifact refining furnace, a series of runes began to flow and chains of energy began to appear. Yang Kai was taken aback by this. He had seen this kind of energy chain before. It was the same kind of energy chain that had appeared when the artifact spirit was chasing him outside the stone room more than a month ago. At that time, these energy chains had shredded the artifact spirit's body, allowing it to escape. Now that they had appeared in front of him again, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this artifact refining furnace had been sealed and locked in this stone room. Didn't that mean that the artifact spirit had been born tens of thousands of years ago? The original owner of this artifact refining furnace had used this method to seal it and prevent the artifact spirit from escaping. Otherwise, with the artifact spirit's ability, it could have taken the artifact refining furnace out of the earth lung fire pond. There was no need for it to remain here alone for tens of thousands of years. After understanding this matter, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he wanted to take the artifact refining furnace away, he would first have to break through this layer of spirit array. The artifact spirit certainly had no way to remove it, otherwise it would have already escaped and would not have been trapped here. He hadn't received any help from the artifact spirit yet, but now he had to work for it, causing Yang Kai to secretly curse his bad luck. A red light flashed from the ground and the artifact spirit appeared again, screaming at the layers of spirit array around the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so he didn't hesitate and rushed forward, constantly bombarding the energy chains with cold flames. Although this kind of spirit array was arranged very well and was quite strong, it was still a dead object after all. Yang Kai's cold flames restrained it, so it wasn't difficult to break it. Half a day later, under the constant freezing of the cold flames, the chain-like energy chains finally broke apart inch by inch. Seeing this, the artifact spirit, who had been waiting nearby, let out a clear cry, its voice filled with infinite joy, and plunged into the artifact refining furnace. The container and artifact spirit merged into one in an instant, and a burst of fire attribute energy burst out, causing Yang Kai's face to pale. Only now did he understand that the artifact spirit should have been unable to display its full strength because of this spirit array. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won at that time. Fortunately, this spirit array gave him the opportunity to subdue the artifact spirit. For this, he had to properly thank the original owner of this artifact refining furnace. Just as he was bewildered, the huge crafting furnace slowly rose into the air, and then, as it rotated, it quickly became smaller. Soon, the huge artifact refining furnace shrank to the size of a palm. With a flash of light, the artifact refining furnace flew in front of Yang Kai, and from it, a crimson figure appeared and disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put away the small furnace in front of him into his space ring. He didn't put the artifact refining furnace into the black book space. After all, there were too many precious things inside the black book space, and the artifact spirit wasn't an honest fellow. If he really left it in the black book space, Yang Kai wouldn't feel at ease, fearing it would lose something. After putting away the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai took out the 8 glowing balls embedded in the stone wall and threw them into his space ring before walking out of the stone room. There was no need to stay here any longer. The entire stone room under the earth lung fire pond had been swept clean by Yang Kai, and everything of value now belonged to him. Staying here would only be a waste of time. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the entrance to the stone wall and looked up at the almost bottomless exit, secretly feeling a bit troubled. The distance from here to the exit was at least a few thousand meters, and the magma inside the earth lung fire pond would erupt from time to time, so climbing up like this would be a bit troublesome. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the fifth layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Yang Kai's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the earth lung fire pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here. It was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own, but it still couldn't fly too high. Chapter 1247. Yang Kai originally wanted to put the artifact spirit back into his space ring, but after regaining its freedom, it was unwilling to be bound by any restrictions. Instead, it turned into a miniature firebird and stood on Yang Kai's shoulder, combing Yang Kai's hair with its sharp beak. No matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade it, it refused to return to the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't want to force it too much, so he could only let it be. However, the artifact refining furnace couldn't be put back into his space ring, otherwise, the artifact spirit would be forced back into its container. Yang Kai could only stuff the small artifact refining furnace into his arms and look around. The fifth layer was still the same as it was a month ago. Scorching heat waves and unbearable fire toxins were everywhere, and everything was a bright red color. However, Yang Kai found that it was much easier for him to resist the harsh environment of the fifth layer than before. Of course, this was partly because his strength had improved and his cultivation realm had risen by a minor realm, but the biggest reason was the increase in the power of his demonic flames and the change in his control over them. More than a month ago, Yang Kai's demonic flames could not be completely controlled, and although they were vigorous and pure enough, it was still a little difficult for him to resist the environment of the fifth layer. Now, however, the characteristics of his demonic flames allowed him to switch between hot and cold with a single thought. With his cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai had no need to fear the fierce heat waves and fire toxins. The heat waves visible to the naked eye were blocked when they came within half a meter of his body. Yang Kai stood in place, stroking his chin and pondering for a while. After understanding the whole story, he was in a good mood. Moreover, Yang Kai had been worried that he wouldn't have enough time, but even after refining the profound Yin sunflower water, the Lu Yen sand field still hadn't closed. Calculating the time, however, it should be within the next few days. After a few days, Yang Kai naturally had no interest in returning to the fourth layer, but he could continue to explore deeper and see if there was a sixth layer like he had guessed. If there was, what kind of scene would it be like? If the power of his demonic flames hadn't increased, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't have gone to the sixth floor. When he had come here before, he had already found it difficult to even take a single step forward, so it was simply impossible for him to go any further. But now, with the protection of the cold flames, he was confident that he could continue to investigate. Starting from the third layer of the Lu Yen Desert, no one had entered it for tens of thousands of years. Each layer contained amazing wealth and opportunities. The red candle fruit had appeared in the third layer, and the huge sect ruins had appeared in the fourth layer. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not have the ability to break into them and could only sigh. The fifth layer had an earth lung fire pond and an origin king-grade artifact refining furnace that had given birth to an artifact spirit. If there really was a sixth layer, there would definitely be some good things inside. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. Time was of the essence right now, and Lu Yen sand field might close at any moment. Taking out a yuan magnetic compass from his space ring, Yang Kai determined the direction he was heading in before heading off in a certain direction. With the protection of the cold flames, it was indeed much more convenient for Yang Kai to walk around the fifth layer. Besides consuming a large amount of Saint Qi, there was no longer a problem like before. Yang Kai was also constantly using the divine technique of his demon eye of annihilation to avoid some obvious barriers and places that seemed dangerous. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter the slightest danger. Even the artifact spirit was extremely stable and well-behaved, occasionally flying out for a moment before quickly returning and continuing to squat on Yang Kai's shoulder. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew the dangers of this place and didn't dare to wander around at will. For 3 days, Yang Kai walked around the 5th layer. If it weren't for the Yuan magnetic compass, he would have definitely lost his way in this red world. On this day, as Yang Kai was walking, the artifact spirit squatting on his shoulders suddenly stood up and let out a low cry as its 2 small eyes stared forward vigilantly. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he quickly stopped. Sweeping the area with his demon eye of annihilation, he didn't find anything wrong, causing his expression to sink. He knew that there were some exquisite barriers in Lu Yen's sand field that even his demon eye of annihilation couldn't see through, but now it seemed that there was one in front of him. However, this barrier was actually discovered by the artifact spirit first, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The artifact spirit was only born from the artifact refining furnace, so logically speaking, it shouldn't have much understanding of barriers, so how had it discovered it? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at it suspiciously, but the artifact spirit still kept letting out low cries, as if it wanted to convey some kind of message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and after a moment, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. You mean we've already fallen into a barrier? The artifact spirit no longer made any sound, obviously meaning this. That can't be. Yang Kai's expression changed. He had been extremely cautious along the way, never going to any of those seemingly strange places, only taking routes that he believed to be incomparably safe, but if what the artifact spirit said was true, then it was very likely that he had already triggered some kind of barrier and was now trapped inside without even knowing it. Looking around, Yang Kai didn't find anything special. This place was still the same as the other places, a fiery red and extremely harsh environment. There wasn't even a single dangerous aura. This was probably a bewildering array or an illusion array. Yang Kai knew that the artifact spirit wouldn't speak without thinking, so this was the only explanation. Where had he triggered this barrier? Yang Kai was puzzled. Moreover, even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't see any clues, so it seemed that there was no way for him to crack it. As such, he could only wait for Lu Yan's desert to close and for the world principles here to teleport him out. Fortunately, the time limit was only a few days away, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about anything. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged and rest, the artifact spirit on his shoulder suddenly let out a cry and immediately turned into a red streak of light and shot out. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't force it to return because Yang Kai faintly perceived that the artifact spirit seemed to have discovered something. So, he waited in place. Strangely enough, after the red streak of light transformed by the artifact spirit rushed out 1,000 meters, it strangely disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, but he could still hear the artifact spirit's cries from time to time. Judging from the cries, it wasn't too far away from him. Yang Kai felt even more relieved. After a while, there seemed to be a violent burst of fire attribute aura, causing the entire world to shake and distort. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of a barrier through the demon eye of annihilation. Sure enough, the artifact spirit wasn't talking nonsense. He had indeed stepped into an illusory array, but he didn't know when he had stepped in. The distortion of heaven and earth was obviously not normal. It was a kind of visual confusion, which was obviously the result of an illusory array. The fire attribute aura fluctuations were becoming more and more violent, and the distortions in the world were becoming more and more severe. The surrounding environment had become like a ghost town, causing one's hair to stand on end. The earth and sky were all cracked, and even the surrounding space was tilted upside down like a mirror. At a certain moment, accompanied by a slight noise, the world around Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light. At the same time, the surrounding heat and harsh environment disappeared, replaced by an incomparably rich world energy aura. What entered Yang Kai's eyes was a beautiful lush landscape. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, subconsciously thinking that this might be another illusion array. But when he turned around, a strange expression appeared on his face. About a dozen kilometers behind him, a red light curtain stood tall, connecting the heavens and the earth. The earth was scorched red, and countless fire attribute aura swam around like small snakes. This was clearly the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai's spirit shook. Had he actually passed through the fifth layer and arrived in the sixth layer? The place he was currently in was clearly the sixth layer he had guessed. The world energy here was even richer than the mountain range where the sect was located in the fourth layer. Yang Kai didn't know when he had set foot in the sixth layer, but the moment he set foot in the sixth layer, he might have been wrapped up by the illusion array, so he hadn't noticed it and mistakenly thought he was walking through the fifth layer. Now that the illusion had disappeared, it was clear that the illusion array had been broken. Yang Kai turned his head again and saw a red light fly towards him. A moment later, the artifact spirit's body appeared, but at this moment, it was holding a fist-sized, hexagonal crystal in its mouth. At first glance, Yang Kai realized that this crystal was somewhat abnormal because he couldn't tell what color this crystal was. It could be said to be pure and colorless, but it could also be said to be a brilliant purple or brilliant red. It was simply too strange. It was simply too strange. Just as Yang Kai was about to take a closer look at this crystal though, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. A burst of black chi gushed out from the crystal and immediately transformed into countless ferocious-looking Yin souls. These Yin souls stirred up a gust of cold wind as they rushed towards him. Yang Kai was shocked, and with a wave of his hand, shot out countless demonic flames. Strangely, these seemingly incomparably powerful Yin souls were like the moon in a mirror or flowers in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. As the demonic flames passed through them, they howled miserably and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. At the same time, a series of anxious and angry cries rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and when he looked up again, he saw the artifact spirit still holding the crystal in its mouth, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew, crying out incessantly, seemingly cursing at Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai's sudden attack had given it a fright. Ignoring it, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. At this moment, he also realized that those Yin souls just now weren't real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions. Because when those Yin souls appeared, the demon eye of annihilation had broken through some illusions, allowing him to see through them. That crystal can actually make me hallucinate. Yang Kai was shocked. Chapter 1248. Yang Kai's divine sense was now extremely powerful, so a crystal that could cause him to hallucinate was naturally not something ordinary. It was very likely that it was related to the previous illusion array. Perhaps this thing was the array core of that spirit array. Since the artifact spirit had brought this crystal back, the previous illusion array had broken by itself. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and suddenly developed a strong interest in this crystal. After calming his mind, he stared at it with great vigilance. This time, however, there was no black chi gushing out from it. Instead, after looking at it, Yang Kai suddenly felt his knowledge sea churn and immediately became dizzy. It was as if his entire body had become weightless, floating lightly as if the world around him had been turned upside down. Yang Kai was startled and quickly withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes and recovering only after a while. Not daring to spy on this strange crystal at will, Yang Kai beckoned to the artifact spirit and asked it to bring the crystal over, tossing it into his space ring so he could study it carefully after returning. Seeing him finally return to normal, the artifact spirit no longer made any noise and continued to fly back to Yang Kai's shoulder, combing its feathers in an elegant manner. Yang Kai then began to carefully examine the sixth layer. At first glance, he could not help feeling surprised, because he found that the space in the sixth layer was actually quite small, only a few dozen kilometers in diameter. The fifth layer's flame area surrounded it, allowing Yang Kai to see the entire sixth layer at a glance. The world energy aura in the sixth layer was extremely rich, and a few kilometers in front of him, there was a green bamboo forest. The green bamboo was not thick, but instead extremely slender, rising and falling with the wind. In the middle of the green bamboo forest, there seemed to be a loft that had existed here for countless years. Even after experiencing the erosion of the flowing time Great Emperor, it still stood tall. The entire sixth layer was wrapped in the middle of the fifth layer, but it was not affected by the heat waves of the fifth layer at all, as if it was a world of its own. Yang Kai stared at the green bamboo forest and the exquisite loft in the middle of it, his mood fluctuating. Although he had seen the ruins of a huge sect on the fourth layer and knew that this Lu Yen desert had been inhabited a long time ago, encountering such a loft here still surprised Yang Kai. The world energy here was even richer than that of the sect ruins, so the loft built here was obviously not something an ordinary person could live in. It was very likely that it was built by a high-level figure of that sect. And it was very likely that this person was a high-level female because the environment here was elegant. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai maintained his demon eye of annihilation and slowly walked over. Since he had already come here, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was anything good in this loft, as well as the green bamboo forest. Bamboo that could grow here was definitely not ordinary. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that there would be various barriers and spirit arrays hidden here, but after easily walking a few laps around the green bamboo forest, he did not encounter any danger, which surprised him greatly and made him wonder if he had been too cautious. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. Standing in the middle of the green bamboo forest, Yang Kai condensed a demonic flame sword in his hand and stared at a few dozen meters tall bamboo in front of him, swinging his sword down. Each of these bamboos was an emerald green and filled with rich world energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary bamboos and could definitely be used as good artifact refining materials. In this bamboo forest, there were at least a few thousand of them, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to cut some down and bring them back for Yang Yen to refine into some artifacts. After swinging his sword down, something unexpected happened to Yang Kai. The place where the bamboo had been cut was actually unscathed, not even leaving behind a single mark. Yang Kai was startled and realized that he had underestimated these green bamboos, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. These bamboos were actually so tough. Presumably they were indeed good materials for artifact refining. Immediately, Yang Kai began swinging his sword down. After half an hour, Yang Kai stood in place with a dark expression, staring at the green bamboo in front of him with an ugly expression. During this half an hour, he had used almost all the means at his disposal but still had not been able to cut down a single bamboo. Even after using his space blade several dozen times, he had only been able to leave a small, almost negligible cut at the base of the bamboo. At this rate, it would be impossible to cut down a single bamboo without at least 10 days of effort. How could Yang Kai have so much time to waste here? Finally, Yang Kai reluctantly glanced at the green bamboo in front of him and sighed, having no choice but to give up on his previous idea and walk towards the loft. Yang Kai decided to first see if he could gain anything from the loft. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of the loft, but he did not rush in and instead stood there, looking up at the building in front of him that was tens of thousands of years old. The style of the loft was indeed somewhat different from today's lofts, but overall, it was not much different. It was very well preserved and Yang Kai did not know what materials were used to build it. The door was closed and there was not the slightest speck of dust on it. The loft was divided into 3 floors, each of which was 20 to 30 meters high with a semicircle at the top. Yang Kai hesitated for a while before turning his head to look at the artifact spirit who had been standing on his shoulder. The artifact spirit was also staring at the loft with its pair of small eyes, as if it was trying to see some clues. Seeing Yang Kai turn his head, the artifact spirit realized something was wrong and its figure flickered, transforming into a streak of flame that flew back into the artifact refining furnace in Yang Kai's arms, no longer willing to emerge. He really couldn't be put to use. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to let the artifact spirit go in first to investigate, but how could he have known that this thing would be so cunning? After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, it immediately shrank back into its own container. However, Yang Kai did not intend to force it. After all, breaking the illusion array before was entirely thanks to the artifact spirit and allowing him to obtain an unknown crystal. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai strode out, arrived in front of the loft, and pushed open the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he secretly pushed his Saint Qi, remaining extremely vigilant. But even after the door was completely pushed open, there was still no sense of danger. Instead, a clear and calming fragrance wafted out from the loft. Smelling it, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed and refreshed. Looking towards the source of this fragrance, Yang Kai raised his brow and quickly walked over to a small platform, surrounding a small incense burner in amazement. This incense burner was similar to a miniature artifact refining furnace, and its grade was not low. The world energy fluctuations it exuded were not weak, so it was obviously an Origin King grade low-rank incense burner. However, this kind of thing was generally not refined to be used against enemies and was simply used as a decoration. Just a simple decoration was actually Origin King grade low rank. This loft was truly extraordinary. What surprised Yang Kai was not the small incense burner, but the thumb-sized piece of sandalwood burning inside it. This sandalwood was quite extraordinary, and the faint fragrance that drifted out from it was invisible to the naked eye, but Yang Kai could perceive it. This kind of fragrance was of great help to a cultivator's cultivation, allowing any cultivator to quickly enter the most perfect state of cultivation. 10,000-year incense? Yang Kai thought for a while and blurted out this name, looking overjoyed. Although he did not recognize the origin of this purple sandalwood at first, after observing it for a while, Yang Kai guessed it. If it was really 10,000-year incense, then this thing was a treasure. 10,000-year incense could burn for 10,000 years without extinguishing, and this thumb-sized piece of 10,000-year incense in front of him had been burning for tens of thousands of years, but there was still such a large piece left. It could be imagined how high its quality was. It was very likely to be the highest grade of 10,000-year incense. 10,000-year incense was not naturally produced, but artificially refined. Just the raw materials needed to refine it required a dozen kinds of materials from the body of a 10th-order monster beast. Among these materials, the rarest was a sachet called the Seven-Colored Elk. The Seven-Colored Elk was a descendant of an ancient monster beast. It was born as an 8th-order monster beast, and when it reached adulthood, it would reach the 10th order. Not only was it rare, but it was also very powerful. The seven-colored glow it emitted had the ability to ignore all defenses. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered a seven-colored elk, they would have no choice but to retreat. If one wanted to kill a seven-colored elk, it would take at least 3 to 5 second-order Origin Kings, or even more powerful cultivator, to do so. After taking the sachet, one would have to refine it within 10 days, otherwise, the fragrance in the sachet would dissipate. It was because of this that the 10,000-year incense was so rare. This thing was not only able to help a cultivator quickly enter the best state of cultivation as Yang Kai had originally guessed. While cultivating by smelling this fragrance, it could also increase a cultivator's chances of epiphany. At the same time, it could also clear one's mind and reduce heart demons. When a martial artist broke through a great boundary, not only did they need to have a certain degree of comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, but they also needed to have a certain level of mental cultivation to keep up. There was also the possibility that they would encounter unexpected heart demons. These heart demons were the pain and regret that a martial artist normally hid in the depths of their hearts. Normally, they could suppress them, but at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would silently emerge and affect a martial artist's advancement. It was common for a cultivator to die tragically or be seriously injured by their own heart demons. Yang Kai had not encountered any heart demons for the time being because he did not have many regrets or pain. The only thing he cared about the most was being separated from the women he loved for so long. However, he had always believed that he could reunite with them, so he did not encounter these problems. However, there was no guarantee that there would be something that he could not forget in the future. Once he broke through to a great realm, the consequences would be worrying. Now that he had this piece of 10,000-year incense, this problem could be easily solved. He could recognize this 10,000-year incense because it had something to do with alchemy, because this 10,000-year incense had to be refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly put the small incense burner and the 10,000-year incense into his space ring with a satisfied expression. This 10,000-year incense alone was enough for him to take the risk of breaking into the loft to investigate. Chapter 1249. When he raised his head again, he was surprised to find that above the platform where the incense burner was placed, there was actually a portrait of a figure. In the portrait, there was only a back, and it could be clearly seen that it was the back of a woman. Her figure was slender and exquisite, and she was wearing a white dress. She looked like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yang Kai only glanced at it once, but he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable urge to kneel down and worship her. In a panic, he immediately circulated his secret art to resist the urge in his heart. When he looked carefully again, Yang Kai frowned. He found that the back of the woman in the portrait was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, after dispelling the thoughts of worship, the picture scroll seemed to have become dull and ordinary. It was just a picture of an ordinary person without any novelty. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai carefully examined the portrait with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing hidden inside, he withdrew his gaze. It was certain that the woman in the portrait was either the owner of this loft, or had a great relationship with the owner of this loft. Otherwise, her back would not have been placed here. Yang Kai did not intend to take the portrait away. He was already very satisfied with being able to obtain the 10,000-year incense, so there was no need to take the portrait of someone else's back. Looking around again, Yang Kai found nothing. On the first floor of the loft, it seemed that besides the 10,000-year incense in the incense burner, there was only the ordinary portrait and nothing else. Next to it was a staircase leading to the second floor. Yang Kai strode up the stairs. After turning a corner, he easily arrived at the second floor. What he saw? Yang Kai was stunned. On the second floor of the loft, there was actually a woman's boudoir. Although there was not much in the room, Yang Kai could still infer from the furnishings that this was indeed a woman's residence. A bed, a table, a chair, a futon on the bed, and nothing else. The layout was very simple. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the table and chairs, and he quickly took a fancy to the praying mat. The owner of this loft obviously lived and cultivated here, so the praying mat she used should not be ordinary. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai stepped forward and reached out to pick up the futon. But to his surprise, as soon as his fingers touched the futon, this thing actually turned into a pile of fine powder. This was actually just an ordinary praying mat. It couldn't withstand the corrosion of the flowing time Great Emperor and had long since become unusable. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed involuntarily. From the looks of it, he had gained something in succession. He was still a little too greedy. He didn't even want to let go of the praying mat that others used for meditation and cultivation. Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. After searching around the second floor for a while, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing good here. Then, he turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the third floor. During this trip to Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. After experiencing the incident with the praying mat just now, he had immediately calmed down. Even if the third floor was empty, he wouldn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly passed through the stairs and arrived at the third floor. Contrary to his expectations, there really was something on the third level. Moreover, it was a token that was floating in the air. Yang Kai glanced at this token and his heart shook, quickly rummaging through his black book space to look for it. A moment later, another token appeared in his hand. This one was almost identical to the one floating in front of him. It was made of a material that was neither gold nor wood, and there was no pattern on it. However, in the middle of this token was a large Emperor character. From this token, an oppressive pressure was exuding, causing one to feel fear and want to prostrate themselves in worship. Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he recognized this token in an instant. Star Emperor tokens were rumored to be tokens made by the great emperors of the star field. Gui Zhu had once told Yang Kai that there were a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, but no one knew where they had ended up. Each Star Emperor token was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors of the star field. By using this divine technique, one could easily kill an origin king. The Star Emperor token in Yang Kai's hand was given to him by Guizhou. After all, at that time, Yang Kai had taken Guizhou away from the floating continent, freeing him after 2,000 years of imprisonment. Although Guizhou was unruly and did not distinguish between good and evil, at the last moment, for some unknown reason, he had given this Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai guessed that this was to repay Yang Kai for saving his life. What's more, Guizhou had told Yang Kai to pour his Saint Qi into this Star Emperor token to use the Star Emperor divine technique sealed inside. Of course, even if he used the Star Emperor divine technique to kill a powerful enemy, with Yang Kai's current cultivation, there was not much chance of survival. After all, the divine technique sealed inside the Star Emperor token was too powerful. Once it was used, it was possible that it would drain him of all his strength. Since obtaining this Star Emperor token, Yang Kai had kept it hidden inside the Black Book space, never thinking about using it. Firstly, it was too dangerous to use, and secondly, Yang Kai had encountered some kind of insurmountable disaster, so there was no need to use it. Yang Kai had never imagined that he would find a second Star Emperor token in this loft on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand field. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because this Star Emperor token floating midair in front of him was not the same as the one in his hand. It seemed to have lost a great deal of its aura, and even though the majestic aura it exuded was still there was no sense of danger. Someone had used the divine technique contained in this Star Emperor token. In other words, at this moment, this token no longer contained the Star Emperor's killing technique. Yang Kai secretly guessed, but it was still quite surprising that this Star Emperor token had not been destroyed. In any case, with such a Star Emperor token in front of him, Yang Kai was not willing to let it go. Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, a halo suddenly rippled from the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's face changed as he noticed the murderous intent contained in this halo. Pushing his Saint Qi, he quickly retreated, but even though he was fast, the halo spread even faster and swept across Yang Kai's body in an instant. Yang Kai's face went ashen. Even if this Star Emperor token had been used, it was not something he could casually violate. Just as he thought he was doomed, the intact Star Emperor token in his hand also released a halo of light, and as soon as the two halos touched, they both disappeared. The second Star Emperor token, which had been suspended in midair above the 3rd floor of the palace, seemed to lose its support and fell to the ground, making a soft thud as it bounced a few times before finally coming to a stop. Yang Kai was still in shock as he gripped his token tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yang Kai had not expected such a turn of events. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained a Star Emperor token, he would have been seriously injured just now. The strange power emanating from the halo was not something he could resist right now. After gasping for breath for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked forward. At that moment, the world around him shook and Yang Kai suddenly felt some strange changes in the surrounding space. Faintly, a repulsive force came from all directions, seemingly trying to expel him. At the same time, the shadow of a slender jade hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed towards Yang Kai. That jade-like hand was clearly a woman's palm, but it was extraordinarily large, almost covering the entire top of the loft. Furthermore, it completely ignored the structure of the loft and directly descended on Kai Yang's head. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he understood that the time for Lu Yen sand field to close had come, causing the surrounding space force to become turbulent. It was likely that the scene he encountered at this moment existed everywhere in the Lu Yen sand field. The cultivator who had broken into this place before should have been thrown out by this jade hand. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong at all. From the 1st to the 4th layer of the Lu Yen sand field, the shadows of jade hands stretched out from the void and easily grabbed the cultivator who was resting or fighting. Immediately after, these jade hands turned into fluorescent light and disappeared along with the cultivator's figures. The next moment, outside the Lu Yen sand field, a number of figures appeared strangely, causing the elders of the various sects who had been waiting outside to be overjoyed, and all of them rushed forward to greet them. Inside the loft, Yang Kai fiercely pushed his Saint Chi and sent out a palm towards the jade hand shadow. Using his heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai was unable to intercept the jade hand shadow at all. While rushing forward quickly, he rolled on the ground and sent out a dozen space blades, blocking the jade hand shadow for a moment. Taking advantage of this hard-won time, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the Star Emperor token on the ground and immediately relaxed, standing in place quietly, no longer preparing to resist. However, when the jade hand grabbed Yang Kai and the surrounding space force distorted and was about to teleport him out, the two Star Emperor tokens in Yang Kai's hands glowed at the same time, forming a light blue protective shield that enveloped him. The jade hand disappeared, but Yang Kai was still standing on the third floor of the loft, confused. Soon, the distorted space force around him disappeared, along with the feeling of rejection. Yang Kai seemed to have been forgotten as he stood there alone. After a while, Yang Kai reacted and was both surprised and overjoyed. He was certain that the situation just now was definitely because Lu Yen Sand Field had closed and the teleportation force had been applied to him, but it had been inexplicably blocked by the two Star Emperor tokens. In other words, he had been left here. Yang Kai was happy because he now had a lot of time to use, but he was also worried because he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter when he left. After all, while Lu Yen Sand Field was open, the dangers of the flame area had been reduced countless times, but once it closed, the dangers of the flame area would increase exponentially. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, he would have to pass through the 6th floor by himself. Thinking about this now was useless as he had been left behind by a freak combination of factors, so Yang Kai had to think about how to take advantage of the situation in front of him. Yang Kai didn't dare to take back the two Star Emperor tokens. Who knew what would happen once he took them back? He could only keep them close to him. Chapter 1250. In the first layer flame area of Lu Yen Sand Field, Yang Kai strode out as a pale blue light bloomed from his chest. This light dispelled all the threats around him, and even the heat waves and fire toxins of the flame area were unable to penetrate his body. Yang Kai didn't even need to use his Saint Chi to protect himself. At this time, more than half a year had passed since Lu Yen Sand Field closed, and during this time, Yang Kai had been staying in the 6th layer. It wasn't that he was looking for treasures, as all the valuable things in the loft had been taken away by him, so there was nothing left to search. Yang Kai had only stayed there to chop down a few stalks of bamboo. His original plan was to chop down a few stalks and then leave, but how could he have known that these stalks of bamboo were far tougher than he had expected? Using his space blade, Yang Kai spent a full 20 days cutting down a single stalk of bamboo the thickness of a thumb. During these 20 days, because he had constantly used his space blade, Yang Kai found that his understanding of it had improved greatly and the power of his space blade had also increased. Overjoyed, Yang Kai no longer cared about the time he had spent. For the next 6 months, Yang Kai spent his time in the bamboo forest, competing with the stalks of bamboo. After such a long time, he was only able to chop down 20 stalks of bamboo. If it weren't for the fact that he had delayed for so long and worried about yang inflammation and Wuxia, Yang Kai wouldn't have come out so early. A month ago, Yang Kai had left in a hurry and it had taken him an entire month to reach the first layer of Lu Yen Sand Field. During this time, Yang Kai had kept the two Star Emperor tokens close to his body, not daring to leave them for even a moment. After the flowing flame sand field was completely closed, the dangers it contained had become countless times more ferocious. The 2nd and 4th layer treasure areas weren't so bad, but the 3rd and 5th layer flame areas had more than 10 times the intensity of the heat they contained. Yang Kai estimated that even his own cold flames would not be able to resist the scorching heat. Fortunately, he had the Star Emperor token to protect him, allowing him to travel without any worries. He didn't know why the Star Emperor token was able to restrain the environment of the flame area, but he vaguely felt that this Lu Yen desert should be related to the legendary Star Field's great emperors. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a 2nd Star Emperor token on the 6th floor of the loft. If someone were to enter at this time, they would indeed die. No wonder the cultivator on Shadowed Star chose to enter when the power of the Lu Yen sand was weakened. That time was undoubtedly relatively safe. At this moment, not far in front of him, there seemed to be a thin layer of dark red energy shield blocking him. That dark red energy shield contained a terrifying burning power. Anyone who approached it would be melted into a pool of blood in an instant. When Yang Kai saw this thin layer of dark red energy shield, not only did he not panic, but instead showed a look of joy as he rushed forward to meet it, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. However, just as his body came into contact with the dark red energy shield, the energy shield seemed to sense something and split open on its own, allowing Yang Kai to pass through it calmly. After Yang Kai passed through, the energy shield healed itself and returned to its original state. After Yang Kai passed through the dark red energy shield, the scenery in front of him changed. Although the surroundings were still filled with a scorching heat and the ground beneath his feet was still dry and cracked, the scenery in the distance was different from the flame area. Finally, he was out. This Lu Yen desert was really big. Yang Kai had been using his wind and thunder wings all the way here, but it had still taken him an entire month to reach the outside from the innermost layer. Yang Kai estimated that the entire Lu Yen desert covered an area of at least a few 100,000 kilometers. No one knew about it before because no one had been able to reach the third layer and beyond, so it was impossible to guess. The moment he came out, Yang Kai put the 2-star Emperor tokens he had been hiding in his sleeve into the black book space for safekeeping. But in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a little awkward because he didn't know where he was now. Although he had the Yuan magnetic compass to determine his direction when he came out, it only pointed towards the center of Lu Yen Desert. As long as he walked in the opposite direction, he would be able to leave Lu Yen Desert. But now, he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still on Shadowed Star, so Yang Kai felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Not far away, a figure was quickly flying over, and when their eyes met, this person showed a look of astonishment. Because it had been half a year since Lu Yen Desert closed and all the large and small sects had evacuated half a year ago, this man had not expected to meet someone alive here. However, at a glance, this man let out a soft cry of surprise, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai was also speechless. This person had recognized him, but how could he not recognize him? Although he didn't know this guy's name, Yang Kai had indeed met him once. It was the cultivator who had invited Yang Kai to cooperate with him when Lu Yen Desert had just opened. At that time, 2 people had been sent to Yang Kai's vicinity. One was a disciple of Dawning Moon Hall and the other was this cultivator. However, at that time, Yang Kai had flatly refused this man's invitation. The moment he saw Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on this man's face. He immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Yang Kai, but before he could get close, his face changed and he hurriedly came to a halt. Another figure quickly passed by this cultivator and intercepted him. Immediately after, another figure appeared behind him and formed a pincer attack with the cultivator in front of him, trapping him in the middle. This man's face couldn't help but sink as he glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't. The 2 people who were blocking this cultivator saw that he had finally been intercepted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate Yang Kai not far away and found that he was just a second-order Saint King, so they didn't take him too seriously. One of the cultivators, who looked like a tall man, chuckled meaningfully as he looked at the person who had been stopped and said, "Junior Brother Deng, I was wondering why you had come to the periphery of Lu Yen Desert, but it turns out you had a helper lying in ambush here. What? Do you think a second-order Saint King cultivator can eat us 2 brothers?" The other cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe, sneered and mocked. It seems that Junior Brother Deng Ning has been very favored recently and was confused for a moment. Otherwise, how could he have come to this kind of place? Brother Yi, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. Caught in the middle, Deng Ning's face sank, but he didn't try to defend himself, nor did he want to admit it. Instead, he quickly said, "Yi Yang Rong and Zhigong, Just for a mere blood fusion pill, you're willing to kill all of us without any regard for your brotherhood? The tall cultivator named Jianghu laughed when he heard this. Brotherhood? In Demon Blood Temple, this kind of thing is very luxurious. Brother, I don't expect to have such a thing. As for the blood fusion pill, Junior Brother Deng, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand it over. Everyone here is from the same bloodline, so I don't want to be too ruthless. You don't want to? Deng Ning snickered and sneered. You're afraid I'll fight back before I die, right? Don't think the two of you can eat me. Even if I have to drag one of you down with me, I can still do it. Hearing this, both Jianghu and Enji's faces changed, revealing a look of dread. Obviously, they knew the other party wasn't lying. Enji frowned, suppressing some of his murderous intent as he tried to persuade Deng Ning. Junior Brother Deng, you obtained a lot of good things in Lu Yan's desert last time. It was because of this great harvest that the elders decided to reward you with this blood fusion pill. And as far as I know, you received more than just this blood fusion pill, right? The sect's secret scriptures are much more open to you, and you were even given a powerful artifact. So why bother arguing with us over a single pill? We don't want anything else from you, just that pill. If we can't, Brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 Saint crystals. He thought that if he gave Deng Ning a way out, the other party would compromise. After all, it wasn't worth it to lose his life for a single pill, but how could he have imagined that Deng Ning would actually sneer? 30,000? As disciples of Demon Blood Temple, don't you know how precious this weapon fusion pill is? You want to make up for my loss with a trivial 30,000? Don't even think about it. And Ji's face went cold and was about to say something when Deng Ning sneered, but brethren, don't blame me for not reminding you as a junior brother. What kind of person Brother Yi is, I'm sure you know better than anyone else. There is only one blood fusion pill, so even if I give it to you, how are you going to split it? Don't say something stupid like Brother Yi will give it to you. I don't think your future will be any better than mine. As soon as these words came out, Enji's expression immediately became complicated. How could he not have thought of this? But now that he was riding a tiger, he could only join forces with Jianghu to obtain the blood fusion pill first. As for how they would distribute it after snatching it, that was another matter altogether. Seeing Enji's expression change slightly, Jianghu quickly shouted, Junior brethren, don't be so gullible as to believe his words. Now that the two of us have joined forces, whoever grabs the blood fusion pill from him will get it. If Big Brother wins and obtains the divine pill, Big Brother promises to compensate you. Hearing what he said, Enji's expression relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and said, if Junior Brother is lucky enough to obtain it, he will do the same as Big Brother. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but now they had reached an agreement. Seeing that his plan to sow discord had no effect, Deng Ning's expression became gloomy as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a crimson pill that contained an astonishing amount of blood qi into his hand. Blood fusion pill. As soon as they saw this pill, Jianghu and Enji both showed greedy looks as they stared at it, as if it was something extremely precious to them. Chapter 1251. This is the blood fusion pill given by the elders. It can help the disciples of Demon Blood Temple refine their blood and break through bottlenecks. Do you want it? A dangerous smile appeared on Deng Ning's face as he threw the blood fusion pill towards Lu Yan's sand and laughed wildly. If you want it, go in and pick it up. Let's see if you can come out alive. He knew that he couldn't keep the blood fusion pill under the joint attack of his two brothers, so he didn't want to give it away to others. Stop him! Jianghu shouted, seemingly about to attack Deng Ning to stop him, but in the next instant, his figure flickered and he turned around to chase after the blood fusion pill. Enji also made a feint as he chased after the blood fusion pill, the two of them surprisingly having the same goal at this moment. However, Deng Ning had used all his strength to send the blood fusion pill flying extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into Lu Yan's dark red energy barrier and disappeared. By the time Jianghu and Enji chased after it, they were already at their wits' end. For a time, Both of their faces went pale as they turned their heads and glared at Deng Ning in anger, murderous intent bursting from their eyes. No longer were they trying to persuade him, the two of them now wished they could tear Deng Ning into 10,000 pieces. Once the blood fusion pill was thrown into Lu Yan's sand field, it was impossible to retrieve it. Neither of them had any confidence that with their third order Saint King cultivation, they could enter this forbidden zone. On top of that, at this time, Lu Yan's sand field was extremely dangerous. Entering it now meant certain death. The moment Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, his figure had already fled in a hurry, wanting to leave this place. However, Yang Rong let out a fierce shout. His figure suddenly swayed and turned into a blood cloud. He flew above Deng Ning at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Deng Ning. Inside the blood cloud, an evil aura filled the air and a nauseating bloody smell filled the air. In an instant, Deng Ning's horrified voice rang out from the blood cloud. Demon body blood transformation. When did you cultivate it? He seemed to be shocked by the method Yang Rong had just displayed. His voice began to tremble. In the next moment, the sound of intense fighting and Deng Ning's muffled groans came from within the blood cloud. Yang Rong sneered, "Brother, I'm not that talented, but I've already started on the path 3 years ago." This was the first time he had used it against an enemy. "Junior brother Deng. Let's see where you can run to this time." As he spoke, he instructed, "Junior brother and kill that eyesore." Although the blood fusion pills are gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Deng still has the secret technique demonic blood thread in his hands. If you want it, then hurry up and do it. Originally, when Ji saw Yang Rong transform into a blood cloud and envelop Deng Ning, his expression sank. He never thought that his brother Yi would be so cunning. He had cultivated this secret technique 3 years ago but had never exposed it. And Ji couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. Now that the blood fusion pills were gone, and Ji had some thoughts of retreating. After all, even if he joined forces with Yang Rong to kill Deng Ning, he wouldn't be able to reap much benefits. But now that he heard Ji say that Deng Ning actually had the secret technique demonic blood thread, Ji was greatly tempted and hesitated. Didn't Yang Rong know what he was afraid of? Immediately, Ji shouted, "Junior brother and brother's demon body blood transformation consumes a lot of Saint Qi. Using it to deal with junior brother Deng is already quite difficult. You don't need to worry about me attacking you afterwards. What's more, with junior brother An's means, big brother won't go looking for trouble." And Ji pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, as if he had come to a decision, his expression immediately becoming firm as he nodded, "Good, then junior brother will join forces with big brother once more." Saying so, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At that moment, a flame rushed out from Lu Yen's sand and into Yang Kai's chest, causing Ji, who saw this scene, to frown and ask, "What was that?" "Nothing." Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought about it for a moment, and said, "If I said that I had nothing to do with that junior brother of yours and that I wasn't his helper, would you believe me?" "Do you think I wouldn't believe you?" And Ji coldly snorted. "If it were me, I wouldn't believe you either," Yang Kai said helplessly. Without mentioning Deng Ning's happy expression when he saw him and the fact that the two of them seemed to know each other, this was the Lu Yen sand field. Although it was still in the periphery, it was still extremely hot. For Yang Kai to appear here, if he wasn't Deng Ning's helper, how could he have come here to play? Except for when the Lu Yen sand field was open, no one was willing to approach this place at any other time. If Yang Rong and Ji weren't chasing Deng Ning this time, how could they have come to this place? As for Deng Ning, he was also at his wit's end, so he came here hoping to get away from his two senior brothers. How could he have known that the temptation of the blood fusion pill was too great for them to give up? By chance and coincidence, Kai Yang had been drawn into this dispute. "Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" And Ji didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and glanced at the battle inside the blood cloud, not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. On the contrary, the more intense the battle was, the better it would be for him. He couldn't wait for Deng Ning and Yang Rong to fight each other so that he could take advantage of the situation. "What's the difference?" Yang Kai grinned, not showing any fear. "The difference is very big. If you end it yourself, you can die a quick death, but if you want me to do it, heh. I don't think there's any difference. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "You're going to die anyway." And Ji was startled, but after understanding what Yang Kai was saying, his expression suddenly became fierce. "You talk big, no wonder Deng Ning asked you for help. I want to see how you're going to kill me." As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his body and his originally ordinary aura began to fill with a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood temple cultivator before, judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Rong and Ji, he could tell they both cultivated some kind of evil secret art, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an astonishing amount of malevolent chi. When this kind of aura was cultivated to the extreme, once it was released against an enemy, it would cause one's soul to tremble. Those with weak minds were likely to be affected by this kind of malevolent chi, causing them to lose their will to fight. It could be said that this kind of aura was a great advantage when fighting. But at the same time, this kind of malevolent chi could be easily restrained. As long as one's Saint Chi was strong enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden skeleton in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil chi, so he naturally had some understanding of this kind of thing. After Ji released his aura, he didn't attack and instead just stared at Yang Kai with interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he would look under his own malevolent chi. The other party's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, so Ji was naturally confident he could suppress him. Once he made his opponent lose their will to fight, he could play with him like a cat playing with a mouse and kill some time. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's expression didn't change at all after he gathered his evil chi and blasted it at the young man opposite him. Instead, he revealed a disdainful expression. He didn't have the comical expression of those people he had met before. And Ji couldn't help but be surprised. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. You really have some skills. I underestimated you." As he spoke, he withdrew his aura and a bloody light burst out from his body, as if blood was gushing out from his body. Soon, it condensed into a blood mist that twisted and transformed into a bloody hand that pushed straight towards Yang Kai. Azura Blood Hand. A secret technique of Demon Blood Temple that only disciples of Demon Blood Temple could cultivate. Although its power wasn't great, the malevolent chi contained in this bloody hand was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Once infected, one's blood would boil, making them suffer a fate worse than death. All the secret techniques of Demon Blood Temple generally had this kind of effect that was difficult to guard against, so on Shadowed Star, an average cultivator who encountered someone from Demon Blood Temple would either be too lazy or afraid to fight them, because there was no telling when they would suffer a big loss. At the same time as the Azura Blood Hand was pushed out, Ji flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a red beam of light that transformed into a blood red, all hidden behind the bloody hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Ji didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. From the other party's performance just now, it was obvious he wasn't weak, so Ji's plan was to test Yang Kai's depths. As the bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai simply threw out a punch, the black flames surrounding his fist giving off a scorching aura. When the two collided, the bloody hand was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, instantly being broken apart by the black flames. Even the blood-red light was suppressed by the black flames. The blood-red alls that followed the bloody hand also failed to hurt Yang Kai and were easily blocked by the several grand heavenly shields he condensed. Seeing this situation, Ji's expression froze for a moment before he immediately realized that the combat power of this second-order Saint King was not inferior to his own. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand and summoned out a blood-red short axe. This short axe had a strange shape, somewhat resembling an axe but more like a machete. It was red in color and gave off an astonishing murderous aura. With the short axe in hand, Ji's aura soared as he swung the weapon in his hand forward fiercely. A blood-red light shot out from the short axe and transformed into a blood-red blade that rushed towards Yang Kai. Immediately, Ji waved his short axe again and again, sending out blood-red blades one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of blood-red blades had gathered together and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he knew that his opponent was using his true strength. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he directly took out his purple shield and placed it in front of him. Although the purple shield had lost a great deal of its spirituality when Yang Kai subdued the artifact spirit, its defensive capabilities were still there, it was just unable to use its sandstorm function. Chapter 1252. As soon as Yang Kai summoned his shield, the countless blood blades had already arrived in front of him. The crescent-shaped blades slammed into the shield with earth-shattering sounds, the force of the collision even forcing Yang Kai back. Seeing this, Ji's expression not only did not show the slightest joy, but instead became much more dignified. Because his opponent's purple shield looked dim, but it was actually able to block his blood blades, it was obviously a high-grade origin-grade artifact. Seeing this, Ji began swinging his short axe even harder. As he swung his short axe, there seemed to be a mysterious force emanating from it, pulling the blood blades blocked by the purple shield back towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yuan control? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he quickly rejected this idea, because this Ji obviously didn't understand any Yuan control techniques. The fact that this blood blade could be manipulated by him to change direction should be the power of an artifact. Understanding this, Yang Kai sighed softly. Yang Kai had been defending all this time because he wanted to see what kind of shocking means this demon blood temple disciple had. After all, he still had to live on Shadowed Star in the future and would have to fight against these native cultivators in order to prepare himself if he ever encountered a cultivator from one of these forces in the future. But how could Yang Kai have known that although this Ji was a third-order Saint King, his Saint Chi was impure, and although the methods he used were somewhat strange, they didn't pose any threat to him? Immediately, Ji lost all interest in probing and put away his purple shield, exposing himself to the countless blood blades. Seeing this, Ji was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had given up on defending, he knew that this opportunity was now or never, so he waved his short axe fiercely, directing the countless blood blades to surround Yang Kai in an attempt to inflict serious damage. Yang Kai stared at him indifferently. The moment the blood blades touched his body, a jet black demonic flame burst from his body. This demonic flame was extremely hot, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters rose sharply. As soon as the blood blades touched the demonic flame, they immediately melted. It couldn't cut into the demonic flames at all. Ji was shocked, but before he could make a move, Yang Kai had already rushed to his side like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, the power of the pitch-black demonic flames surged. It directly wrapped Ji in it. Sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. Ji's screams were mixed with panic and fear. This opponent's dark flames seemed to restrain his evil Saint Chi. Being shrouded in his opponent's aura, Yang Kai couldn't display much of his strength. If it weren't for his 1 to 2 defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been killed in an instant. A second-order Saint King? Ji was completely dumbfounded. Could this be a return to Void Stage cultivator in disguise? While Yang Kai and Ji were fighting, Yang Rong and Deng Ning were also engaged in a life-or-death battle. Deng Ning was wrapped in the blood cloud and using all of his means, he was barely able to protect himself, but he could only delay his opponent for half a stick of incense worth of time. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Deng Ning felt that he was doomed. His junior brother's demon god transformation blood secret technique had reached an extremely high level and was not something he could resist. Just as Deng Ning was panicking, Yang Rong suddenly withdrew some of the power of the blood cloud, greatly reducing the pressure on Deng Ning. Overjoyed, Deng Ning immediately used all of his means to regain some of his momentum. At the same time, Yang Rong's voice passed through the blood cloud. "Junior Brotherin, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man and come help." Although he heard Ji's shouts, Yang Rong thought that Ji was deliberately stalling for time so that he and Deng Ning would both suffer heavy losses. What he didn't know was that Ji didn't even have time to answer his question at this moment, his face extremely pale as he was being beaten by Yang Kai. It was precisely because Yi Yangrong was so suspicious that he didn't use his full strength to deal with Deng Ning, instead saving some strength to compete with Ji for Deng Ning's inheritance. For a time, a strange atmosphere filled the two battlefields. One side was unwilling to use their full strength while the other side was sweating profusely. But soon, the situation became clear. After Ji and Yang Kai fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time, Ji let out a pitiful cry and his figure was sent flying backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair, his face ashen as his eyes filled with horror. The moment Ji flew backwards, Yang Kai's figure also followed closely behind, not waiting for him to fall to the ground before punching him in the chest. Ji only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before his chest caved in and his eyes gradually lost their light. Soon after, his body exploded in midair. On the other side, after hearing Ji's scream, Yi Yangrong's heart skipped a beat and he looked over, just in time to see Ji's body explode, crying out in alarm, "How is this possible?" The moment of shock caused his blood cloud to tremble, but Deng Ning took this opportunity to escape, standing to the side in a sorry state, panting as he looked at the blood cloud and then at Yang Kai, who was drawing back his fist, with a touch of disbelief, joy, and fear in his eyes. Ji had died and Deng Ning had escaped, so Yi Yangrong also knew that something was wrong. The blood cloud he had transformed into wriggled and revealed his body, frowning as he looked at Yang Kai in silence. "If you dare move, I'll kill you." Yang Kai shook off the blood on his hand, raised his head, and glanced over at Yi Yangrong faintly, like a butcher staring at a lamb in a pen, causing Yi Yangrong to feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. Although the other party had only said a few threatening words, Yi Yangrong inexplicably felt that he really had the ability to do so, so he really didn't move. Opening his mouth, Yi Yangrong wanted to say something, but before he could, he was interrupted by Deng Ning. Deng Ning cupped his fist to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. "This friend, many thanks for saving me." His expression was sincere. Obviously he was sincerely thanking Yang Kai. After all, even if he was a disciple of Demon Blood Temple, having his life saved would still be grateful. "It's none of your business," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He didn't have much of a good impression of this Deng Ning. After all, when this guy was being chased by his two brothers, he had still flown over to him, obviously trying to drag him into this mess. Moreover, before, Yi Yangrong and Ji suspected that Yang Kai was a helper arranged by Deng Ning, and Yang Kai didn't deny it. If it had been any other second-order Saint King, how could they have survived? They would only have died unjustly. However, thinking about it from Deng Ning's perspective, Yang Kai would likely have done the same if he had been in Deng Ning's shoes, so although he didn't like Deng Ning's approach, he didn't intend to pursue it. The other party was only trying to save his own life, so how could he have cared so much at that time? Being choked by Yang Kai's words, Deng Ning's expression became somewhat awkward, but he didn't continue to dwell on this issue and instead said with a solemn expression, "Friend, can you help this Deng to the end? If you help this Deng kill this heartless and unscrupulous person, this Deng will definitely repay you generously." As soon as these words came out, Yi Yangrong's face changed greatly as he realized that this second-order Saint King really wasn't a helper arranged by Deng Ning, causing his intestines to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have asked Ji to use him to deal with Yang Kai? Yi Yangrong would have preferred to send him away sooner, but regretting it now was useless. Ji had already been killed by him, and the other party was still glaring at him with a disgruntled look, clearly annoyed that he had been involved in this inexplicable dispute. Seeing how this young man was able to kill Ji in half a cup of tea's time, if he had really joined forces with Deng Ning, how could he have survived? Yi Yangrong's heart suddenly became uneasy as he stared nervously at Yang Kai, secretly worried about what kind of answer he would give him. To his pleasant surprise though, Yang Kai just rolled his eyes and glanced at Deng Ning before shaking his head and saying, "I have no interest in intervening in the grievances between you brother and junior brother." Yi Yangrong's expression relaxed. Just as he thought he had escaped this disaster, Deng Ning suddenly said, "Friend, we are disciples of Demon Blood Temple. You killed my brother, and so if you let Yang Rong go back, this matter will inevitably be exposed. At that time, I'm afraid you will be in some trouble. Do you want me to kill you all to silence you?" Yang Kai grinned, his eyes sweeping over Deng Ning and Yang Rong a few times, a look of malicious intent appearing on his face, causing both of their hearts to beat wildly. At this moment, Yang Rong was already cursing Deng Ning in his heart, hating him for speaking without thinking, but hearing the other party say this made him happy, so he quickly said, "Junior brother Deng, this friend doesn't seem to be easy to talk to. How about we temporarily put aside our internal grievances and join forces to deal with him?" Deng Ning sneered and refused without even thinking about it. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining forces with people like you." After refusing Yang Rong, Deng Ning turned to Yang Kai and said solemnly, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you want to silence me, but if this friend wants to kill me as well, then I have nothing to say. After all, if you hadn't intervened, I would have died this time as well, but even if I die, I won't let this person off so easily." Deng Ning stared at Yang Rong with a ferocious grin, as if being forced to abandon the blood fusion pill had driven Deng Ning crazy. "You're crazy!" Yang Rong was shocked and retreated again and again. But just as he took a step back, a divine sense pressure that caused him to pale suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, the defenses of his knowledge sea were instantly broken and a spiritual energy attack penetrated his knowledge sea. Yang Rong instantly began sweating profusely, knowing that if he moved again his knowledge sea would definitely be attacked. The strength of this divine sense was not inferior to that of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was not something he could resist. Immediately, Yang Rong no longer dared to move and instead stared at Yang Kai in fear, his eyes trembling violently, unable to believe that such a divine sense attack could be sent out by such a person. After tearing apart the defenses of this man's knowledge sea and giving him a warning, Yang Kai didn't rush to kill him but instead looked at Deng Ning with interest and suddenly said, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what kind of reward can you give me?" Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yang Rong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now, he had killed Nji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique? I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Rong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yang Rong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered, "Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique?" Yang Rong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him, even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yang Rong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time, you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yang Rong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yi Yangrong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the demon blood thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now?" This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp, and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all, so he used the demon blood thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the demon blood thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. "If friend is still not satisfied, I can. No need, the demon blood thread secret technique is fine." Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yi Yangrong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "Go ahead," Yang Kai suddenly said to Deng Ning faintly. Deng Ning was startled, thinking that Yang Kai wanted to help him from the side, so he didn't ask any questions. Turning around, his blood qi surged madly as he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and transforming into a short spear. Deng Ning grabbed this short spear in one hand and rushed in front of Yi Yangrong, stabbing it forward with a ferocious look on his face. What happened next shocked him greatly. He clearly saw that Yi Yangrong wanted to dodge, but for some unknown reason, a look of pain appeared on his senior brother's face and his Saint Qi stagnated for a moment before his figure froze in place, unable to move. Deng Ning's short spear easily pierced through Yang Rong's heart and came out of his body. Blood spurted out as a look of horror appeared on Yi Yangrong's face. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, he seemed to want to pull it out of his body, but his strength was rapidly draining away and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely drained. Deng Ning was once again stunned on the spot until Yi Yangrong's body fell from the sky, making a loud noise as it hit the ground, waking him from his daze. Deng Ning was certain that the reason why his brother was unable to fight back when facing his blow just now was because this second-order Saint King young man had done something. Does he really have such ability? Deng Ning didn't think he was too weak, but he hadn't even figured out when this young man had done something, or what he had done, yet he had still managed to win this battle. Didn't this mean that if this young man wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye? Thinking so, Deng Ning couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as his heart began to tremble. When he saw Yang Kai kill Ji, Deng Ning understood that the other party was an elite from some great force, but it wasn't until now that he realized that this young man was simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but after a moment, Deng Ning turned around, his face calm as usual, only his eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. Laughing heartily, Deng Ning flew down from the sky and took the initiative to arrive in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists and saying, "Friend, many thanks. When I saw you in Luyan's desert, I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems I was right." Yang Kai nodded faintly but didn't say anything. Unable to see Yang Kai's mood, Deng Ning's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what this young man's temperament was like, but he was afraid that he would say something that would make him unhappy. Hurriedly remembering their previous agreement, Deng Ning quickly pulled out a secret tome made from animal hide from his space ring and politely handed it over with both hands. "This secret tome records my religion's demon blood thread secret technique, but because this one's contributions are shallow, I wasn't able to obtain the complete secret technique, only the first half. What's more, this is a copy of the original secret tome, not the original. However, it's not the slightest bit different from the original." Saying so, Deng Ning carefully observed Yang Kai's expression. After all, The reward he was offering was somewhat different from what they had agreed on before, so Deng Ning was still a little worried. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at Deng Ning before silently taking the secret tome and throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. For Yang Kai, there was no difference between half of the demon blood thread secret technique and the complete one. After all, he didn't really want to cultivate this secret tome, so he didn't care that Deng Ning had concealed something from him before. Seeing Yang Kai put away the secret tome and show no intention of pursuing the matter, Deng Ning couldn't help feeling relieved. Does your demon blood temple allow its disciples to copy this secret technique? Yang Kai looked at Deng Ning and asked with a smile. Deng Ning chuckled meaningfully, "Of course not, but I've always had a photographic memory since I was a child, so, friend, you understand." Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. "I haven't asked for friend's name yet?" Deng Ning asked solemnly. Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, but still reported his name. Deng Ning nodded and said, "This one is Deng Ning, a disciple of Demon Blood Temple. Presumably, Brother Yang already knows. And Brother Yang may rest assured that what happened here will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and I, absolutely no third person, otherwise, this Deng will suffer a heart demon backlash and never be able to break through to the origin returning realm." Hearing him make such a vow, Yang Kai looked at him with some surprise. Although this kind of vow was only made casually, if he didn't abide by it, it would create a barrier in the depths of his heart and perhaps cause his heart demon to flare up just as he was about to break through. As such, Deng Ning believed him. "I'm not worried, but two of your fellow disciples died here. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome, right?" Yang Kai glanced over at the two corpses. When Deng Ning heard this, his expression was extremely stunned as he looked at Yang Kai strangely before asking tentatively, "Brother Yang, is this the first time you've heard of our demon blood temple?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Deng Ning didn't dare to pretend to be mysterious and quickly said, "It seems that this is really the first time Brother Yang has heard of our demon blood temple. No wonder. Brother Yang may rest assured, the death of two fellow disciples isn't a big deal. Our demon blood temple does not forbid internal strife. In fact, we even encourage it. On top of that, there are many disciples in our temple, so it doesn't matter if a few people die." Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. Sure enough, this world was so big that there was nothing that couldn't be found. How could there be such a fickle sect? What's more, it was actually able to survive until now. Deng Ning's chatterbox seemed to have opened up. "Our temple basically has a small disturbance every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. Each time, it is an internal dispute, and each time, blood flows like a river and many people die. This is a fact that is well known throughout Shadowed Star." "Then why haven't you been annihilated yet?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Brother Yang must be joking." Deng Ning's mouth twitched. "Because our temple's secret art encourages more killing. Moreover, internal strife may greatly increase the strength of those who survive. After each internal strife, countless disciples of our temple will break through their shackles and break through to the next realm, so the annihilation of our temple has never happened before." Deng Ning smiled reluctantly as he patiently explained. Yang Kai was confused and didn't bother to continue asking, instead asking, "So, this is your demon blood temple's territory? How far is it from Heavenly Fate City?" "Heavenly Fate City?" Deng Ning was startled when he heard this but immediately understood. "So Brother Yang is a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. No wonder your methods are so profound. This one admires you greatly." Chapter 1254. Hearing Yang Kai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Deng Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Deng Ning changed the subject. "Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by Star Shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive." "So far?" Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, It had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now, it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Deng Ning immediately fell silent, but soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. And, because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience, Deng Ning explained with a smile. Deng Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Deng Ning's life was still useful, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Deng Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Deng was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Deng has a use for him, this Deng is overjoyed. "How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Deng Ning will." Deng Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing Ji and helping him kill Yi Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him, so he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Deng Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Deng Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Deng Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood qi. This was the blood fusion pill that Deng Ning had thrown into Lu Yen's sand. These three Saint King Realm brothers from Demon Blood Temple had not hesitated to fight over this treasure. Yang Kai was naturally curious, so when Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai immediately had the artifact spirit rush back and quietly wrap it up. Others couldn't enter the Lu Yen sand, but that didn't mean the artifact spirit couldn't. The artifact spirit itself was born from the Earth Lung Fire Pawn's core fire attribute artifact spirit and had been roasted in that stone room for tens of thousands of years, so how could it care about the heat of Lu Yen sand? The streak of fire that Ji saw fly into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that had returned after successfully obtaining the blood fusion pill. Although Ji hadn't examined it carefully, from the towering blood qi contained in the blood fusion pill, it was obvious that refining this kind of thing was something similar to a blood sacrifice. On top of that, this pill also contained a great deal of malevolent qi, so it wasn't something just anyone could take. It was likely that only the disciples of Demon Blood Temple would be of great use to it. This kind of malevolent qi was not harmful to the disciples of Demon Blood Temple and could instead help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai had asked the artifact spirit to take it back simply because he was an alchemist and wanted to study it out of curiosity, nothing else. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating this matter, Deng Ning had arrived in front of Yi Yang Rong's body. Unlike what Yang Kai had expected, Deng Ning didn't directly destroy the corpse. Instead, Deng Ning sat down cross-legged in front of the corpse and used some kind of secret technique to do so. Soon, a burst of wailing and howling filled the air as the blood qi around Yi Yangrong's body soared. About half an hour later, Yi Yangrong's body was reduced to a pile of bones while Deng Ning took out a crimson pill similar to the blood fusion pill. Deng Ning glanced at this pill with a satisfied expression before storing it into his space ring, as if he had gained a great harvest. Only then did he smash the pile of bones into smithereens. Taking the initiative to pick up the space rings that Yi Yangrong and Ji had dropped on the ground, Deng Ning walked back. When he found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Yang must be joking. I won't hide it from Brother Yang. For Demon Blood Temple's disciples, their fellow sect members are all living human medicines that can help them improve their cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't prohibit infighting." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, sweating profusely. "So you're saying that I made you waste a pill like that?" He had smashed Nji's body into smithereens, so Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Nji's corpse to refine such a pill. It doesn't matter. This Deng is already very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect doesn't prohibit infighting, it's extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level. Who knows when you'll fail miserably? There are countless people who have died from counterattacks by fellow disciples in the sect. Therefore, even if the sect doesn't prohibit it, if there isn't too much friction, we won't easily act. Deng Ning didn't dare to argue with Yang Kai and quickly changed the subject. "These are the space rings of my two brothers. There should be some good things inside, but these things are probably useless to Brother Yang. However, Yang Kai can use the Saint crystals inside. They have a lot of Saint crystals, at least a few 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him and waved his hand. "No need, you can keep these two space rings for yourself. Consider it my payment for using your Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning had deliberately reminded his fellow sect brothers that these things were useless to Yang Kai, so how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As for the hundreds of thousands of Saint crystals, Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes, so he simply generously gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed and modestly refused a few times, but none of them were as good as Yang Kai's. In the end, he happily put them away and even wore the two space rings on his finger, as if he didn't mind others knowing that he had killed two of his fellow sect brothers. With this matter settled, Deng Ning and Yang Kai summoned their star shuttles and flew off towards Demon Blood City 10,000 kilometers away. Along the way, Deng Ning deliberately talked to Yang Kai, trying to inquire about his status in Shadow Moon Hall, but Yang Kai was very tight-lipped, so how could Deng Ning easily find out? However, the topic was quickly changed by Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai finally understood why he vaguely felt like he had heard his voice somewhere before when he saw him in Lu Yan's desert. It turned out that both of them had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction held in Heavenly Fate City before Lu Yan's desert opened. At that auction, Deng Ning had bid on behalf of the Demon Blood Sect's elders several times. The topic immediately shifted to the grandeur of that auction. Deng Ning greatly admired the endless treasures at that auction, a look of longing appearing on his face. Little did he know that the most valuable items were actually all auctioned off by Yang Kai. As the pair chatted along the way, time passed quickly and soon, a magnificent city appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Deng Ning quickly took the initiative to introduce this place to Yang Kai, telling him that this was Demon Blood City and that Demon Blood Temple was located in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers outside the city. Although Demon Blood Temple itself was an evil sect, the cultivator who appeared in Demon Blood City came from all over Shadowed Star, so it was quite lively. On the surface, it didn't look much different from other cities. However, many of the cultivator who walked through the city had a gloomy and indifferent aura about them. Clearly the secret arts they cultivated were extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering Demon Blood City, which had become the demon race, Yang Kai discovered many such people. Most of them had cold and indifferent looks on their faces and exuded an unpleasant aura. Obviously, they didn't like dealing with others, all of them in a hurry and seemed to be very busy. Inside Demon Blood City, there were many shops, and business was booming. Many great forces would set up their businesses here, firstly to communicate with Demon Blood Temple and secondly to inquire about information from all sides. After Deng Ning led Yang Kai into Demon Blood City, he walked through the wide streets with great familiarity, constantly introducing him to the local customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking for half a day in the city, the two arrived in front of a huge palace. "We're here. This is Demon Blood City Space Array." Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning realm masters. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside," Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all. None of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sex space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him, but now, this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time. Please come with me, everything has been taken care of." "Good." Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyun City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank Saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King Realm Masters. The 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yang Kai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yang Kai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, is this the person you want to vouch for?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Lu. This is a good friend of mine." Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good friend?" The old man surnamed Lu smiled wryly, as if the word "good friend" had touched a nerve in him. "From Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Lu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Lu." The old man surnamed Lu saw that Yang Kai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. "Although my Demon Blood Temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Martial Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple's space array isn't a big deal. However, Martial Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Bluestone City, paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points?" Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Martial Nephew's life, so 30 contribution points are nothing." A life-saving grace? The old man surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted, "A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake?" Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. "And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate City to participate in the auction. Heh, could it be because of that time?" The old man surnamed Lu seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yang Kai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain, "Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate City, but in Lu Yen Sandfield. I just happened to save him once. It has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength." Lu Yen Sandfield? You also went to Lu Yen Sandfield? Why didn't you go back with Qian Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now? The old man surnamed Lu was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Qian and the others, Yang Kai replied faintly. "Oh." The old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you gained a lot in Lu Yen Sandfield." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man surnamed Lu. "This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things. I hope Senior will kindly accept them." When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yang Kai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded. "Not bad, no wonder Martial Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person, and will surely become a great person in the future." "All right, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now." After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, "Martial Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Blue Stone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass." "Do you think I need you to remind me of that?" The old man surnamed Lu coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man surnamed Lu said, "This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple's side, which should be enough for you to use." "Junior understands." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Stand on it, I'll open the space array." The old man surnamed Lu waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink." "Good, if Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host," Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, but being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the Origin returning realm masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The Origin returning realm master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. Demon Blood Temple cultivators. Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, "This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you." Junior understands? Yang Kai nodded. The Origin returning realm master waved his hand and all the hostility disappeared, the Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Blue Stone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Blue Stone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Blue Stone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Fortunately, he was only a month away from Heavenly Fate City, several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he could afford to delay his journey. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop the Star Shuttle, diverting some of his attention to control the Star Shuttle as he began to inspect his harvest from Lu Yen Sandfield. Since entering Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai had encountered a lot of opportunities and had obtained a lot of good things on this trip, but as for how to use these things, he still had to think about it carefully. After inspecting his harvest, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he was secretly shocked by his harvest. After inspecting his harvest from Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai began to investigate the blood fusion pill. Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Yang Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Lu Yan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Yang Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked and he had become the target of Yi Yang Rong and Enji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and yang existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Yang Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and yang demonic flame, This cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Yang Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning had given him. Yang Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future. Because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Yang Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Yang Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate City, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai left for the Lu Yen sand field and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. There were also some buildings that looked like pavilions. Although there weren't many of them, they were connected together to form a large expanse. There were also a few figures shuttling back and forth among these buildings. Is this really Dragon Cave Mountain? Yang Kai even suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in front of some sect, but there was no doubt that Heavenly Fate City was just 50 kilometers away. When Yang Kai passed by this place just now, he had been considering whether he should go see Qian Tong and report his safety. Although the scene in front of him was still quite different from that of a great sect, Yang Kai still found it hard to believe that such earth-shaking changes could take place in just a year. Such a transformation was definitely due to yang inflammation. The spirit-gathering array she had arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable spirit array that blocked his divine sense from wandering around. There were even several hidden places that his divine sense could not explore, including the cave where he had been meditating. Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was no worse than a second-order origin returning realm masters, but even his divine sense was unable to explore this place. Yang Kai estimated that even if the top masters on Shadowed Star came here, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to see what was going on. Yang inflammation had really done it. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little absent-minded. Before he went to the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Inflammation had said that she wanted to arrange a massive spirit array across the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, so how could he have known that it would only take a short time for it to reach such a scale? Yang Kai did not know whether this project had been completed or not, but if it had not, it would have been a really big investment. However, there should not be many of the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals left, right? To arrange such a huge spirit array, the materials consumed must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. While Yang Kai was investigating the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a few weak divine senses rushed out and quickly returned after making contact with Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain and directly hit the void in front of Yang Kai. Strangely, it was as if an invisible door had opened in front of Yang Kai and the omnipresent world energy around him parted on its own accord, forming a straight passage that was impossible to see with the naked eye. This passage led straight to the heart of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that the other side must have discovered his figure, so without hesitation he strode inside. While walking, Yang Kai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yen, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yen were Wu Yi, Yufeng, and the others. Chang Qi and Haowen were also among them. Yang Kai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luo Qing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Lu Yen Sand Field had been closed for half a year, yet Yang Kai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yen was worried about Yang Kai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yang Kai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? It could be said that Yang Kai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yufeng and the others were the same. As for Luo Qing, he should have been ordered by Qian Tong to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai. "You're back." Yang Yen ran over to Yang Kai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly. Wu Yi, Yufeng, and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tongxian Realm. But at this moment he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tongxian Realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yang Kai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu Yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Qing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yen's sand field closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately, they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." "Half a year?" Yang Kai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Qian Tong's concern, Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists to Luo Qing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yen's sand field. When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat, so I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Qian to worry." Luo Qing laughed. "Brother Yang, if Elder Qian knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy." "You're safe, everything is fine. Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations." Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai, but after discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yen's sand field, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yen's sand field and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was the real leader here. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Chapter 1257. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Now that Yang Kai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't try to keep him and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them. Otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future." Yang Inflammation smiled triumphantly. "Naturally, I'll tell you, but you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate and cultivate, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yufeng, Chang Qi, and Howen had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation was able to discover Yang Kai's return immediately. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yang Kai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Yang Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Yang Inflammation's spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang, Yang's and Yang's Yang. Bringing Yang Yen back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yang Kai could bring his friends and family from Tong Xian realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of Saint Crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yang Kai. "The 100 million Saint Crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million Saint Crystals foreign Elder Chang brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer." Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint Crystals? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Qi, immediately understanding that Chang Qi must have obtained so many Saint Crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yen Sand Field. It seemed that Chang Qi had been mining there since Yang Kai left and had not come out until Lu Yen Sand Field closed, otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint Crystals. "These Saint Crystals are just a loan from foreign Elder Chang. I'll return them when I have more in the future." Chang Qi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. "Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chang one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint Crystals, if it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint Crystal lode and obtained so many Saint Crystals? At least half of these Saint crystals belong to you, and if it weren't for you, this old master and old Hao would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint crystals, with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side, "That's right, Yang Kai, you accepted me and old Chang before Lu Yen's sand field opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chang and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them, so he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Chang Chi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the Origin Returning Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin Returning Realm. Chang Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly. "Even with that thing, old Hao and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chang Chi and Howen exchanged a glance, both of them feeling quite moved, not saying anything as they secretly looked forward to it. Dragon Cave Mountain's financial resources were tight, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy. He had also harvested several million Saint crystals from the underground lode, so he immediately took them out and handed them over to Wu Yi for her to distribute. Yang Kai also took out the artifact refining materials he had plundered from the stone chambers of the Earth Lung Fire Pond and handed them over to Yang Yen. When Yang Yen saw these materials, he was naturally overjoyed and put them all into his space ring. In this way, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have to worry about Saint crystals and materials in the short term. As long as they weren't as extravagant as Yang Yen at the beginning, they would be able to support themselves for a long time. Because Yang Kai had just returned from the Lu Yen Desert, even if everyone had a lot to say, they didn't want to disturb his rest, so after chatting for a while about the future development of Dragon Cave Mountain, everyone took their leave. Yang Kai returned to the cave he had lived in before and sat down to meditate. Today, this cave had become one of Dragon Cave Mountain's restricted areas. Yang Yen and the stone mongoose had worked together to hollow out all the stone chambers and connect them into a huge cave mansion. There were also many small stone rooms carved out inside this cave for Yang Kai's personal use. The Haiku family cultivator lived in the newly built loft outside. Almost everyone had a place they were satisfied with. The world energy aura here was naturally richer than anywhere else. Not long after Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, the ground wriggled and a small head popped out. This head had sharp edges, a nose and mouth that looked very strange and stiff, but a pair of eyes that were lively and intelligent. The stone mongoose. With a thought, Yang Kai beckoned to it. The charmingly naive stone mongoose quickly rushed out of the ground and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder, sitting there as if it was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai carefully looked at the stone mongoose and was surprised to find that after more than a year, this little thing had changed a lot. When it was first born, its body was gray and looked as inconspicuous as a rock. But now, its body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was born with a layer of sturdy and exquisite battle armor. Yang Kai swept this battle armor with his divine sense and was secretly shocked because he found that this layer of the stone mongoose's battle armor was extremely tough. Even if he punched it with his full strength, he might not be able to break through this layer of battle armor. Did the stone mongoose evolve on its own, or did it evolve from yang inflammation? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the stone mongoose seemed to have thought of something and scratched its head with its small paw before opening its mouth and spitting out space spirit crystals one after another. It was a miraculous sight. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of space spirit crystals had formed in front of Yang Kai. There were at least a few thousand of them. Yang Kai did not know where the stone mongoose stored these things, but yang inflammation had told him that the stone mongoose's stomach was born with the ability to store things, which was why it could constantly devour and refine ores. This was also its divine technique. These are the last of the space spirit crystals produced by the underground space spirit crystal lode. A pleasant voice came from the side and yang inflammation appeared in the stone room at some unknown time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised, as if he already knew she was here, simply nodding and putting these space spirit crystals into the black book space. But I kept a third of them, hee. Yang inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally, they have a great use. Yang inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out? Yang inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. And there are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Yang inflammation and asked solemnly, Yang inflammation, I want to ask you a question, answer me honestly. Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded, okay. Are you the owner of this body? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Yang inflammation's heart. Chapter 1258. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang inflammation was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked, somewhat depressed. Yang inflammation kept waving her hands, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, then you are proficient in beauty-enhancing techniques and are actually not as young as you appear on the surface, but rather an old woman who has lived for thousands of years? Yang Yen, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and the smile on her face disappeared. Glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, she grit her teeth and declared, I can answer you, I'm definitely not some old woman who has lived for thousands of years. That's true. Yang Kai gently nodded. If Yang inflammation had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience couldn't be so simple. Judging from all the contact he had with Yang inflammation in the past, it didn't seem like she had lived for that long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking as a look of panic appeared on her face. After a long time she asked, You want to ask if I've seized this body, right? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Only someone who had seized this body could explain why Yang inflammation was so young yet so proficient in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. A person's energy was limited. Although Yang Kai's attainments in alchemy were not shallow, he didn't have much energy to study other things unless he gave up on his own path of cultivation. Yang inflammation, on the other hand, had great attainments in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. The artifacts she refined and the spirit arrays she arranged were far superior to the overall level of Shadowed Star in terms of refinement and practicality. How did she accomplish this? There was no shortage of geniuses in this world, but even if Yang inflammation was a genius, given her age, it was impossible for her to have reached such heights, which was why Yang Kai asked this question. Have you been suspecting this for a long time? Yang inflammation looked at Yang Kai and asked. Ever since I found out that you're a formation grandmaster, I've been thinking that way. But don't worry, whether you're a possession or not has nothing to do with me. I know you. It's the soul in your body. I don't care about the souls from before, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Yan smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "You're not the only one who has such doubts. Sometimes I don't understand it myself, but I don't look like I've been possessed. Because of my childhood memories and my experiences today. They all existed in his mind without a single difference, and there was no second person's thoughts. That's impossible. Then which great master have you worshipped, so you're proficient in artifact refining and spirit arrays?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had no doubts about Yang Inflammation's words. Yang Yan slowly shook her head as she bit her red lip, her two small hands fiddling with her black robes uneasily, a look of hesitation and struggle appearing on her face. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, "If I told you that the reason I know artifact refining and spirit arrays is because I was born with them, would you believe me?" "How is that possible?" Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly, "But that's the truth, I really was born with this knowledge. These artifact refining and spirit arrays seem to have been sealed in my mind, and as I continue to refine artifacts and arrange spirit arrays, this sealed knowledge is slowly being unsealed, allowing me to understand more and more mysterious artifact refining and spirit arrays." Sometimes, when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it's strange? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason, so there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yan herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Yang Kai couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Yang Kai, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now?" "Origin grade high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later I will be able to refine Origin King grade artifacts." When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good, help me refine this." Yang Kai took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier?" An Origin grade mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow. But at least I managed to turn danger into safety," Yang Kai grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an Origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand and a piece of red crystal the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. "It should be a fire crystal stone." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast, Immediately, Yang Kai gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Lu Yen sand field. While Yang Kai was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Yang Kai finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." An internal spirit array? Yang Kai's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. And it's natural, a very mysterious spirit array. Yang Inflammation smiled. "This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core." Yang Kai nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged this spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yen put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. This. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood sword grass seed. Yang Inflammation saw this thing and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Blood sword grass. It really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Lu Yan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. Is this thing very famous? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks. Is that terrifying? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. It's a pity there was only one seed if there were more. Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. A pity? Yang Inflammation sneered. Not at all, one seed is enough. Blood sword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed, and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the blood sword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, so it won't be harmful. I understand, Yang Kai nodded before taking out 2 more things from his space ring. Chapter 1259. One of them was a 3-meter-long bone as thick as a baby's arm, like a crystal-clear jade pillar. At first glance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. The other was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but inside it was a small green snake that seemed to be alive. As for the little green snake, it exuded an extremely weak soul fluctuation, but it contained a strong sense of majesty. As soon as this round bead appeared, A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, a different kind of pressure spread out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Inflammation raised her head in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon, her attention was attracted by the white bone and bead in front of her. Observing carefully, her expression also changed, an extremely complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, sometimes surprise, sometimes suspicion, sometimes shock. After a long time, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these two things are? Yang Kai felt his lips go a little dry. Even though he had obtained these two things and kept them in his space ring for so long, he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You were even able to obtain a dragon bone and dragon bead. I really don't know where you went in the Luyan Desert. Yang Inflammation bit her red lips. It was obvious that she was also very excited now, but she had suppressed her emotions. Are they really dragon bone and dragon bead? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Although Yang Kai had some doubts when he obtained them from the underground Saint Crystal Lode, when Yang Inflammation confirmed they were dragon bone and dragon bone, he still couldn't believe it. They are indeed dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but grin. In a carefree mood, Yang Inflammation also seemed to be happy that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, giggling along with him. After a while, when Yang Kai's mood calmed down, Yang Inflammation's smile faded and she asked, "What are you going to do with them? Can it be refined into an artifact? I just happen to be lacking an offensive artifact." Yang Kai had already made up his mind and naturally asked immediately. Yang Kai didn't care about ordinary offensive artifacts. Even if it was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, it might not be as powerful as his own attack. As for an origin king-grade artifact, Yang Kai was unable to display its full power with his current strength. But now, there was such a dragon bone. If a dragon pearl could be refined into an offensive artifact, his combat effectiveness would rise again. Although the 100 Mountains picture was not bad, when Yang Kai used it, the 100 Mountains picture was not bad. Somehow, he felt that something was off. Difficult. This was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Yang Inflammation, who seemed to be omnipotent, heard his question. He actually shook his head slowly. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly reveal a disappointed expression. I'm not saying that I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, its value would be greatly reduced. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and asked. This dragon bone is the bone of a true dragon. It contains incredible power and divine technique. Judging from the color of the dragon soul in this dragon pearl, it should be the bone of a wood attribute true dragon. I don't know what kind of power it contains, but it can be said that it is already an extraordinary artifact. If I were to refine it, it would inevitably be contaminated with my aura, and if you were to use it, you wouldn't be able to display its full power. Of course, if I were an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner now, I wouldn't have such concerns, but unfortunately, with my current level, it is still very difficult for me to refine it completely. Then what should I do? Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. Wait until you grow to an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before refining it? Yang Inflammation frowned and did not answer for a while, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The Saint Chi in your body is also of the Yang attribute, right? Not really, but it used to be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that his Saint Chi had been transformed, the attribute of his demonic flame was really difficult to determine. It was constantly changing and extremely strange, so this Yang Inflammation problem really stumped him. Circulate your Saint Chi and let me see, Yang Inflammation ordered, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Chi and transformed his demonic flame into an extremely hot attribute. Yang Inflammation's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands with a smile. No problem, it seems your luck is really good. If it were any other cultivator who obtained this dragon bone and dragon pearl, I may have had to wait until I became an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before I could refine it. But if your Saint Qi is also so hot, you can refine it yourself. Refine it myself? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, you can refine it yourself, and there are also great benefits to doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it or display its full power, as time passes and your strength grows, the power this dragon bone can display will also become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it can even become an artifact that connects your soul to your very being, Yang Inflammation explained excitedly. But I'm not an artifact refiner, how can I refine it? Yang Kai was still confused. You don't need to be an artifact refiner because it is already an artifact by itself, so there's no need for you to refine anything. All you need to do is refine it. I'll teach you a set of secret arts to refine it, there won't be any problems. This is also possible? Kai Yang was overjoyed, and in an instant he was full of energy again. And you also obtained the dragon soul and dragon bead. If you can refine the dragon soul and dragon bead into this dragon bone, I really can't imagine what this dragon bone will become. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up, faintly revealing a hint of madness, as if she couldn't wait to see the scene of this dragon bone being refined. So no longer hesitating, she passed on the secret arts to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and immediately asking if he didn't understand, Yang Inflammation patiently explained it to him. The secret arts to refine this dragon bone wasn't difficult, and it only took Yang Kai 2 hours to memorize it. Once he had time to slowly comprehend it, he could begin refining the dragon bone. After passing on the secret arts to Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation thought for a moment and said, "If you're not in a hurry, I can lend you my artifact refining furnace. Although my crafting furnace is not very good, but with its help, you will be able to refine it quickly. After all, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood." Artifact refining furnace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. "I have one." "You have an artifact refining furnace?" Yang Inflammation was stunned, smiling. "You're not an artifact refiner, how could you have an artifact refining furnace?" "Oh, I got it in Lu Yan's desert, and it seems to be quite extraordinary," Yang Kai said, while taking out the small artifact refining furnace. When Yang Inflammation saw this small artifact refining furnace, she didn't show any surprise. She only felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a little strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this artifact refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed to come alive. It quickly swam around the surface of the furnace. Immediately, it turned into a red firebird. It flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and the air was filled with a scorching and pure fire aura. "Artifact spirit!" Yang Inflammation exclaimed in shock. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at the artifact spirit, full of shock and eagerness. The artifact spirit also seemed to see Yang Inflammation's malicious intent, so after hovering midair, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, its 3 long tail feathers dragging behind it as it used its sharp beak to comb its feathers while staring at Yang Inflammation vigilantly with its 2 small eyes. Yang Yen was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with longing. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai not becoming an artifact refiner was a big loss. The Saint Qi in his body was qualified, his divine sense was strong enough, and he had the stone mongoose as his strongest assistant. Now, he even had an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, one that was obviously Origin King grade. Infuriating. Yang Inflammation compared Yang Kai's possessions to her own and couldn't help feeling discouraged. Now that this artifact spirit had obviously been subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted this artifact refining furnace, she couldn't. Once an artifact spirit was subdued, it was impossible for it to submit to a second person unless the person who subdued it first died. With the assistance of such an artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone, dragon bead, and dragon soul will be twice as fast with half the effort, Yang Inflammation said bitterly as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "Ahem. I collected a lot of artifact refining furnaces this time, and several of them are Origin King grade." "Really?" Yang Inflammation's spirits instantly rose. But they all seemed to be a little damaged. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the artifact refining furnaces he had collected from the Earth Lung Fire Pond and placed them in a scattered pile. Yang Inflammation's mouth was wide open and he was unable to close it for a long time. After inspecting these artifact refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed and said, "It's not just a little damaged, the damage is too great. How could they all be destroyed by fire attribute energy? Can they still be used? I don't know, I'll do my best to repair them." Yang Inflammation waved his hand and put the artifact refining furnaces into his space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out his other gains from Lu Yen's sand field one by one, handing over everything he could to Yang Inflammation. For example, the huge number of fire crystal stones, the brilliant fire crystal essence, and the Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai had collected a total of 9 Lu Yen flying fires, and after giving one to Yang Inflammation, he kept 8 for himself. He wanted to know if using them could enhance his conflagrated knowledge. See. The map fragment obtained from killing Meng Hongliang was also given to Yang Inflammation, so now she had 2 map fragments in her hands. Although they were still incomplete, they should be able to be studied together. The crystal obtained in the 6th layer that caused Yang Kai to hallucinate and even feel dizzy was also recognized by Yang Inflammation. It was said to be a rare treasure called Mirage Stone. She also took it away, saying it was the best material to arrange an illusion array. The 20 stalks of bamboo that Yang Kai had spent half a year cutting down were also given to her, allowing her to refine them herself. Chapter 1260. As for the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai collected in Lu Yan's desert, he kept them for himself, such as the emerald silk grass, purple fine jade fruit, golden sun fruit, and so on. These herbs could be used in alchemy, so naturally he wouldn't give them to Yang Inflammation. As for the red candle fruit, red candle stalk, 9-branch jade crystal tree, golden sun fruit tree, and 10,000-year incense, Yang Kai also kept them for himself. After obtaining these materials, Yang Inflammation naturally left in high spirits. With her talent and so many good things, she could naturally go all out. Before leaving, she also gave Yang Kai a palm-sized token. The seal script on the token flowed, looking very mysterious. With this token, Yang Kai could freely enter and exit his cave mansion and open the barriers around it. Once these barriers were opened, no one on Dragon Cave Mountain except for Yang Kai could enter. Even Yang Inflammation couldn't enter unless they forcibly broke the spirit array. Regarding this point, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Yang Yen had obviously taken his safety into consideration, which was why she had used this method to create a place where no one could intrude. Yang Kai wasn't planning to live in one of the newly built lofts outside, so this cave mansion was very much to his liking. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had carved his own cave mansion in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream a long time ago, but he had a special fondness for this kind of cave mansion. He felt that living here was very peaceful and was most suitable for him to meditate and cultivate. On top of that, Yang Yen had carefully arranged this cave mansion. This place had the most spirit arrays and was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain. The world energy aura here was so rich that when Yang Kai first returned, he couldn't detect anything inside this cave mansion even when he used his divine sense to investigate. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place and fell into a daze for a while. He had faintly noticed that it wasn't just Yang Inflammation, but also Wu Yufeng, Chang Qi, Howen, and the several dozen Haiku family disciples. They had already treated this place as a place that they could rely on. It could even be said that they treated this place as their own home. Therefore, no matter which one of them it was, they were extremely attentive to the construction of this place. This was what Yang Kai was happy to see. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace, emerald silk grass, and some other medicinal ingredients. He refined a few furnaces of origin condensing pills. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Lu Yan's trip to the desert this time had allowed him to grow a lot, But this time, refining the origin condensing pill was much smoother than the last time. More than half of them had formed pill veins. These origin condensing pills were naturally for Changqi and Haoan. Both of them had been stuck at the Third Order St. King Realm bottleneck for so many years, so they should only need one origin condensing pill to break through to the origin returning realm. However, after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't rush to send them out and instead began to arrange them in his cave mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Yang Kai spent a lot of Saint crystals and even used his myriad drug liquid to create an extremely rich world energy aura. The cave mansion's world energy aura was already quite good, so with the addition of the Saint crystals and myriad drug liquid, the richness of the world energy immediately rose to a whole new level. Inside this stone room, Yang Kai opened up a small medicine garden and carefully took out the red candle stalk and placed it next to the pool formed by the diluted myriad drug liquid. He believed that with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candle stalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candle stalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candle stalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, there was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off the stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well-deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion, but Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branch jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branch jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Dao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Changqi and Haoan both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branch jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of Saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. Yang Yen had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yen and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now, it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the six-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Haoan in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree, so in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sunfruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yen. After listening to her ramble on and on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sunfruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Lu Yen Desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sunfruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yen had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use, but even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sunfruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yen. Originally, after Yang Yen took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. However, this wasn't the end though. From the nearby soil, more blood sword grasses suddenly emerged one after another. Although they weren't as lush as the first one, they still reached a height of about 2 meters. In less than half an hour, with the location where the blood sword grass seed had been planted as its center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius had been filled with sharp blades of grass, causing Yang Yan's beautiful face to go pale and she couldn't help screaming. Moreover, these blood sword grasses were different from the ones Yang Kai had seen before. They were not crimson in color, but instead each one exuded a faint golden light, making them quite eye-catching. Such a turn of events not only stunned Yang Yen, but also stunned Yang Kai on the spot. He hadn't expected that a single drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change to the blood sword grass. The only reason he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into the blood sword grass was because he wanted to see its effects. As a result, he had almost caused a casualty to one of the nearby cultivators. Fortunately, Yang Kai had come to the rescue in time and saved the Haiku family cultivator from being cut up by the blood sword grasses. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these blood sword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these blood sword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yen was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the bloodsword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these bloodsword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin-returning realm master broke into this bloodsword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchang that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xian'er's lives in Lu Yen Desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Lu Yen Desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Lu Yen Desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yen and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Lu Yen Desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Lu Yen Sandy Land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. It could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sect's disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit. Similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill sect, so after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit, but as a result, their whereabouts were exposed and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xian'er, and the others listened attentively and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er told Yang Kai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Lu Yan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xian'er suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease. Dai Yuan. Yang Kai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Kai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the fourth layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Wei Guchang chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yang Kai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Lu Yan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other two beauties in his heart, so how could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xianer suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xianer quickly caught up with Wei Guchang and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xianer was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yang Kai shook his head and returned to his stone room. After spending a month refining all the herbs he could refine into pills, he immediately called Yang Yen and Wu Yi over and told them that he was going into retreat for a while and that if there was nothing important, they shouldn't disturb him. As for Dragon Cave Mountain, they could handle it on their own. As for the pills he refined, they were naturally given to them to handle. There was a huge number of these pills, and most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. With the help of these pills, everyone's strength would improve rapidly. Yang Yen and Wu Yi naturally nodded. Immediately after, Yang Kai entered his cave mansion and began his retreat. There were too many things he needed to do. He wanted to see if Lu Yan's flying fire could enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, comprehend the demon blood thread secret technique, and consolidate his newly promoted second-order Saint King realm cultivation. All of these things took time and couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. However, in order to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, Yang Kai first had to refine the artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen was right, sharpening a knife would not delay chopping wood. As long as he completely refined the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace, he could save a lot of time refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Moreover, the artifact refining furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit and could be used as an offensive artifact. After carefully sorting out the things he needed to do, Yang Kai began to get busy. The first thing he did was to refine the artifact refining furnace. Although he had subdued an artifact spirit in the Earth Lung Fire Pond, subduing an artifact spirit and refining an artifact refining furnace were two different things. However, subduing an artifact spirit would be of great help to him in refining the artifact refining furnace, allowing him to refine it more quickly and effectively. Taking out the artifact refining furnace and placing it in front of him, Yang Kai closed his eyes and pushed his Saint Qi, transforming it into demonic flames that wrapped around the artifact refining furnace in front of him and allowed his aura to penetrate into it. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yang Kai began cultivating the flowing time Great Emperor. Since Yang Kai entered the cave mansion, he had not come out, so no one knew what he was doing inside. Even Changqi and Howen, who had successfully broken through to the origin returning realm inside the cave mansion, had not seen Yang Kai in person. The two of them had taken origin condensing pills and, with the help of the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree in the stone room, broke through to the origin returning realm without any suspense and emerged from the stone room in less than half a month. After breaking through to the origin returning realm, the Shadow Moon Hall actually sent over some information about origin returning realm cultivation, causing Changqi and Howen to be overjoyed. Both of them were from small families and had never been able to obtain such precious information before, so Qian Tong gave them some face for Yang Kai's sake. Naturally, the two of them were extremely grateful. Immediately, The two of them entered their own lofts and entered retreat to comprehend Sure, which was something only an origin-returning realm cultivator could comprehend. For half a year, everything on Dragon Cave Mountain was in order. Wu Yi was in charge of managing the outside and cooperating with the Shadow Moon Hall, while Yang Yan was responsible for arranging the various spirit arrays. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive capabilities had risen to a whole new level, and the cultivator who originally belonged to the Haiku family had also immersed themselves in cultivation diligently. If it weren't for Yang Yan needing to use artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to comprehend the knowledge in his mind, with the current situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, there would be no need for him to arrange anything at all. During this half a year, Yang Kai had also thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, as long as the right time was right and he received some help, he would be able to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm. The artifact refining furnace had also been completely refined into his body. After that, the Firebird artifact spirit could even freely enter and exit Yang Kai's body, no longer having to stand on Yang Kai's shoulder like before. This little thing and the stone mongoose seemed to have some natural disagreements and would often fight whenever they encountered each other. This was the first time Yang Kai realized that the stone mongoose's combat strength could not be underestimated. Its innate battle armor allowed it to withstand the artifact spirit's fire spirit's attacks. Although it looked simple and clumsy, once it began fighting, its speed was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the artifact spirit's ability to fly, the stone mongoose would definitely not have suffered a loss. Even so, every time they fought, the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit would end up in a tie, neither able to do anything to the other. Chapter 1262. Over the course of half a year, the two artifact spirits fought more than a dozen times, ending in a draw almost every time. Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to take care of them and never intervened in their battles. In the end, the two little creatures even began to appreciate each other and would sometimes gather together to discuss something mysteriously. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his Second Order Saint King cultivation and refining the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai had also refined the dragon bone and dragon bead slightly. Now, both the dragon bone and dragon bead had been placed into the artifact refining furnace while the artifact refining furnace had been taken into Yang Kai's body. As a result, even if Yang Kai didn't deliberately refine them, the artifact spirit could use the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body to stimulate the artifact refining furnace while using its own pure fire attribute energy to continuously refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. However, these two things were truly worthy of being materials from a true dragon. The artifact spirit had been refining them for 2 months but hadn't seen much change. The only difference was that they were slightly contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but they couldn't be used by the artifact spirit. It seemed that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to completely refine them, unless Yang Kai specifically took the time to stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the process. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though and took this opportunity to study the Demon Blood Thread secret art given to him by Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning. Originally, Yang Kai had only wanted this secret technique to use as an excuse to deal with Yang Rong while also ensuring that Deng Ning wouldn't betray him. However, after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain for a month, Yang Kai discovered that this Demon Blood Thread secret technique was extremely profound and was very suitable for him to cultivate. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. Demon Blood Temple was an extremely evil force that had many bad blood relationships with many of the great forces on Shadowed Star. On top of that, there would be a small internal strife every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. The reason why it had not been completely destroyed was mostly because of this Demon Blood Thread secret technique. The foreign elders and protectors of Demon Blood Temple had all cultivated this secret technique and were able to use it in battle, making it extremely difficult to defend against. As such, most people didn't bother to find trouble with them. As long as Demon Blood Temple didn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens, there was no need to worry about its destruction. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to use one's own blood essence as a foundation. Every cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious, and once used, it would cause severe damage to one's yuan qi. It could be said that using a single drop of golden blood would cause a cultivator to recuperate for several months to several years. However, in Demon Blood Temple, there was another secret art that complemented the Demon Blood Thread secret art and allowed its disciples to use their blood essence as a foundation to cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art without suffering any serious damage. Once one successfully cultivated this secret art and used it against an enemy, their combat power would soar. Because it was refined from one's own blood essence, it was much easier to use than any other artifact. The Demon Blood Thread was also known as an artifact that wasn't an artifact. Blood essence was also precious to Yang Kai, and he didn't dare use it casually, but he had an endless supply of golden blood. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. When Yang Kai discovered this, he was overjoyed, but before that he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more demon blood threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Yang Kai. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Yang Kai fought, he mostly relied on the Nine Heavens' divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Qi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Yang Kai cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the Demon Blood Threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the Demon Blood Threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Yang Kai had spent most of his time cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. Now, he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this Demon Blood Thread secret art, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single demon blood thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Yang Kai could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the Demon Blood Thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Yang Kai in this world who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Yang Kai would definitely be able to carry forward the Demon Blood Thread secret art he created. However, now this thing could no longer be called a Demon Blood Thread. It was more appropriate to call it a Golden Blood Thread. Yang Kai grinned, took back the golden blood thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. During this period, Yang Kai also consumed space spirit crystals to absorb energy from them and enhance his own space force. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed and Yang Kai still showed no signs of coming out of seclusion. However, there was no need for him to appear on Dragon Cave Mountain, so everything was fine. On this day, while cultivating his golden blood threads, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he quickly opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Immediately closing his eyes again, he sent his consciousness into the black book space, his soul avatar manifesting. After seeing the scene in front of him, the words Yang Kai was about to say were suddenly swallowed back into his stomach and instead stared blankly at a giant tree in front of him. This giant tree was the divine tree that Yang Kai had taken into the Black Book space many years ago. Last time, after swallowing 2 drops of Yang Kai's golden blood, it had fallen into a deep sleep to evolve. Now, 2 to 3 years later, it had awakened from this state. It was precisely because he had perceived its message that Yang Kai had manifested his soul avatar into the Black Book space. However, the appearance of the divine tree now was a bit strange. Yang Kai remembered that before its evolution, it was a towering tree with lush foliage. Each leaf and branch contained a rich yang attribute energy. But now, after its evolution, it had shrunk several times, only reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. However, at this moment, its leaves and branches looked a bit different, as if they were made of pure gold, giving off a dazzling and eye-catching golden glow. Moreover, between these branches and leaves, there were some green fruits about the size of longans. If these fruits were to mature, they would be great supplements for someone like Yang Kai, but they had only just begun to bear fruit. What surprised Yang Kai was not just these changes to the divine tree, but also the fact that a face had appeared at the center of its trunk. It was a very strange face. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but no eyebrows. Furthermore, because the face was too big, it was somewhat distorted. It looked like the face of an extremely old man. On both sides of the tree trunk, there were 2 forks that looked like arms. The branches on the palms were separated and looked like fingers. However, the 2 arms and palms of the divine tree were extremely large, and at a glance, it was obvious they were extraordinarily powerful. The roots of the divine tree had also transformed into many tentacles that supported its huge body, as if it had grown countless legs out of thin air. When Yang Kai entered, the divine tree seemed to be adapting to its changes, its tentacles moving as it slowly walked through the Black Book space. When it sensed Kai Yang's arrival, it immediately raised its 2 large eyes and looked over. It even seemed to smile at Kai Yang for a moment, before standing still. Yang Kai stared at it in amazement, not knowing what to say for a while. "Don't worry." What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the divine tree actually spoke in human language, but its voice was very deep and hoarse, as if this was the first time it had spoken like this and was not used to it. Before, the divine tree had only communicated with Yang Kai through divine sense, so this was the first time Yang Kai had heard it speak. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. After a long pause, the divine tree continued, "Although I don't quite understand why I've become like this after evolving, I can feel that this is a good thing. It seems your golden blood has been of great help to me. I am no longer the same as before." Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved and asked with concern, "Is there anything wrong?" "No, there's nothing wrong at all. I feel wonderful." The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the Black Book space. "If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth." Yang Kai was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the Black Book space. But now, it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the Black Book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Yang Kai would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Yang Kai said apologetically, "I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down, but after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down." Hearing this, The divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. I know, you don't need to worry about it. Yang Kai nodded gently before suddenly grinning, but now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you. The divine tree stopped and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, "Can we go out now?" It seemed that because it had been placed in the black book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you. After finishing his discussion, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Changqi and Howen were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wu Yi out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. Where's Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find any trace of Yang Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find Yang Inflammation's aura. Wu Yi was also not here. Yang Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators who seemed to be very smart quickly replied. Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why did they go there? Yang Kai was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Another auction? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. It seemed to be because Yang Kai had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this. So before the auction this time, he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking Saint Crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yen brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction. Prepare to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kai Yang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yang Inflammation was spending Saint Crystals was simply too fast. The several million Saint Crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much Saint Crystals and materials Yang Yen consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise Saint Crystals was not a long-term solution. Yang Inflammation could take out the artifacts he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Not to mention others, Yang Kai estimated that Xie Hongwen's father would not relax his monitoring of Dragon Cave Mountain. Xie Hongwen had died in the Lu Yen sand field. So although Xie Hongwen's father did not know who killed his son, he would definitely not give up. Once he found an excuse, he might come here to cause trouble. How many days have they been gone? Yang Kai asked again. 3 days, they should be back soon. Does young Master Yang need to find them? If so, we can make a trip. No need, Yang Kai waved his hand. You can go about your own business. Several people nodded and were about to disperse when Yang Kai suddenly said, right, when they come back, tell them not to auction any more artifacts. After giving these instructions, Yang Kai flew up into the sky and began flying freely around Dragon Cave Mountain. He had the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, which could not only open the barrier around the cave mansion but also open and close all the barriers and spirit arrays around Dragon Cave Mountain. So with this token in hand, Dragon Cave Mountain's barriers and spirit arrays had no effect on Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw all kinds of amazing spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation. The Mirage Stone was also placed in the array core of an illusion array. If it weren't for the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape after breaking in. There was also the territory where the blood sword grass was located. It was also wrapped in a bewildering array, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but once an outsider broke in, they would be frantically attacked by the blood sword grass. There was also a plain and unremarkable area, but Yang Kai found that the huge fire crystal stone was protected by layers of spirit arrays. Halos of light flowed around it, and a huge spirit array was engraved on the ground. Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of spirit arrays were arranged in this territory, Yang Kai estimated that it would not be an easy place to break through. There were also a variety of other spirit arrays. Even though Yang Kai was the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain, he was still shocked by these layers of protection and hidden dangers. Yang Inflammation wanted to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. However, Yang Kai knew that she was using these arrangements to unlock the seal on his Sea of Knowledge, so even if it was a bit extravagant and wasteful, it was not a problem. As long as Yang Inflammation mastered more and more things, the spirit arrays she arranged in the future would become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai flew around Dragon Cave Mountain for a while before returning to an open space a few dozen meters away from the loft. There was no trace of any kind of arrangement here, so it was obviously just an open space. After landing, Yang Kai used his divine sense to connect with the Black Book space and communicated with the divine tree for a while before releasing his divine sense. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was greatly reduced and a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai as the 70-meter-tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was secretly startled and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual energy it would take to release the divine tree. When he had taken the divine tree into the Black Book space, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted and his knowledge sea had completely dried up. If it weren't for the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged. Even so, it had taken him a long time to recover. Yang Kai's current strength was far from what it used to be, so he thought that releasing the divine tree would be a simple matter. How could he have imagined that the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea would be reduced by more than half in an instant? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled. While he had grown over the years, how could the divine tree not grow as well? The amount of spiritual energy required to release it would naturally be much greater than before, so this was not unexpected. As soon as the divine tree appeared, the human face on the trunk showed a joyful expression, its 2 eyes slowly turning as it looked around. After feeling the rich world energy aura here, a look of comfort appeared on its face as it boomed, "Good, good, good, the conditions here are simply too good." Yang Kai knew that this was the first time the divine tree had come into contact with the world energy in the star territory, which was why it was so happy. Compared to the mysterious small world it had lived in before, the difference in world energy here was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. "I'm glad you like it." Yang Kai chuckled. "I won't put you in a specific place, you can walk wherever you want, but I have to tell you in advance that there are many barriers and spirit arrays set up here. If you rush in, it may be a bit troublesome, so pay more attention when you walk around. Don't be careless and get trapped by these spirit arrays." I can feel the traces of these spirit arrays. Don't worry, I won't rush in recklessly." The divine tree readily agreed. Soon after, the tentacle-like branches under its roots wriggled, causing the ground to churn. In the blink of an eye, the divine tree had actually taken root on the spot. A sound was emitted from its mouth, and its eyes were half closed in enjoyment. It appeared to be lazy. Yang Kai did not disturb it and simply waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the light of day again. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, 2 drops of my golden blood can help you evolve. What if you swallow some more?" The divine tree opened its eyes and showed a look of longing, but soon said, "Your golden blood should also be extremely precious. Although it will be of great help to my growth, I won't be able to evolve any further in the near future. Swallowing it will only make me stronger, so there's no need to rush. When you have more golden blood in the future, you can let me swallow it." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Although it's not much, giving you a drop for now won't be a problem." Saying so, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and flicked it towards the divine tree. The divine tree opened its mouth, swallowed it directly, and let out another roar, its big mouth wriggling as if it was still tasting the golden blood. After a while, the divine tree opened its eyes and said, "Good, I need to adapt for a few days, you can go about your business." "Good," Yang Kai nodded, and after exchanging a few more words with it, he left. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yen and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened and the huge profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Chapter 1264. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the spot, his face cloudy and his eyes seemingly empty and lifeless. His aura, however, was tumbling around his body, stirring up a violent storm with astonishing momentum. Not far away, from a hole in the ground, the stone mongoose poked its small head out to look at him, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on its charmingly naive face, seemingly unable to understand what was happening to Yang Kai. The artifact spirit had long since drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After seeing Yang Kai's eyes, the stone mongoose suddenly seemed to be frightened and shrank back into the hole, scrambling on all fours and fleeing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if someone were to stand in front of Yang Kai and look into his eyes, they would discover that there was a faint seven-colored light flowing in the depths of his eyes. If one looked more carefully, they would discover that this seven-colored light was actually refracted from a lotus bud, as if two seven-colored flower buds had sprouted in the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai still sat in place, time passing by little, and the seven-colored light emitted from his empty eyes seemed to grow stronger and stronger, more and more intense. Gradually, above Yang Kai's head, the phantom of a lotus bud also appeared. This lotus was shrouded in seven-colored light and looked extremely beautiful. As it rotated, a shocking wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out in all directions. As Yang Kai's spiritual energy spread out, the phantom began to unfurl bit by bit and petals of different colors slowly spread outwards, as if a shy woman was slowly taking off her clothes to reveal her alluring body. The entire process was extremely slow, but Yang Kai himself was completely unaware of it, his soul avatar immersed in his knowledge sea. He was immersed in the profound mysteries of the soul-warming lotus before it bloomed. After an unknown amount of time, when the seven-colored lotus had completely bloomed, the lotus had become incomparably huge, and its shadow had almost filled the entire cave residence. At this moment, the lotus phantom suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fluttered in the air like fireflies. Immediately after, under the guidance of some kind of force, these specks of light rushed towards Yang Kai and drilled into his body before disappearing. Yang Kai's body shook and his empty eyes instantly regained clarity, his expression extremely strange. He sat there motionlessly, deep in thought. Since the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution half a month ago, Yang Kai had tested the power of the evolved soul-devouring insects. After being greatly satisfied, the soul-warming lotus actually completed its evolution and finally transformed into its final seven-colored form. What Yang Kai did not expect was that the evolution of the soul-warming lotus would allow him to comprehend a miraculous soul skill. Although the soul-warming lotus was a precious treasure of heaven and earth that could nourish the soul, According to the records Yang Kai had read, it did not allow a cultivator to comprehend a soul skill. Yang Kai did not have time to think about this at the time and immediately immersed himself in comprehending the soul skill. Now that the soul-warming lotus had completed its evolution, Yang Kai had thoroughly comprehended the soul skill. Only then did he have time to think about the reason. Since it was not the soul-warming lotus's work, then it was very likely that it was the colorless crystal. Inside the pool of soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had accidentally obtained the colorless crystal, but after the soul-warming lotus swallowed it, it began its evolution. Now that the colorless crystal had disappeared, the soul-warming lotus had successfully transformed into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai reckoned that the soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely related to the colorless crystal. Perhaps the crystal contained some profound mysteries that allowed him to comprehend this divine technique by chance. Although he had not tested it, Yang Kai knew that this soul skill was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his trump card. During this period of time, one good thing after another had happened. First, the divine tree had awakened from its slumber, then the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution, and now even the soul-warming lotus had turned into its 7-colored form. It seemed that good things had all happened to Yang Kai. A few days ago, he was still worried about how to deal with the evolved soul-devouring insects, but now this problem was easily solved. Considering all this, Yang Kai waved his hand to the side and caught a gray, misty object in his hand. This misty object was twisting and changing, making it look extremely strange. Although this mist was not very eye-catching, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that this gray mist was actually a cloud of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring insects were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after their evolution, they had gathered together to form this gray mist. The lethality of each soul-devouring insect had greatly increased. Yang Kai estimated that they could now easily kill an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator was infected, they would not be able to expel it in a short time. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of them at all. Releasing his divine sense, he wrapped up this gray fog and pulled it into his knowledge sea. These soul-devouring insects also made a beeline for the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, quickly settling down there. After such a long period of seclusion, Yang Kai had done everything he could. Refining the artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, refining the Lu Yen flying fire, enhancing the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, comprehending the demon blood thread secret technique, and so on. Yang Kai could not use the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so he could only wait until they became useful to him. As for the golden blood thread secret technique he had transformed from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique, Yang Kai had only cultivated a single one. Although he had not yet used it against an enemy, Yang Kai knew that its power was extraordinary. This kind of artifact refined using one's own golden blood was far more useful than any other weapon. Of the 8 Lu Yen flying fires, Yang Kai had used 6 of them. As he had guessed, the Lu Yen flying fires could allow a cultivator to develop a variant divine sense and could indeed enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea. However, after integrating the 5th Lu Yen flying fire, the enhancement effect was not so obvious, so Yang Kai had kept 2 of them. Perhaps they would be of some use to him in the future. After more than a year of retreat, although Yang Kai's cultivation had not changed much, his own combat effectiveness had risen to a whole new level. As for the golden blood thread and the newly comprehended soul skill, he could only wait for an opportunity to test their power in the future. It was time for Yang Kai to come out of seclusion. On the path of cultivation, blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not an option. Although those who cultivated diligently increased their cultivation rapidly, their combat effectiveness did not match their realm. Yang Kai had been fighting his way up to this point since he began cultivating, so he was naturally familiar with this truth. Moreover, now he had no choice but to come out of seclusion because someone had come to Dragon Cave Mountain a month ago and was waiting for him. However, the evolution of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was just around the corner and Yang Kai needed to comprehend the new soul skill, so he had not been able to leave. Thinking of this person, Yang Kai frowned secretly, wondering why this other party was looking for him. With their friendship, it was strange for her to be so concerned about him. Thinking so, Yang Kai walked out of his cave mansion. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared outside and released his divine sense unscrupulously, quickly locating Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi and the others. After sending them a message, Yang Kai went straight to a loft in front of him. A moment later, while Yang Kai was sitting inside the loft, tasting the spirit tea Yang Inflammation and the others had collected from somewhere, two beautiful figures flashed through the door. Naturally, it was the black-robed Yang Inflammation and the green-robed Wu. Both women smiled happily, as if something good had happened, and after seeing Yang Kai, they immediately trotted over. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Yang Inflammation looked Yang Kai up and down and found that he did not show any signs of becoming stronger, a somewhat strange look on her face. What happened that made you so happy?" Yang Kai took another sip of tea and asked. Wu Yi smiled and replied, "It's all because our Dragon Cave Mountain is becoming more and more famous. Many cultivators without the protection of a sect or family want to join. In the past, there weren't many people here, but over the past few months, a dozen or so people have come here every day to inquire, with the most being 30 a day, some of them even origin-returning realm masters. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation and I were discussing whether we should establish a small sect." "A small sect?" Yang Kai glared at her angrily. "Aren't you thinking too simply? We don't have any masters here, so what kind of sect can we establish? Moreover, the reason we can stay here safely is because of Qian Tong's care. If one day Qian Tong loses power or falls in a battle, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will let us grow under its nose?" Hearing what Yang Kai said, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly disappeared and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That can't be, right? Elder Qian seems to have a lot of power in Shadow Moon Hall, second only to the Temple Master. Anything is possible, especially for these great forces. Although they usually have no problems, once something happens internally, there will be great turmoil. Even those who seem impossible to fall may encounter some kind of mishap. Moreover, although Qian Tong has been good to us, I don't want to always rely on his prestige and shelter us under his wings, otherwise, we'll always feel inferior. Without a third-order origin-returning realm master here, there's no need to think about establishing a small sect." Wu Yi frowned and thought about it carefully before nodding. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too simply." Yang Kai had the idea of establishing a sect because he wanted to pave the way for the people from Tongxian realm, but now was definitely not the time. The current idea must have been put forward by Wu Yi. Yang Kai only cared about artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, so he didn't care about such things. However, Wu Yi's Haiku family wasn't very big, so naturally, she didn't think too much about it, thinking that with Qian Tong's protection, Dragon Cave Mountain would be safe all year round. "What about those who came? Did they all refuse?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Naturally, they refused. You were in retreat, so we didn't dare make any decisions," Wu Yi nodded. "That's good." Yang Kai rubbed his chin before suddenly raising his head and asking, "Did Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect say why she wanted to see me?" Chapter 1265. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled ambiguously. "I don't know. She hasn't had much contact with anyone since she came here. It seems she doesn't like to communicate with others. I've gone to see her a few times, but I've never been able to say anything to her. However, every time she asks about you, just like Wei Guchang, she had also misunderstood him." Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and instead wore a sad expression as he said, "Forget it, I'll go see her. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't have come here." With that said, he walked straight out. He had wanted to inquire about some information from Wu Yi and Yang Yen so he could be prepared, but he hadn't expected that even though they had been here for an entire month, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of her purpose for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who would come here for no reason. Since she had come here, she definitely had something to ask of him. If this was really just a chance encounter, Yang Kai could simply refuse, but this woman's relationship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer wasn't shallow, and she had also spent some time with him in the Luyan Desert, so if he refused too bluntly, it wouldn't look good on him. Yang Kai could only ask her what she wanted from him before deciding what to do next. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of another exquisite loft 1,000 meters away. He had used his divine sense to investigate this place in advance, so he naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this loft. At this moment, Dai Yuan's aura was stable and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only call out loudly, "Lady Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here." The stable aura fluctuated for a moment before Dai Yuan's pleasantly surprised voice called out from inside the loft, "Junior brother Yang, please come in." Dai Yuan is currently in the middle of circulating her secret art, so it is inconvenient for her to greet you immediately. Please wait a moment, I will come down after finishing my cultivation. Yang Kai gently nodded before striding inside. The lofts here were divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and the others built them, they had considered that the people who lived here would need to receive guests, so the first floor was generally used to entertain guests while the second floor was where the owner of the loft would meditate and cultivate. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic and found a chair to sit down. After all, this was his territory. He really calculated it. Dai Yuan was the guest here, so there was no need for him to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs and Dai Yuan walked down in a light blue palace dress. There was a smile on his face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. Curvy front and curvy back. Her waist was slender and graceful. Yang Kai looked at her, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This was because if this woman was not a beauty, she would definitely be a stunner. Unfortunately, she was born with a flaw that greatly reduced her charm. Although this strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, it was still noticed by Dai Yuan. This woman was quite intelligent, so how could she not understand what Yang Kai was feeling regretful about? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, but her face remained expressionless. After apologizing, she sat down on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a wave of her jade white hand, the ring on her finger flashed and a plate of exquisite spirit fruits appeared on the table. This is a purple mist fruit I picked from Colored Glass Sect's Purple Mist Mountain. On Shadowed Star, no other place besides my Colored Glass Sect has this kind of spirit fruit. Although it is not as good as the spirit fruits and spirit medicines in Lu Yan's desert, it is of great help to any cultivator in purifying their Saint Qi. Junior brother Yang, if you don't mind, you should try it, Dai Yuan introduced with a smile, an expectant look on her face. Yang Kai grinned. Since Sister Dai Yuan is so considerate, this Yang won't be polite. Although he was secretly grumbling in his heart, he knew that this woman definitely had some business with him, so he picked up one of the small purple fruits and examined it carefully. Although this was the first time Yang Kai had heard of this purple mist fruit, just by looking at its purple aura and the fragrance it gave off, it was obvious that it was not something ordinary people could eat in Colored Glass Sect. Since Dai Yuan had brought it here specifically, he naturally had to try it. Tossing the small purple fruit into his mouth and chewing it a few times, Yang Kai immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth, causing his brow to rise slightly. The taste of this thing was extremely good, and the sweetness seemed to go straight to his mind, making him feel very comfortable. After swallowing the purple mist fruit, Yang Kai felt a warm current spread from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, purifying his Saint Qi. Although the effect was not great, it did have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it. After eating 3 in a row, he began to praise. Seeing this expression on his face, Dai Yuan was also very happy. Next, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan chatted about what had happened after Lu Yan's departure from each other in the desert, and for a time, both host and guest were quite happy. However, what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to have come here just to chat with him, not mentioning a single word about her purpose. In any case, whatever Yang Kai said, she had something to say. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as if two old friends who had not seen each other for many years were talking about their lives, and with Dai Yuan's sweet laughter from time to time passed by quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold himself back and lightly coughed. What matter does Lady Dai Yuan have for coming to Dragon Cave Mountain? If there is anything this Yang can help with, please speak clearly. As long as it is within the scope of this Yang's ability, this Yang will not refuse. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. If it wasn't something important and he didn't want to waste too much time, he would help her if he could, but if Dai Yuan asked him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Shadowed Star. Just Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. Yang Kai also didn't know why this guy named Lu Yi was targeting him, causing him to be confused. After fighting with him in the third layer of Lu Yen's sand field, although he had managed to cut off one of his arms with his space blade, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until such a person died. When Yang Kai asked this question, Dai Yuan immediately fell silent, biting her red lips lightly, as if she was hesitant to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her and simply sat down and waited quietly, at the same time feeling quite vigilant. Seeing Dai Yuan so hesitant, it seemed that what she wanted him to help her with was not a small matter. Yang Kai was already considering what words he could use to refuse her. At that moment though, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with her pair of eyes that shone like stars, saying something earth-shattering. Junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist, right? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, but he soon smiled and asked, "Why does Sister Dai Yuan ask such a question?" No one on Shadowed Star knew that he was an origin-grade alchemist, not even Yang Yun or Wu. Yang Kai had told them about it before, but neither of them took it seriously, thinking that Yang Kai was just joking. How did Dai Yuan know? The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had an origin-grade artifact refiner was enough to make people jealous, but if it weren't for the numerous spirit arrays and Qian Tong's protection, how could Dragon Cave Mountain have remained stable until now? If news of another origin-grade alchemist were to spread, it was hard to say what kind of uproar it would cause. Junior brother Yang, there is no need to deny it. Since I said so, I must have my reasons. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. Dai Yuan smiled lightly, reached out her hand, and brushed her hair back behind her ear, staring back at him without flinching. But you can rest assured, besides me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, you can kill me here to silence me. Before I left Colored Glass Sect, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here and I did my best to conceal my whereabouts. So even if I die here, only a few people here will know. You don't need to worry about Colored Glass Sect coming for revenge. Killing her to silence her was something Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't have any concerns, but he had no grievances with her, so he couldn't kill her just because she knew he was an origin-grade alchemist, right? Moreover, Dai Yuan had already said so much, even going so far as to propose killing him to silence him, which was enough to show her sincerity. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, "How did you know?" "You really are?" Dai Yuan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Girl is quite insidious, this Yang understands. Up until now, how could he not see that Dai Yuan's words just now were nothing more than a bluff? When he saw her speak so confidently before, Yang Kai thought he had really been exposed, but now, it seemed the other party was just suspecting him. Yang Kai estimated that if he had just denied it, the other party would no longer have any doubts. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, and politely bowed to Yang Kai, apologizing. "Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry, I could only come up with this plan because I really can't be certain about this matter. If you feel angry, why don't you scold me a few times?" "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan was trying to resolve his grievances, but he had fallen into someone else's trap because of a moment of carelessness, so how could he scold her? "Many thanks, Junior brother Yang, master's magnanimity, Dai Yuan thanked him before sitting down again. But how do you know I'm an origin grade alchemist? Yang Kai asked curiously. I only know you're an alchemist, as for what grade you are, I don't know. Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. That's strange enough. Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain. It's very simple, because of some special reasons I am very sensitive to medicinal fragrances and pills, and junior brother Yang always has a variety of pill fragrances lingering around you, so I know you're an alchemist. Even now, you're also giving off a pill fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you should have refined an origin condensing pill and blood jasmine pill, right? Moreover, that was at least half a year ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Yang Kai greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, the healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Lu Yan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it, but at the same time, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Yang Kai was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down slightly and he smiled warmly. Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy? He could only make such a guess. And if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I would not have come here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan, I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Colored Glass Sect doesn't seem to be low, so is there no origin-grade alchemist in Colored Glass Sect? And even if the Colored Glass Sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill Sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to. Yang Kai also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Colored Glass Sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Yang Kai feel quite strange. If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. There is indeed a Grandmaster Shao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Shao to take action. Grandmaster Shao. Yang Kai raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Shao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai hadn't expected this alchemist from Colored Glass Sect to also be surnamed Shao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill Sect, Dai Yuan frowned, 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Shao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. This woman's strength was not low and her methods were not ordinary. Yang Kai had thought that she would be highly valued and cultivated in Colored Glass sect, but from her words, Yang Kai smelled something unusual. Dai Yuan did not seem to be the same as he had thought. In Colored Glass sect, she could call for wind and call for rain. Thinking back to the mountain valley in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field, while waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen, several nearby Colored Glass sect disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan but did not greet her. From beginning to end, Dai Yuan had acted alone, with no other Colored Glass sect disciples accompanying her. The difference in treatment between her and In Su Dai was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he understood something. So, the only one I can find is junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, her stars-like eyes revealing a pleading look. Yang Kai's brow twitched and he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you tell me what you want me to help you with?" Dai Yuan bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Before junior brother Yang agrees, it is really inconvenient for me to tell you." Yang Kai's face sank as he became a little disgruntled. This woman had come to him for help but was being so vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he wouldn't foolishly agree to this kind of thing. Just as he was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can guarantee that it will definitely be within junior brother Yang's ability and won't require you to waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. After that, Dai Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely." Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this kind of reward. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to invite an elder from Medicine Pill sect, so how could she possibly have anything good to offer him? However, if it only took 3 days and didn't require too much effort, Yang Kai could consider it. But Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him, weakly saying, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you must return to Colored Glass sect with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, but Dai Yuan didn't say a word, simply biting her thin lip and waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Allow me to consider this matter. The scenery here on Dragon Cave Mountain is quite good, so if Dai Yuan has nothing to do, you can walk around freely. As for what you asked for, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes dimmed as she knew that Yang Kai was already giving her face by not directly refusing her. The evasiveness in his tone was so obvious, how could Dai Yuan not understand? The other party saying that he would give her an answer in 3 days was likely a waste of time. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still squeezed out a smile. "Then Dai Yuan will wait for junior brother Yang's good news." Immediately, Yang Kai said goodbye to her and left the loft. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the second floor, her brow furrowed in worry. How could she not know that she had made things difficult for Yang Kai this time? Since she had come here to ask him for a favor, naturally she should make things clear, but there were some things that she couldn't say out loud. Dai Yuan was thinking of leaving quietly so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and embarrass herself by refusing 3 days later, but for some reason, she decided to stay and wait for 3 days. Perhaps it was because there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Yang Kai left the loft and walked back with a depressed expression. It was only because Dai Yuan had proposed this that Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Yang Kai wouldn't have even bothered to speak. Returning to the original loft, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yen and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the loft like a beautiful scenery. Yang Kai thought that these two women would gossip about him, but unexpectedly they didn't ask anything and just watched as he passed by them. Entering the loft, Yang Yen and Wu Yi followed. Immediately, Yang Yen pulled out a token from somewhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she had given Yang Kai, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light shot out from it. In the next moment, the entire loft seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier that not only isolated sound and sight, but also suppressed one's divine sense. What are you doing? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yen walked over with a grin on her face and sat down in a chair next to him, exchanging a glance with Wu Yi before asking, "Are you not going to agree?" Yang Kai's expression became even more shocked as he glanced between Yang Yen and Wu. After seeing the light in the eyes of these two women, he immediately understood. Were you eavesdropping? Wu Yi blushed but didn't try to explain, apparently admitting to it. Yang Yen, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, "What eavesdropping? I was just testing the power of a newly developed spirit array." What kind of spirit array has such an effect? Yang Kai was surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any trace of their conversation being eavesdropped on, but now, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen was simply incredible. "You won't understand even if I explain it to you, just use this." Yang Yen waved her hand and took out a palm-sized, disc-shaped object. This black disc was made of some unknown material, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as he heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh coming from this disc. However, other than this sound, there was no other reaction. Obviously, this disc was used in conjunction with the spirit array in the loft to monitor sound. Yang Kai really didn't know when Yang Yen had arranged this spirit array, but it was likely she had done so a long time ago and was just waiting for a guest to arrive so she could test its effects. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Yen and asked, "My cave mansion doesn't have such a thing, right?" Yang Yen denied, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Why would I arrange such a thing in your cave?" Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded, "What a disgrace! Don't do such a despicable thing again. If someone sees through it, I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yen and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicions. According to Wu Yi, Dai Yuan had closed herself up in seclusion since coming here. Even if Wu Yi had taken the initiative to visit her a few times, they hadn't had much interaction. However, as soon as he returned, Yang Yen had immediately asked him for an answer. Obviously, she was very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if she wanted him to go to Colored Glass sect. These two women in front of him had no friendship with Dai Yuan, so there was no need for them to speak up for her, right? Yang Yen heard this and nodded without hesitation. "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yen for a moment before faintly asking, "Speak your mind, you shouldn't be so sympathetic. What are you scheming?" Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm scheming. But let's talk about the gains and losses of agreeing to her request first. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it should be within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what it is, it shouldn't be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you will have to make a trip to Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't interrupt, motioning for her to continue. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any disgust, Yang Yan's spirit shook and she continued, "Let's not consider her offer of a reward for the time being. With your current net worth, I'm afraid the reward she offers you won't even enter your eyes. So helping her with this favor won't bring me any benefits. Moreover, running to someone else's sect isn't appropriate. If Dai Yuan's status was the same as In Su Dai's, it wouldn't be a big deal. But from what I can see, she doesn't seem to be very favored in Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yen smiled. "About her, I was curious before, so I inquired about her with Wu. Can you guess what we learned?" "What?" Yang Kai looked up at them. This time, Wu Yi spoke up. "As you guessed, this Dai Yuan really wasn't very favored in Colored Glass sect, but that only happened in the last decade or so. Do you know who the most outstanding and famous disciple of colored glass sect was? Dai Yuan? That's right. In the past, in colored glass sect, Dai Yuan had suppressed Yin Su Dai, but for some reason, Yin Su Dai had been suppressed. Dai Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sight of colored glass sect's upper echelons. Instead, Yin Su Dai had replaced her, which was why Yin Su Dai was able to become the representative of colored glass sect's younger generation and make a name for herself. What exactly had happened in there? We don't know. However, the elders of colored glass sect seemed to have a love-hate relationship with Dai Yuan. The cultivation resources and accommodation provided to her were not inferior to Yin Su Dai's, but there was no deliberate effort to cultivate her. It's a strange feeling. It really is strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought with Yin Su Dai, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight before. He felt that Dai Yuan was a very strong Saint King Realm cultivator. Although she had been bullied by a cultivator from Heaven Battling Union in the Lu Yen Desert, that was only because she was angry and had acted recklessly. If it had been a real fight, Dai Yuan wouldn't have been afraid of that person. However, there was still a certain gap between her and Chu Chang Feng, Fang Tianzhong, and Wei Guchang, something Yang Kai could also see. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't think I'll gain anything, but I also won't lose anything. Yang Kai shot Yang Yun a strange look. Wu Yi giggled. As long as you won't lose anything, that's enough. As for what you'll gain, haha, selling her a favor will be a small gain. After all, she was very favored many years ago, so who knows when she will rise again. When that time comes, making friends with such a woman will be helpful to our future development. Besides, elder sister Yang Yun seems to have some other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Yun. Yang Yun gently nodded and asked, "Have you heard of Colored Glass Sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He wasn't very familiar with the great forces on Shadowed Star, let alone what they possessed, but Yang Yun specifically mentioning this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be quite extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a naturally occurring mountain formed from thousand illusion colored glass. It is located in the territory of Colored Glass Sect, and because of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, Colored Glass Sect chose to establish its sect there. On the other hand, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is a precious artifact refining treasure that has many transformative and self-repairing functions. I need this kind of thing and a lot of it at that. Yang Yun said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Even if you say so, I can't help it. Since Colored Glass Sect established its sect there because of this Colored Glass Mountain, it's impossible for their elders to give me this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, right? Of course not, and we can't afford it. Yang Yun snorted. You don't know, but this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a famous existence on Shadowed Star. Colored Glass Sect uses this mountain as its array core to arrange a large spirit array that emits colored glass divine light. It has the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. It is said that a great disaster for Colored Glass Sect was resolved by this Colored Glass Mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole. It is extremely difficult to cut off a small amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from it. Even Colored Glass Sect can only obtain a small amount every few decades. Most of this Thousand Illusion colored glass is kept by Colored Glass Sect while the other half is sold. Every time, the various great forces would go crazy over it. The price is so high that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now that we are so poor, how can we afford such a thing? You're so poor again? Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that the last time he came out, he had heard from the Haiku family cultivator that Yang Yun and Wu had gone to an auction to sell some artifacts. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many Saint Crystals they had sold, he was certain it wasn't a small number, so how could they have spent all the Saint Crystals they had obtained? Yang Yun wore an embarrassed look. The amount of materials needed to arrange this spirit array is too huge, and you forbade us from continuing to sell artifacts, so we have no source of income. Naturally, we're just sitting around and eating. Even if we're poor, we can't sell artifacts. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he quickly said, "At least, we can't sell them until we're strong enough." "I know," Yang Yun pouted. Yang Yun pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she could directly refine 100 or so high-grade artifacts and hold a special auction for them, alleviating the current embarrassment, but with Yang Kai's order and Wu Yi's persuasion, she didn't carry out this crazy plan. "Let's continue talking about the 1,000 illusion-colored glass." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "What exactly do you want to do? How do you want me to obtain the 1,000 illusion-colored glass under the nose of colored glass sect?" Yang Yun grinned meaningfully, clapped her hands, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." As soon as she called out, a gray figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood motionless in front of the three of them, his hands touching his knees as he stared innocently towards Yang Yun. It was Yang Kai's stone mongoose. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Yang Yun was planning. Xiao Xiao can even ignore the spirit array I arranged, so breaking through colored glass sect is naturally not a problem. I don't believe that colored glass sect's spirit array is better than the one I arranged. As long as you bring it into colored glass sect, when the time comes, 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain will definitely be empty. After Yang Kai heard this, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Colored glass sect had committed a sin. What was so bad about it? How could there be something like 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain? They probably thought that 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was protected by many layers of sect defending arrays, so not even a fly could fly in. But how could they have imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the stone mongoose existed in this world? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves remembering, and 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain had been targeted by Yang Yun. The stone mongoose naturally liked to devour rare ores, and since 1,000 illusion-colored glass could be used for artifact refining, it was definitely one of those ores that the stone mongoose liked. The stone mongoose came and went without a trace, not giving off any life aura. Presumably, even a third-order origin returning realm master wouldn't be able to detect its existence. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to release the stone mongoose and obtain some 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Perhaps when Yang Kai left colored glass sect with the stone mongoose, the elders of colored glass sect wouldn't even notice that 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was missing. I've wanted that 1,000 illusion-colored glass for a long time now, but unfortunately I've never had a chance. Now that someone has taken the initiative to invite you over, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, Yang Yen said as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want to refine with the 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Yang Kai was still worried and asked with a frown. After all, if he ran into someone else's sect to steal something once exposed, he would be hated. If what Yang Yun wanted to refine wasn't important, Yang Kai didn't want to offend him. I want to refine a treasure. Yang Yun smiled mysteriously but didn't explain, simply saying, "It's not convenient for me to say right now because I don't have enough knowledge about artifact refining and spirit arrays, but I can tell you that this thing will be of great use to you and definitely won't disappoint you. When the time comes to refine it, you will definitely rejoice at the choice you made." Another thing that can't be said. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know what was wrong with these women today, but when they spoke, it was hard to keep him in suspense, making him gnash his teeth in anger but unable to do anything about it. "Then are you going to colored glass sect or not?" "I'll think about it." Although Yang Kai was also somewhat tempted, this wasn't a trivial matter, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Come on. Yang Yun begged, pulling out something from her ring and waving it in front of Yang Kai. "We'll go look for this on the way. If we're lucky, it may be able to alleviate our current predicament." Yang Kai looked at the thing in her hand and his expression couldn't help changing. "Big brother Yang, you should agree to big sister Yang Yun's request. Moreover, I see that you've been in seclusion for quite some time now, so it's time you go out and relax. Perhaps you'll gain something else from this trip." Wu Yi also tried to persuade him, but her words were much more clever. Unlike Yang Yun, she didn't try to be as direct as Yang Kai's and instead focused on his cultivation. Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in Colored Glass sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now, it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanting to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. Lady Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal and she gently nodded to Yang Kai. Junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down. Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked down the stairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's Yang to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way. Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Huh. Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, What's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Colored Glass sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days. No, no. Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Colored Glass sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, after returning from Lu Yen Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. So that's how it is. However, although our colored glass sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. If junior brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our colored glass sect. However, junior brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing. Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai was only a first-order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the second-order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that junior brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Lu Yen Desert that was not small. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Colored Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine, this trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time. Yang Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient? Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked. Sister Yang Inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yen standing not far away, wearing a black robe, like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, this senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect's spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along. Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qian Tong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Colored Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city, so when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain, not even Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Colored Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Colored Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Colored Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately opened to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, The two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the origin-grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Colored Glass sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass sect's headquarters. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again, but this time she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, Colored Glass sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yen a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yen. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him, taking the initiative to explain, "This is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our Colored Glass sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our Colored Glass sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting." When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside Colored Glass sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. "I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around. taking in the scenery inside Colored Glass Sect. Along the way, the large and small mountain peaks all had traces of Colored Glass Sect's disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Although Dragon Cave Mountain's world energy aura was quite good and seemed to be thriving, compared to this grand Crystal Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. If Colored Glass Sect was so magnificent, what about the other more powerful sects on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai had not been to the Shadow Moon Hall, but he estimated it wouldn't be any worse. I heard that your noble sect has a mysterious 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. May I know where it is? Yang Kai asked casually. Since he had come here for Colored Glass Mountain, naturally he had to determine its location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. There was nothing particularly special about the peaks in his line of sight, so 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain shouldn't be here. Junior brother Yang actually knows about our Colored Glass Mountain? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lady Dai Yuan must be joking. Although this Yang is a newcomer, the name of your noble sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is so resounding that this Yang has heard a thing or two about it. I heard that this mysterious mountain is entirely composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Is that true? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Colored Glass Mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look for some reason. After pondering for a while, she gently nodded. Our sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is indeed made up of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and it is a single piece. Its weight cannot be estimated. Although 1,000 illusion-colored glass is extremely precious, and everyone knows that our Colored Glass Sect has such a treasure mountain, it is quite laughable that we can't even utilize 1/10,000th of its full potential, nor can we collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Only every few decades can we use some special methods to collect a small amount. This information was basically the same as what Yang Yun had told Yang Kai before, so Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Special methods to collect? Yang Kai asked casually. Dai Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems I've asked something I shouldn't have. Sister Dai Yuan, please pretend you didn't hear me." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan doesn't want to tell you, it's just that this method is classified as one of the sect's core secrets, so no one can disclose it. Once it is disclosed, the punishment will be unimaginable. I hope junior brother Yang can forgive me. It's fine, this Yang was rude. Seemingly because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt somewhat apologetic. After thinking about it for a moment, she said, 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain isn't this way, but if we take a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we take a trip there? She was obviously trying to make up for it, something Yang Kai couldn't ask for more, but on the surface, he still showed some hesitation and said, "Is there something wrong with this?" "1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons." Ha! While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, these blue streaks of light appeared in front of young Inflammation and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tongxian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. So it is Martial Ant Dai Yuan, disciples greet Martial Ant. Martial Ant. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Colored Glass sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning realm masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial ant of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Young Inflammation. When he saw Young Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. Are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area? Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for, the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask Martial Uncle, these 2 they are my guests, you don't need to worry about them. If the elders ask, just answer like this." The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other 4 out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Young Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the 5 cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. "Is that Martial Ant Dai Yuan who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak?" A woman in a light yellow dress who looked to be in her 20s asked. "Yes. It is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she, The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, "You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore?" The woman's face paled, as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. "You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood?" "Understood," the other 4 all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other 4 cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the three of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at colored glass sect's most precious treasure. "This is your noble sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain?" Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. This is 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. Ha, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors, so many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. Most of the time? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. 1,000 illusion-colored glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yen-yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. It seems that Sister Yang Yen knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. And this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yen-yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded, and it does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our colored glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it. Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good, we can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to origin returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions, but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yen-yun following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yen nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's 1,000 illusion peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yen wanted the 1,000 illusion-colored glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how Colored Glass Sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many Colored Glass Sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these Colored Glass Sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every Colored Glass Sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in Colored Glass Sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in Colored Glass Sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. "That is the 1,000 illusion peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yen don't mind." Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 illusion peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 illusion peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yen didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this 1,000 illusion peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in colored glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yen, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There is a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yen didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang Yen seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my 1,000 illusion peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yen had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yen and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yen didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please come in." Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yen to arrange a similar spirit array, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yen into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please wait a moment, someone has come to find me." Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. Insu Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of colored glass sect, Insu Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to Thousand Illusion Peak when Yin Su Dai had rushed over. Obviously she had received some kind of news. Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that Yin Su Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing Yin Su Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" Yin Su Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled, "Senior sister, what are you saying? Junior sister is simply concerned about senior sister. Last time, senior sister left without saying goodbye and no one knew where she had gone. Even honored master didn't know, so junior sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about senior sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that senior sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is junior sister happy, but honored master is also very happy and wants to see you." Honored master? A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with Yin Su Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this? Then what else do you want me to say?" Yin Su Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "Right, there is another good thing I want to share with senior sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Xiao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Xiao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, junior sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit senior sister. If senior sister is feeling lonely, how about junior sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you?" Yin Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. "An origin condensing pill." Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. "Then I must congratulate junior sister. And this is all thanks to senior sister finding a few stalks of emerald silk grass in Lu Yan's desert, otherwise it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass." Yin Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on Yin Su Dai, instead saying, Junior sister senior. If there's nothing else, junior sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down master's efforts. Junior senior sister, senior say, senior like senior to senior sister. S Senior. Su, sister, Su Senior. Senior sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on In Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, In Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this senior sister and junior sister as soon as he arrived at Colored Glass Sect, but he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior sister Een and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired senior sister Een for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Een may not have noticed. When In Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yun, he just stood in place, not saying anything or doing anything as if he didn't exist. "And I remember now. You should be with that Wei Gucheng. How come you also know senior sister?" In Su Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. "And I met her in Lu Yan's desert," Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. "So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow." In Su Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding, "Good, good, this one couldn't ask for more." As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. "In Su Dai!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack In Su Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. "What's the matter?" In Su Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward, inexplicably arriving in front of In Su Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of In Su Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of In Su Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely. It was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light and the temperature of his body rose significantly. In Su Dai was stunned on the spot while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or In Su Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of In Su Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, In Su Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me." Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his 2 big hands were still firmly holding onto In Su Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now, how about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." "Ah." In Su Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, In Su Dai's expression changed and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, In Su Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her two small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like, but it was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, In Su Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, In Su Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." In Su Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted, "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master, she has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now." Saying so, In Su Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from Thousand Illusion Peak, In Su Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. In Su Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing In Su Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of Thousand Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction In Su Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" You didn't fall for her seduction technique? If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before and his eyes were clear and bright. Seduction technique? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She used it on the wrong person. Then why did you? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed. Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through it on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off. Didn't she not see through it? Yang Kai chuckled. Thank you. Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching In Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need, she attacked me first, I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but In Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't colored glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Dai Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled, not bad at all. Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties, your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Dai Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Dai Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Chi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown in before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me," Dai Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the karst cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire karst cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yen swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, there is indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power. Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, did someone change the natural spirit array here? It was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Dai Yuan thought of something and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. That person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. Nonsense. Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Dai Yuan's secluded home, so how could a spirit array set up outside be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Dai Yuan smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Yang, there is no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Dai Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Dai Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, Can I? Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her. In any case, this place is already your territory, she will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good. Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Guchang had mentioned this before in Lu Yen's sandfield. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior brother Yang must be joking. I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter junior brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind, young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, There are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master? Dai Yuan raised her brow. The legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star's source and become its Star Master. But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star's source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King realm masters do not dare attempt it easily, otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this and immediately said cheerfully, If there is an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult Junior Brother Yang about the outside world. I hope Junior Brother Yang will not refuse. Good, when the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes for meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you're going to do? Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Colored Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion-Colored glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved, All he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so Yang Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Yang Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Yang Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Yang Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month, but now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills, but there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Dai Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But before that, shouldn't Sister Dai Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it?" "I'm here to tell you this." Dai Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Dai Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Dai Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked junior brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." Detoxify? Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned? I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me, perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill. There is no detoxification pill for my poison. Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't 1,000 illusion-colored glass your noble sect's supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about 1,000 illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. 1,000 illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow 1,000 illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This secret art was created by my colored glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Heh, such a strange secret art, it doesn't seem to be anything good, Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. Thousand Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was surprised. On top of that, I grew up with her and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. And her end? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan seemed to recall something and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating this secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of this secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Dai Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Dai Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Dai Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Dai Yuan in surprise. The 1,000 illusion-colored glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, right? Colored Glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation, so unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed and she quickly waved her hand. Junior brother Yang, you can't say that. Am I right? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly but didn't deny it, nodding. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art precisely because I need to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Dai Yuan was so important to Colored Glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself, Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. Chapter 1274. Although he had received Dai Yuan's praise, Yang Kai was still somewhat puzzled. Although his control of the medicinal efficacies was quite good, the 5 origin-grade alchemists from Medicine King's Valley weren't bad either. After all, they were all quite old, so why had Dai Yuan asked him for help instead of Medicine Pill Sect's alchemists? There must be some unknown reason for this. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to ask because he knew Dai Yuan would definitely tell him later. Seeing Yang Kai listening attentively, Dai Yuan smiled and continued, if it was just finding such an alchemist, it wouldn't have been difficult. The difficult part would have been gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. What kind of materials would you need to gather? Yang Kai asked. There are many materials, but after years of searching by the previous senior who lived here, he managed to gather 90% of them. Even the Yin Pond, which was the most difficult to find, was found by that senior, and after expending a great deal of effort, he was able to move it back to 1,000 Illusion Peak. The reason I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is because this Yin Pond cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to work so hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why Dai Yuan insisted that he come with her to Colored Glass Sect. However, yin pons were extremely rare and would only appear in places with dense yin qi and ghost qi. Although they were useless to most cultivators, for those who cultivated yin and evil secret arts, yin pons were their favorite treasures because the pure yin qi in them was enough to rapidly increase the strength of any cultivator who cultivated such a secret art. Yang Kai had only heard about them and had never had a chance to see one with his own eyes. Because thousand illusion-colored glass is not restrained by the 5 elements. So, if one wants to expel the colored glass poison, they must have something like a yin pond. Then, condensing the medicinal efficacies of countless herbs, fusing them into the yin pond's water, and using the yin pond's water as a guide, they will have a chance to expel the colored glass poison, Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened. With his alchemy skills and knowledge, although he didn't understand the inner workings of this method, it should be correct. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, since that senior was able to find a yin pond, why didn't she take it? She even moved it back to Thousand Illusion Peak. So why didn't she detoxify it in the end? She still lacks one last thing. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. What she lacks is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit shook. The blood-invigorating mushroom, the one that can be used to refine the blood mushroom pill? Hearing this, Yang Kai's faces. Yang Kai, of course. The invigorating mushroom, Dai Yuan gently nodding. With a flip of her hand, an exquisite wooden box suddenly appeared in her palm. She then opened the wooden box. Opening it, she took out a small piece of mushroom the size of a baby's fist. Not only did it look strange, but it was also red in color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was blood flowing through it, but it also exuded a pungent smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, gently stroking it with his hand, carefully examining it for a while before nodding. Yes, this is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Its medicinal age is at least 3,000 years, and it seems to have been picked not long ago. Did you obtain this from Luyen Sandfield? Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan smiled faintly. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang's blessing that this blood-invigorating mushroom was a harvest I obtained in the 4th layer of Lu Yen Sandfield. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought to himself, Dai Yuan's luck really wasn't bad. In the 4th layer, the number of precious treasures was extremely low. Yang Kai had only managed to obtain a few strings of fine purple jade fruit, but Dai Yuan was actually able to find a blood-invigorating mushroom. What's more, this was exactly what she desperately needed. It seemed that after he left, Dai Yuan had spent a lot of effort searching for this blood-invigorating mushroom, and the reason she wanted to follow him to the 4th layer was probably because she wanted to find this blood-invigorating mushroom. Finally, she was able to achieve her goal. What do you want to do with this blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai closed the lid of the box and handed it back to her before asking. Dai Yuan fell silent, gently rubbing the wooden box in her hand a few times before sighing softly. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Although this method of detoxification was created and left behind by the previous senior who lived here, she wasn't 100% certain it would succeed because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass poison has already penetrated deep into my body, so if I were to try to expel it, it would inevitably cause me to lose a great deal of vitality. It is not impossible for me to die, but this blood-invigorating mushroom is the only way to preserve that slim chance of survival. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into a blood mushroom pill? Blood mushroom pill? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that you don't understand the grade of the blood mushroom pill. It is an origin grade high-rank pill, not something the alchemists of Shadowed Star can refine. If this were the outside world where junior brother Yang came from, this proposal would be a good one, but unfortunately. Or rather, are you an origin grade high-rank alchemist? No. Yang Kai shook his head. He was now an origin grade low-rank alchemist, but if he really put his mind to it and wasn't afraid of ruining the herbs, there was a chance he could refine an origin grade mid-rank pill. As for an origin grade high-rank pill, it was impossible for him to refine one, so after pondering for a moment, he said, "What I mean is, if you aren't in a hurry, you might as well wait a few days. Perhaps there will be a more reliable method in the future, or perhaps you can find someone to refine the blood mushroom pill." Yang Kai didn't dare say he would refine it himself. Although he felt that it wouldn't take him many years to become an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, he still couldn't make any guarantees at this time. "I can't wait." Dai Yuan shook her head bitterly. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "If I could wait, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask junior brother Yang for help." After cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin-returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. Dai Yuan smiled gently. "Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern, but since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best." Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain. Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, "Since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best." Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you." Immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass sect and perfected during her lifetime, so Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Shao from Colored Glass sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man, otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect, 4 of them were also old men and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King-grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed. There was a saying that doctors should not avoid suspicion, and her current relationship with Yang Kai was somewhat similar to that of a doctor and patient. Thinking so, Dai Yuan's expression gradually returned to normal. After spending the entire night explaining, Yang Kai would take the initiative to ask about some key issues, and Dai Yuan also knew that this was a matter of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. After an entire night, Dai Yuan finished her explanation, and Yang Kai also memorized the detoxification method in his heart, knowing what to do at what time. Junior brother Yang, have you memorized everything? Dai Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she hadn't rested all night, she didn't show the slightest signs of sleepiness and instead seemed to be in high spirits, as if she had reached the most important juncture in her life. Chapter 1275. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing at Dai Yuan thoughtfully for a moment before saying, your state of mind isn't very stable right now. How about this? You rest for 2 more days, then we'll begin. Although Dai Yuan couldn't wait to begin immediately, since Yang Kai had said so, she couldn't object. Nodding in agreement, she discussed a few more details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai sat down on the stone bed in his room, rubbing his chin as he pondered for a while. A moment later, he waved his hand and a large number of herbs appeared on his bed. Immediately after, he took out his alchemy furnace and released his conflagrated spiritual energy, wrapping up the various herbs and condensing the medicinal liquids contained within them. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and swept the room with his divine sense, he found Dai Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions had completely calmed down, and there was no trace of joy or sadness on her face. Standing outside the door, she didn't urge Yang Kai to come out, simply waiting for him to take the initiative to come out. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling that she had adjusted her state quite well, so he quickly got up, got off the stone bed, and opened the door. Dai Yuan heard the sound of movement and raised her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, she smiled faintly at him. Let's go. Yang Kai gestured, to which Dai Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Returning to the huge stone chamber they had passed by before, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai into another corridor. This corridor seemed to lead straight into the depths of the earth and had a series of artificial steps carved out of it, so it wasn't too steep. On both sides of the corridor, there were also some strange stones used for illumination, allowing the soft light to diffuse. As Dai Yuan walked down, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he continued to spread out his divine sense. Halfway through the journey, Kai Yang suddenly felt a chill in front of him. This chill wasn't just pure cold, it was a kind of cold that made one's hair stand on end. Strictly speaking, this was yin qi. Only places where yin qi gathered would have this kind of cold. It seemed that the so-called yin pond was hidden below. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This kind of yin qi didn't cause any trouble for Yang Kai at all. He didn't even need to circulate his saint qi, he could easily resist it with his physical body. The same was true for Dai Yuan. Although her physique wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, her cultivation and the fact that this yin pond had been here for so many years, presumably Dai Yuan had come down here countless times in order to prepare for detoxification, so she naturally wouldn't be affected by it. The further down she went, the stronger the chill became. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's divine sense and Dai Yuan. After walking down for a long time, the scene before her suddenly opened up. There was also a huge stone room below. However, there was nothing in this stone room. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one would see that this stone room was filled with a dense and cold aura. Strand after strand, it filled every corner of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were also covered in white frost. The temperature here was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. In the center of the stone room, there was a small pond that covered an area of less than 10 meters. The wisps of cold yin qi were emitted from this small pond. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Lady Dai Yuan, is this yin pond a 1,000-year yin pond or a 10,000-year yin pond? Dai Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask and smiled. According to that senior, this yin pond was formed at least 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yang Kai frowned. For such a long time, the yin qi in this yin pond is not something you can withstand. Are you sure you want to continue? Yin ponds were also divided by age. Yang Kai hadn't heard Dai Yuan mention anything about this yin pond before, so he didn't ask too much about it, but now, this yin pond was actually 5 or 6,000 years old. With such a yin pond, it was likely Dai Yuan would immediately freeze into an ice sculpture if she were to soak in it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. Junior brother Yang may rest assured. Before this, I made a lot of preparations and mixed a lot of fire and yang attribute herbs into the yin pond's water to neutralize the yin qi. On top of that, I am also an alchemist and have cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so as long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any problems. What's more, if I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang were in this situation, what would you choose? Yang Kai fell silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had her own difficulties and had no other choice, so he no longer tried to persuade her. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, I have left a letter in my meditation room. If an accident really happens this time and I die, you can take this letter to my honored master. The letter explains everything. She won't embarrass you after reading it. My honored master is Elder Gong Ao Fu, who lives on Myriad Fathom Peak, so if you need to leave, you can go find her. Dai Yuan's appearance made it seem as if she was making arrangements for her death, causing Yang Kai to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded. I understand. Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning to him, please come with me. A moment later, the two arrived at the yin pond. Yang Kai looked around and found that this pond wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, but it was so clear that he could see the bottom, without the slightest impurities. The water was completely still, like a pool of stagnant water. However, if this pool of stagnant water were to be seen by a cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art, they would definitely be ecstatic and would pay any price to obtain this yin pond. Because this yin pond was simply too useful to them, it was no less valuable than some top precious treasures and precious medicines. At this moment, there were some traces of a spirit array around the yin pond. It should have been the senior from Colored Glass sect who had brought the yin pond here and used a spirit array to restrain it. Dai Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, Junior brother Yang, just sit here, I will cooperate with you. Good. Yang Kai nodded, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged. There's nothing else to prepare, right? Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself as she stared at the yin pond with a complicated expression. Suddenly she smiled and said, Junior brother Yang, no matter what, Dai Yuan must thank you this time. You are the only person who has been willing to help me in the past 20 years and the only friend I have made in the past 20 years. Saying so, she respectfully bowed to Yang Kai, her expression solemn. 20 years, Yang Kai's brow rose. It seemed that Dai Yuan's change in Colored Glass sect was not as simple as Wu had previously inquired about, which was 10 years ago, but rather began more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena, they should be friends she had made before coming here, so they didn't count. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Sister Dai Yuan is too serious. This matter is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Right? Take this bottle of medicinal liquid. Saying so, Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to her. This is... Dai Yuan caught the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. This is a medicinal liquid I formulated myself. Although I can't refine the blood mushroom pill, if you take this bottle of medicinal liquid together with the blood-invigorating mushroom, it should be able to stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies, which should have some effect on you. With my current level of alchemy, this is the best I can do, Yang Kai said with some regret. The blood-invigorating mushroom was rare, and the blood mushroom pill was even more difficult to refine, but the value of the blood mushroom pill was definitely not below that of an Origin King grade pill, perhaps even higher. This was because the blood mushroom pill was a healing saint pill that could bring the dead back to life. For a cultivator who spent years adventuring, this was one of the most valuable pills. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't refine it right now, so he could only use this method to avoid wasting too much of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had been formulating this medicinal liquid. Dai Yuan heard this and was pleasantly surprised. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, not even opening it to check its contents as she happily said, "I've troubled junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan will definitely live up to your expectations." She felt that she had really found the right person to ask for Yang Kai, because even if she had asked Grandmaster Shao of her sect or the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, they might not have been able to produce this bottle of medicinal liquid that could stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. With this bottle of medicinal liquid, her chances of success would be increased by at least 10%, so how could she not be happy? Next, I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan put away the bottle of medicinal liquid and said to Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, her figure suddenly spun and her clothes flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only her undergarments were left. Dai Yuan seemed to have been prepared for this moment, so her undergarments were all black. Although they accentuated her exquisite figure, they didn't allow her body to be exposed for the time being. Even so, a faint blush appeared on her face and she didn't want to remain here for a moment longer, her figure flickering as she jumped directly into the Yin pond. There wasn't the slightest splash, and the moment she entered the Yin pond, Dai Yuan let out a groan as a look of extreme pain appeared on her face. After the Yin pond water was stimulated by the foreign object, it began to boil and a white mist appeared, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if it had a mind of its own. Kacha, with a crisp sound, a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan only needed to circulate her secret art slightly to expel this thin layer of ice from her body. However, the white mist did not relent and spread even more fiercely towards her body. Dai Yuan finally couldn't bear it and let out a pitiful cry as a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was very unusual, as if there were tens of thousands of them. The moment this light bloomed, Yang Kai's mind suddenly froze as he felt his soul being shaken. His knowledge trembled slightly and he felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly been placed on his body, making his body feel heavy. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he stared at Dai Yuan's figure without hesitation. Although he had heard from Yang Yen that the colored glass divine light emitted by Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain had the effect of restraining one's soul, he hadn't expected it to be so strange and impossible to guard against. Chapter 1276. Fortunately, Dai Yuan wasn't deliberately targeting Yang Kai, and Yang Kai himself wasn't an ordinary person, so after a moment of shock, he immediately resisted the colored glass divine light's assault and released his conflagrated knowledge towards Dai Yuan. At this moment, Dai Yuan's face seemed to be distorted by severe pain, making her appearance even more unbearable to look at. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that not only did she seem to be lacking in looks, but her entire body was also like her face, covered with scars and bruises, making her look completely different from an ordinary woman's. Before, when she was wearing black undergarments, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything, but when she entered the Yin pond and her undergarments were soaked in the water, Yang Kai immediately discovered this problem after using his divine sense to examine Dai Yuan. Her entire body seemed to be covered in scars and bruises, just like her face, with the exception of her two white and flawless hands, making it difficult to look straight at her. It seems that cultivating the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art is extremely harmful. Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason she was like this was definitely related to the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art. Junior brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was slightly dazed, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Let's begin." The next moment, without hesitation, Dai Yuan opened an acupuncture point on her chest and began madly drawing the Yin pond's water into her body. After the bone-chilling liquid entered her tender body, Dai Yuan shuddered uncontrollably, but she still gritted her teeth, her lips turning blue as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't say a word as his conflagrated knowledge C also rushed into the acupuncture point and instantly engraved several alchemy spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's body. Conflagrated knowledge C. Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected this at all. Yang Kai actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge C. After all, according to her original plan, Yang Kai needed to place his hand on her chest and pour his Saint Qi into her body, using her body as a furnace. Using the various medicinal efficacies contained in the Yin Pond's water as materials. Then using alchemy techniques to expel the colored glass poison from her body. While they were discussing various details before, Yang Kai hadn't revealed that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge C, but seeing it at this moment, Dai Yuan wasn't surprised. Because if this was the case, there was no need for Yang Kai to have any intimate contact with her body. This made her feel both shocked and relieved. After all, no matter what, she was still an innocent woman. Having her body touched by another man was still somewhat unbearable. Just as Dai Yuan's thoughts were racing, with the acupuncture point as the center, the Yin Pond's water began to swirl rapidly. Under the control of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C, the various medicinal efficacies that Dai Yuan had integrated into the Yin Pond's water were perfectly integrated. An uncomfortable feeling spread from her chest, causing Dai Yuan's breathing to become heavy, as if something was blocking her from circulating her strength. However, as Yang Kai continued to engrave spirit arrays, under the effect of these spirit arrays, the various medicinal efficacies in the Yin Pond's water began to clash and fuse together. A strange aura exuding a strange light was forced out of Dai Yuan's chest and into the Yin Pond. However, this filament-like thing didn't dissipate and instead swam like a fish in the water, unhindered. Soon, another similar thing was forced out, and as time passed, more and more filaments poured out of Dai Yuan's body, filling the entire Yin Pond with these strange glowing things. After half an hour, Dai Yuan suddenly felt the suffocating feeling in her chest disappear and the blocked Saint Qi in her body begin to circulate. The originally unbearable chill no longer posed any threat to her. Dai Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly released her divine sense to examine her body. There was no longer any colored glass poison in the flesh with the previously opened acupoint as the center. Moreover, the skin on the surface had finally returned to its normal state. It was white with a tinge of rosy, snow-white and delicate, and no longer looked as ugly as it was before. However, because she had been soaked in the Yin Pond's water, there were still some bruises, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. Dai Yuan's eyes suddenly became hazy and her heart trembled, almost allowing more of the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Guard your mind and don't think about anything else. Once everything is over, you can examine yourself properly. Yang Kai's shout suddenly rang in her ear, waking her from her pleasant surprise. Looking up at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, urging his conflagrated knowledge C to fuse with the medicinal efficacies, Dai Yuan found that his expression was calm and did not show any signs of embarrassment. Nodding, she opened another acupuncture point and allowed the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Yang Kai immediately cooperated with her without the slightest hesitation. Under the cover of his divine sense, although he could clearly see every part of Dai Yuan's body, essentially stripping her naked in front of him, at this moment, this was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai didn't have time to think about anything else. With a serious expression, he poured all of his energy into the Yin Pond's medicinal efficacies. Dai Yuan had already poured a large number of herbs into this Yin Pond, so it wasn't difficult to dispel the colored glass poison. The difficult part was controlling the fusion of medicinal efficacies and Dai Yuan's own tolerance. The former was fine as Dai Yuan was an alchemist herself, so when Yang Kai used his conflagrated knowledge C, she only needed to cooperate slightly to stimulate the medicinal efficacies. However, the latter was not something Yang Kai could help with, it all depended on Dai Yuan's own will. The colored glass poison had already penetrated deep into her body, and every time it was expelled, not only was it expelling the toxins, but it was also expelling some of her life essence. Once or twice wouldn't be a problem, but once it happened too many times, she might not be able to pass this hurdle. This was indeed the case. Every time it was expelled, it took at least a stick of incense worth of time. Half a day later, less than a fifth of the poison had been expelled, but Dai Yuan was already on the verge of collapse, her face as pale as paper. Fortunately, Dai Yuan had made sufficient preparations. At this time, she took out some pills from her space ring and tossed them into her mouth, restoring some color to her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also slowed down his movements, giving Dai Yuan enough time to refine the medicinal efficacies. However, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan didn't dare waste too much time. After all, soaking in the Yin pond for so long had consumed a great deal of Dai Yuan's vitality, so after a short rest, the two of them repeated the same process again. Time passed little by little, and the colored glass poison in Dai Yuan's body was gradually removed, but Yang Kai's expression only became more and more serious. He couldn't see if Dai Yuan could pass this hurdle because up to now, Dai Yuan had already begun to overdraw her life source to barely maintain her bodily functions and cooperate with him in expelling the poison, but doing this was not a long-term solution. Once she couldn't hold on any longer, she would undoubtedly die. Even if she could persist, Dai Yuan would need to rest for a long time afterwards. But now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Whether it was Yang Kai or Dai Yuan, both of them had to persevere until the end. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Dai Yuan, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly opened her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I can do it, junior brother Yang, you don't need to hold back, just do as you please." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but after feeling her determination, he nodded lightly and didn't say anything. His conflagrated knowledge burst out again as he carved a series of spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's defenseless body, drawing in the medicinal efficacies of the Yin pond to cleanse her body. Dai Yuan screamed again, sounding extremely desolate, as if she was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Another day passed by and most of Dai Yuan's body had returned to normal. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that she indeed had some assets that ordinary women did not have. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was incredibly voluptuous. Even her face was no longer as unsightly as it used to be. At this moment, besides her pale complexion, there was no trace of her former appearance. Clearly, she was a stunning beauty that was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Combined with her current appearance after suffering so much torture, she appeared particularly delicate and charming. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised and simply focused on his own task. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took back his conflagrated knowledge and suddenly shouted in a thunderous voice, "Hurry up and swallow the blood invocation mushroom." Dai Yuan didn't seem to have much consciousness left, her pair of beautiful eyes dim and lifeless. Before this, she only knew how to mechanically cooperate with Yang Kai's actions, the last trace of obsession in her heart keeping her from giving up. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Dai Yuan's lifeless eyes immediately restored a trace of clarity and she quickly took out the wooden box containing the blood invocation mushroom from her space ring, opened it, and swallowed the blood invocation mushroom in one gulp. The next moment, she took out the jade bottle Yang Kai had given her and poured the medicinal liquid inside into her mouth. Once this medicine entered her stomach, Dai Yuan's condition finally improved a little, an abnormal flush quickly appearing on her pale face as her blood began to circulate rapidly. The huge vitality contained in the blood invocation mushroom began to spread throughout her body, making up for her lost life source. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to completely refine the medicinal efficacies of the blood invocation mushroom before enveloping her with his conflagrated knowledge again. Success or failure would depend on this final juncture. If Dai Yuan's willpower was strong enough, she should have a 30% chance of surviving, but if she couldn't, then she could only blame herself for running out of luck and having no one else to blame. Dai Yuan understood this better than anyone else and immediately cooperated with Yang Kai. In an instant, the entire Yin pond's water began to surge, madly pouring into Dai Yuan's body. Layers of white mist began to envelop her and thin threads of strange light were forced out of her body. Chapter 1277. 1,000 meters below Thousand Illusion Peak, next to the 10-meter Yin Pond, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed slightly as a look of contemplation appeared on his face. He was fiddling with an inconspicuous gray bead in his hand. Expelling the poison from Dai Yuan's body had been completed, and Dai Yuan's luck had been quite good. She had managed to survive the last moment and successfully remove all the colored glass poison from her body. Just before she fell unconscious, she had suddenly opened her mouth and spat out this bead, only having time to tell Yang Kai that it was a colored glass bead before fainting. Yang Kai took her out of the Yin Pond, circulated his Saint Qi to evaporate the cold Yin Qi in her body, then took off his clothes and covered her body with them before standing guard beside her. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take her back to her room to rest, but she was only wearing her undergarments right now, so carrying her was a bit inconvenient. The bead in his hand didn't have anything special about it. Even if he threw it out, no one would be interested in it, but when Yang Kai carefully observed it, he was shocked to discover that this inconspicuous gray bead was actually exuding a dazzling light. This light was identical to the colored glass divine light and had the effect of restraining one's soul, easily penetrating his knowledge, see defenses, and shaking his soul. Yang Kai immediately understood that this bead was probably an extremely valuable treasure. Although Yang Kai had never seen Thousand Illusion-colored glass with his own eyes, he vaguely understood that the formation of this bead should be related to the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art Dai Yuan cultivated and the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art she had ingested. However, after examining it countless times, Yang Kai discovered a very strange thing. This bead was somewhat similar to a pill, but also somewhat similar to an artifact refining material. It was difficult to tell which was which. While fiddling with it, Yang Kai's expression changed and he held the colored glass bead in his palm before turning to look at Dai Yuan, who was lying on the ground. Over there, Dai Yuan's long eyelashes were trembling slightly and her 10 slender jade fingers seemed to be moving slightly, obviously a sign that she was about to wake up. Looking at her completely different face from before, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Before the colored glass poison was expelled, Dai Yuan's appearance was unbearable to look at, but now, she had become an outstanding beauty. Compared to In Su Dai, Yang Kai was slightly stronger. Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened if she had entered the Yin Pond like this. Could he still be as calm as still water? Thinking about it carefully, he would probably be a little distracted. After all, he was still a man. No man would remain indifferent in the face of such a beautiful and almost naked woman. After waiting for a while, Dai Yuan opened her eyes and moved her body slightly, only to discover that she was extremely weak and couldn't help groaning. Since you're awake, you should rest for a bit. Your current condition is not very optimistic. Yang Kai's faint voice came over. Hearing this, Dai Yuan lowered her eyes and immediately saw Yang Kai sitting not far from her, looking at her with a smile. Her expression changed slightly and she wanted to say something, but no words came out. After discovering that Yang Kai wasn't wearing his robes and that there was something covering her body, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of gratitude and security before she immediately closed her eyes again and silently circulated her secret art. 2 hours later, Dai Yuan sat up, dressed herself neatly, took out a number of pre-prepared restorative medicines from her space ring, stuffed them into her mouth, and continued to meditate. Another day later, Dai Yuan let out a deep breath and opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigor, and it seemed that her cultivation had also made some progress. Although her face was still a little pale, there was nothing wrong with it. As long as she calmed down and recuperated, she would eventually recover. Standing up, Dai Yuan walked over to Yang Kai and bowed deeply. Dai Yuan thanks Junior Brother Yang. This time, if it weren't for Junior Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have already fallen. Junior Brother Yang's great kindness will be engraved in Dai Yuan's heart and will never forget it. Yang Kai also stood up and waved his hand with a smile, saying indifferently, being able to break through the gates of hell was your own effort, I didn't have much to do with it. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. Junior Brother Yang overestimates Dai Yuan. I know that if the one I invited this time was not Junior Brother Yang but instead Grandmaster Xiao or one of the seniors from Medicine Pill Sect, I definitely wouldn't be standing here right now. Without mentioning anything else, the bottle of medicinal liquid you gave me must have cost a lot of precious herbs, right? Without that bottle of medicinal liquid, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for the last few hours. She clearly felt that after she took the blood-invigorating mushroom and that bottle of medicinal liquid, her depleted vitality had actually been restored significantly, and as time passed, it was still slowly recovering. It was because of this that she had been able to hold on until the end, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Directly taking a blood-invigorating mushroom wouldn't have such a great effect. If it had been a blood mushroom pill, it might have been possible to cause such a change, but an unrefined blood-invigorating mushroom shouldn't have been able to achieve this, so the only explanation was that bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she didn't know how much time and effort Yang Kai had spent on that bottle of medicinal liquid, it was obviously not something ordinary. Yang Kai not mentioning it was because he was generous, so how could Dai Yuan not care? Seeing her say this, Yang Kai didn't try to deny it, nor did he admit it. What Dai Yuan didn't know was that although that bottle of medicinal liquid had cost him a lot of precious herbs, the most important reason was because he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into it. Yang Kai's golden blood contained an extremely powerful vitality, so it was the most suitable for restoring Dai Yuan's vitality at that time. In any case, Sister Dai Yuan has finally succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Kai laughed and changed the subject. Dai Yuan also showed a charming smile as she turned her head and stared at the reflection of her peerless face in the calm waters of the Yin Pond, her beautiful eyes filling with a brilliant light. Yang Kai observed her expression from the side and tactfully didn't disturb her, allowing her to enjoy the joy and excitement of regaining her lost beauty. After a while, Dai Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand and a gust of wind swept out from her sleeve, causing the clear waters of the Yin Pond to ripple and shatter her beautiful face, which was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Immediately, Dai Yuan circulated her Saint Qi and, under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, her beautiful appearance once again reverted to the appearance she had when Yang Kai first saw her. Ugly, dry, and pockmarked, her appearance was unbearable to look at. Yang Kai frowned. There was no woman who didn't like to be beautiful, and Dai Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her calm when that heaven-battling Union disciple provoked her back in Lu Yen Desert, nor would she have shown such a nostalgic look just now. However, since she had done this, she must have her reasons. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions, but what made Yang Kai curious was that when he swept her with his divine sense, he couldn't find the slightest flaw on her face. Dai Yuan's face seemed to have really returned to its previous ugly appearance. This surprised him greatly. After all, he had seen Dai Yuan's true colors with his own eyes. Yang Kai didn't ask, but Dai Yuan took the initiative to explain, "I've let junior brother Yang see something embarrassing. I don't think it's a good time to disclose this matter yet, so I can only confuse outsiders for now. When I break through to the origin returning realm, it won't be too late to explain everything to honored master." Young lady's considerations are quite thorough. Yang Kai nodded in agreement before immediately changing the subject and asking, "Dare I ask young lady Dai Yuan, what is the use of this bead?" Saying so, he took out the colored glass bead. Dai Yuan looked at this colored glass bead and smiled slightly. I was too busy spitting out this bead before to tell junior brother Yang how to use it. Dai Yuan was too careless. And let me put it this way, this bead is somewhat similar to a monster beast's monster core to me. A monster core? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was created based on a monster beast's cultivation method. Junior brother Yang should know that some monster beasts are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of minerals, extract their essence, and store it in their monster core. After I cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and consumed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, this bead was born in my body. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly asked, "If that's the case, won't losing it have any effect on your body?" "There will definitely be some effect, but it won't be great. It's just an existence similar to a monster core, but it's not as important as a monster beast's monster core. As long as I have enough time and 1,000 illusion-colored glass, I will be able to cultivate this kind of thing in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but also secretly sighed. The person who created the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was truly a heaven-defying genius, actually being able to produce something similar to a monster beast's monster core in a cultivator's body. No wonder when he examined it, it was similar to a pill, but it was also similar to an artifact refining material. Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Although this colored glass bead is important to me, it isn't that important, but to junior brother Yang, it is of great use. Please enlighten me, young lady." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. He had been investigating this colored glass bead for a long time but still didn't know how to deal with it. He had wanted to ask the Yang Inflammation Department about it, but now hearing Dai Yuan say this, it seemed she knew a way. If junior brother Yang can refine this colored glass bead, perhaps he will be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. After all, this is the condensed essence of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. If junior brother Yang can really comprehend the mysteries of colored glass divine light, he will have an additional means to deal with his enemies in the future. With the help of this colored glass bead, I estimate that with junior brother Yang's aptitude, there is an 80% chance he will be able to refine it. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai's expression changed. When he was helping Dai Yuan expel the poison, he had suffered a small loss from colored glass divine light, so he was naturally aware of its power. However, except for those who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, no other cultivator could comprehend colored glass divine light. Now, with the help of this colored glass bead, Yang Kai could do so he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Chapter 1278. If this was really the case, then Dai Yuan's gift was not a small one. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, this colored glass bead is different from the 1,000 illusion-colored glass I took. It is not poisonous, so as long as junior brother carefully refines it, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider this the reward Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan has nothing on her, and all the resources she has accumulated over the years were used up in order to detoxify this poison, so I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Dai Yuan didn't tell Yang Kai that this colored glass bead was the fruit of her 20 years of hard work in cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. Although she had reached the minor accomplishment stage in this secret art and could still cultivate it again, it was impossible to do so without several years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I am very satisfied with this reward. Lady Dai Yuan is quite considerate." Saying so, he put away the colored glass bead and glanced around at the Yin pond, which had lost so much of its Yin chi that it had almost been reduced to an ordinary pond. Yang Kai said, "Since we're done here, let's go back up." Good, after so many days of delay, I'm sure Lady Yang Inflammation is anxious. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and led Yang Kai back the way they had come. It seemed that because her appearance and body had been restored to its original state, her every move and action was filled with a myriad of emotions, completely different from before, causing Yang Kai to secretly admire her. Not long after, the two returned to their room on the upper floor. After separating, Yang Kai sat down in his room. After taking out the colored glass bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Yang Inflammation appeared in the room, wrapped in a black robe. "Is everything done?" Yang Inflammation asked. "It's time to go." Yang Inflammation seemed a little anxious, but she didn't ask why Dai Yuan had invited Yang Kai here. "What happened?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Nothing much happened. It's just that I feel that we shouldn't stay here for too long. Xiao Xiao has already been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for it to come back. If it's too greedy, it might cause problems." Yang Kai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. He nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave after tonight." Although he was still inside Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai could still use his divine sense to check the situation outside. It was still dark outside. It was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time. He could only wait until dawn to leave. After the discussion, Yang Yan also returned to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days. Moreover, he also had the intention to exchange alchemy knowledge with him. However, Yang Kai had a guilty conscience at this moment. How could he be in the mood to continue staying? After a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed. She then personally escorted him and Yang Inflammation out of Grand Crystal Mountain Range. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of recovery, she would begin breaking through to the origin returning realm. Once she succeeded, she would definitely pay a visit to Dragon Cave Mountain to thank him in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Just as the two of them were talking, a world-shaking noise suddenly rang out from within the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. Immediately, a pillar of light that emitted a myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Even though the three of them were thousands of kilometers away, they were still able to see the pillar of light clearly. Colored Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at this pillar of light and exclaimed. The place where this pillar of light came from was obviously where Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was located. It seemed that for some reason, the spirit array arranged around Colored Glass Mountain had become unstable, causing Colored Glass Mountain's colored glass divine light to erupt on its own. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yang Inflammation, immediately thinking of many possibilities. But soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Is there a problem with your noble sex Colored Glass Mountain? And I don't know what happened, but it seems some kind of barrier has been triggered. Junior brother Yang, I originally wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but that won't be possible now. I cultivate the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art, so I must hurry over. You and Sister Yang Inflammation must take care of yourselves. Since such a big thing has happened to your noble sect, Sister Dai Yuan really should make a trip there. We've already left Grand Crystal Mountain Range, so Yang Inflammation and I can travel the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Good, then we'll have a good chat when I visit Dragon Cave Mountain." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically before her tender body flickered and she turned into a stream of light, flying back the way she came at an incredible speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Inflammation and shouted, "Let's go!" The two summoned their star shuttles at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that it had something to do with the stone mongoose, so how could he be willing to remain here? After all, there had been an accident last night when he was retrieving the stone mongoose. Fortunately, he had left today, otherwise, if something like this had happened, it would have been extremely difficult for him and Yang Inflammation to leave Colored Glass Sect. With Dai Yuan as his guarantor, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about being harmed in Colored Glass Sect, but if he were to reveal any clues, Colored Glass Sect would never let him off. At that time, even Dai Yuan's words would be useless. At the same time, next to the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, several dozen second or third order origin returning realm masters were floating in the air around it. Among them, there were more than a dozen peak third order origin returning realm masters, all of whom were radiating powerful auras. Half of these masters were shuttling back and forth around Colored Glass Mountain, constantly pouring their pure Saint Chi into an unknown barrier in front of them. After receiving so much Saint Chi, this barrier fluctuated in size and seemed to be trying to suppress the colored glass divine light rising from the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. The other half were also secretly circulating their Saint Chi as they stared towards the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain with dignified expressions, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. What happened? A voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, A thin old man with 3 strands of long beard and silver-white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from Colored Glass Mountain. When the many origin returning realm masters saw this old man, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was none other than Sect Master Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect. Gong Xing He just waved his hand, motioning for everyone to dispense with formalities before turning his gaze to the 2 Third Order origin returning realm cultivator, a man and a woman, who were flying over in a hurry. The man was middle-aged and had an imposing appearance. Although it was impossible to tell his exact age, the vicissitudes of life that appeared in the corners of his eyes indicated that he was not young. The woman was also a middle-aged beauty with a soft waist and a charming appearance. The 2 of them arrived in front of Gong Xing He and bowed together. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the 2 of you have been guarding this place for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xing He looked at the 2 of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du exchanged a glance before the man surnamed Ma cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to Sect Master, the situation is like this. Last night, for some reason, Elder Du suddenly felt that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was showing signs of loosening. Immediately, she sent out her mountain quarrying beast to investigate, but what the 2 of us did not expect was that after the mountain quarrying beast went over there, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how we tried, we were unable to contact it, and even now it has not returned. But just now, the Colored Glass divine light suddenly erupted. The 2 of us guessed that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was indeed damaged, otherwise, such a thing would not have happened." "The spirit array was damaged?" Gong Xing He frowned and quickly said, "This has not happened for over 100 years. Every few years, we restabilize the spirit array, so how could it be damaged?" "This..." The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him act like this, Gong Xing He naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers, so he turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "Elder Du, is there only one mountain quarrying beast?" The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. "There is more than one mountain quarrying beast, but the one that can withstand the Colored Glass divine light and approach Colored Glass Mountain spirit array is the only one. The others are not very useful. After all, this kind of thing was specially bought from the Myriad Beast sect in order to guard Colored Glass Mountain. The Myriad Beast sect did not tell us how to raise and enslave this monster beast. So, we have no way to investigate the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain now?" Gong Xing He immediately showed a displeased expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and remained silent. "We also don't know why this happened?" Gong Xing He asked again. The expressions of the 2 Colored Glass sect elders became even more awkward. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby spoke up, "Although we don't know whether the damage to the spirit array is man-made or not, the most important thing right now is to suppress the eruption of the Colored Glass divine light. If this continues, the spirit array here may collapse and we may lose this treasure mountain. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate Colored Glass Sect and see if any outsiders have come here recently. If this is really man-made, it can only be one of these outsiders." "That's right," someone immediately echoed. Gong Xing He pondered for a moment before turning to the elder who had just spoken and nodding, "I'll leave the matter of investigating the outsiders to you. For the outsiders who are still in Colored Glass Sect, don't let them leave for the time being, but don't make things difficult for them either. If this is really their doing, then they must have had ideas about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. I'd like to see who has such great courage to try and steal from us." The elder accepted the order and immediately withdrew. Not far away, In Su Dai, who had heard the commotion and rushed over, giggled and chased after the elder, seemingly having something to report. On the other side, another young woman with a graceful figure suddenly walked up and said to Gong Xing He, "Sect Master, please calm your anger. In fact, if we want to investigate the spirit array underground, besides the mountain quarrying beast, there is another way." Chapter 1279. Seeing this young woman speak, Gong Xinghe's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. Fool, tell me, what is it? The young woman smiled when she heard this. Father, have you forgotten? There is another disciple in my sect who cultivates the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This young woman and Gong Xinghe were father and daughter, and both of them were third-order origin returning realm masters. This situation was not unusual on Shadowed Star because the third-order origin returning realm was the limit a cultivator could reach. As such, in many great sects, there would be father and son, master and disciple cultivator with the same cultivation. From the way Gong Xinghe addressed this young woman, it was obvious she was the one Dai Yuan had mentioned to Yang Kai, the Gong Ao Fu who lived on Myriad Illusion Peak. 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. When Gong Xinghe heard these words, a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes. The same was true for the other elders, all of them seemingly recalling something, their expressions becoming complicated. Is that the junior who lives on 1,000 Illusion Peak? Gong Xinghe quickly withdrew the strange look in his eyes and asked indifferently. Gong Ao Fu nodded lightly. Where is she? Gong Xinghe asked. She seems to be on her way here, probably because she saw what happened here. As Gong Ao Fu spoke, she turned her head to the side where a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching. Everyone waited for a moment before the blue streak of light flew over and paused for a moment before revealing a graceful figure. However, when everyone saw the face of this figure, they all showed some surprise. This newcomer was naturally Dai Yuan, who had rushed here in a hurry, seemingly knowing that so many elders and elders would be gathered here. As such, Dai Yuan did not show any panic and first bowed to Gong Xinghe in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. 1,000 Illusion Peak disciple Dai Yuan greets sect master. Gong Xinghe gently nodded but did not say anything. Dai Yuan then bowed to Gong Ao Fu before greeting the many elders and elders present. Gong Ao Fu's brow furrowed slightly as she swept Dai Yuan with her divine sense, asking suspiciously, Yuan, what have you been doing these past few days? Why do you seem to have suffered some loss of vitality? Dai Yuan bowed her head and replied, Disciple encountered a slight setback in her cultivation. However, it is not a serious matter. Thank you for your concern. Although this was what she said, Dai Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if she was just following a routine. Seeing this, Gong Xinghe frowned. He didn't care about her attitude. Your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain, is that true? Investigate Colored Glass Mountain? Yes, we suspect that one of the restrictions underground has been damaged. It's just that I don't know if it was damaged by someone or by myself, so I need you to check it out. Are there any problems? The sect raised me and raised me. Now that I have a use for it, Dai Yuan naturally won't refuse. Dai Yuan replied lightly. Hearing this, Gong Ao Fu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She only said, if that's the case, then investigate and inform us of the situation. Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan did not hesitate, immediately closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Soon, a colored glass divine light similar to the one erupting from Colored Glass Mountain burst forth from her tender body, but this colored glass divine light was less than a millionth of Colored Glass Mountains. The colored glass divine light only flickered around Dai Yuan for a moment before transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into Colored Glass Mountain. Seeing this, many of the elders who had never seen the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art before showed looks of interest. Because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was not restrained by the 5 elements and had the effect of restraining one's soul, even if their cultivations were far higher than Dai Yuan's, they were unable to release their divine sense or use any method to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who was only a third-order Saint King, was able to easily accomplish this feat, causing them to be both interested and shocked. They naturally knew about the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and the dangers of cultivating this secret art, so after a moment of contemplation, they no longer paid any attention to Dai Yuan and simply waited quietly. After a long time, The ray of light that shot into Colored Glass Mountain suddenly reappeared and rushed into Dai Yuan's tender body. Seeing this, many of Colored Glass sect's elders turned to look at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, "Honored Master, the barrier under Colored Glass Mountain is indeed damaged, and next to it, there seems to be the corpse of a monster beast. It seems that because this monster beast triggered the barrier, not only was it killed, it was also damaged." Monster beast? The beautiful woman surnamed Du's face changed slightly. Could it be the mountain-quarrying beast? It shouldn't be. The man surnamed Ma also wore a puzzled look. Logically speaking, the mountain-quarrying beast shouldn't have damaged the barrier. It has explored this place many times without making any mistakes, so why was it like this time? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan and asked with a slight smile, "Martial niece, could it be that you made a mistake? The mountain-quarrying beast was a monster beast we bought from Myriad Beast Sect specifically for use in this place. It shouldn't have damaged the barrier." Then I don't know, but this is the situation I investigated. If Elder Du doesn't believe me, you can find another way to investigate. After Dai Yuan said these two words, her face became slightly pale, as if using the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art just now had exhausted her. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. If she had a way to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It was just that she and Elder Ma had been guarding this place all this time, so now that something had happened to Colored Glass Mountain, they had to bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the mountain-quarrying beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. All that's left is to repair the spirit array. Since the barrier underground is broken, we'll just have to find another way to fix it. Gong Xinghe's face flashed a thoughtful look, but he didn't ask Dai Yuan too many questions. "Father, since it's a problem with the mountain-quarrying beast, should we investigate the guests who have visited during this time?" When Gong Ao Fu asked this question, she glanced over at Dai Yuan, apparently having learned from In Su Dai that Dai Yuan had also received guests a few days ago. "You can decide on this matter yourselves." Gong Xinghe waved his hand before turning around, his figure flickering and disappearing. As soon as their sect master left, many of the elders couldn't help secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du glanced at each other before the former said, "Although according to Martial niece Dai Yuan's investigation, the destruction of the barrier here has nothing to do with outsiders, I still feel that something is wrong. Elder Du has been cultivating the mountain-quarrying beast for more than 30 years and has never made any mistakes, but this time it has. Perhaps there is some unknown reason for this." When everyone heard him say this, they naturally understood that he was trying to shirk responsibility. If it was an outsider, then he and the beautiful woman surnamed Du's responsibility would naturally be lighter. Immediately, everyone laughed and said that this matter would be handled by the man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du and that they wouldn't intervene. The man surnamed Ma didn't decline and naturally prepared to investigate the visitors with all their might. On the other side, Dai Yuan walked over to Gong Ao Fu with a pale face and bowed, "Honored Master, disciple will also go back to rest." "Good, I've troubled you this time. Before you reach the minor accomplishment stage in the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, you generally cannot use the colored glass divine light. It seems that your loss of Yuan Qi this time is not small. Return to 1,000 illusion peak and rest for a few months. Take this bottle of 100 sifting pills, it should be able to make up for your loss of Yuan Qi." Saying so, Gong Ao Fu tossed a bottle of pills over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan caught it, thanked her profusely, and immediately withdrew. Gong Ao Fu allowing her to rest for a few months was exactly what she wanted. She had originally planned to rest for a few months before attempting to break through to the origin returning realm. While the many elders of Colored Glass sect repaired the barrier and spirit array, Dai Yuan returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak and went straight to the room Yang Kai had lived in before. Standing inside the room and looking around, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, She began circulating her Saint Chi and the colored glass divine light burst out from her body again, drilling directly into the ground and disappearing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Dayuan carefully examined her surroundings and after a moment, her tender body suddenly shook as a look of disbelief appeared on her face, whispering softly, "It really is you." When she was investigating Colored Glass Mountain before, she had noticed that there was a small hole at the bottom of Colored Glass Mountain that seemed to have been drilled into by something. On top of that, Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be missing a lot of Thousand Illusion colored glass. However, when she followed a small underground passage to investigate, Dayuan was shocked to discover that the location this passage led to was actually her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although the entire passage had been deliberately repaired, there were still some imperceptible traces left behind, and under the cover of the colored glass divine light, these traces had nowhere to hide. Surprised, Dayuan didn't dare to say anything because she vaguely felt that this matter might have something to do with Yang Kai. At that time, she wasn't certain and had only been careful, so she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast. However, the mountain quarrying beast had not been killed by the barrier and instead seemed to have been slapped to death by something. Now that she had returned to Thousand Illusion Peak and investigated, she immediately confirmed her previous conjecture. Underneath the room where Yang Kai had lived, there was a similar passage leading to Colored Glass Mountain. Over the years, Dayuan had only received two guests, Yang Kai and Yang Yun, so it would be strange if they hadn't done something to this place. Dayuan didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to open up a passage to Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain from here and empty out such a large area of Colored Glass Mountain. However, she knew that if this matter was exposed, Yang Kai would definitely be hunted down by Colored Glass Sect. His method of harvesting Thousand Illusion colored glass without using the Thousand Illusion colored glass art was definitely not something the elders of the sect would be willing to let go of. Chapter 1280. Fortunately, only those who had cultivated the Thousand Illusion-colored jade scripture art would be able to know about this. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to investigate unless the entire colored glass mountain was moved. Previously, she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast, so presumably Yang Kai wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After a while, Dayuan calmed down a little and decided to bury this matter silently in her heart, not telling anyone about it. She even tried her best to cover up the traces of the small passage deep under the chalk floor of the room where Yang Kai had lived. Yang Kai had never expected that Dayuan would have a way to investigate this matter. He had thought that everything would be done without anyone knowing. Before leaving, he had deliberately ordered the stone mongoose to repair the passage under the chalk, but both he and Yang Yen had underestimated the mysteries of the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art and colored glass divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were already 100,000 kilometers away from the Grand Crystal Mountain Range and were currently flying towards a certain location. However, Yang Kai still had a subtle feeling that something was wrong and his expression became dignified as he constantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. "Why do I feel like you're being a little cautious?" Yang Yen frowned and asked. When the stone mongoose came out, it encountered a very strange monster beast. Although that monster beast was only at the 6th order and was killed with a single slap, the changes in Colored Glass Mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if that monster beast sent some kind of message back, but if it did, we need to move faster. Xiao Xiao killed a monster beast? Yang Yen exclaimed. This was the first time she had learned of this matter. It should be a monster beast specially raised by Colored Glass Sect. I don't know what kind it is, but I do know that it can ignore the various barriers under Colored Glass Mountain, so it was probably placed there by someone from Colored Glass Sect to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the stone mongoose was smart and didn't give it any time to react before killing it. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble this time. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he looked up towards the front, his expression changing slightly. What happened? Someone's coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yang Inflammation also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing. However, she knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Are they coming for us?" If they were here for the two of them, they should have chased after them from behind. Why would they come from the front? It's In Su Dai. They really are coming for us. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Yen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that Colored Glass Sect has a space array connected to a nearby city. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What should we do? What else can we do? If we avoid them now, we'll be giving ourselves away. Yang Kai shook his head. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see any traces of the people coming from the other side and went straight to meet them. Because he found that although In Su Dai wasn't the only one coming, there was no origin returning realm master accompanying them, so he wasn't afraid. 100 kilometers ahead, In Su Dai was leading 2/3 Order Saint King Cultivator over, her brow furrowed slightly. When she had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of all visitors, she had been overjoyed. After all, a few days ago, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Yang Kai when she used her beguiling technique, allowing him to take advantage of her, causing In Su Dai to feel quite annoyed. Without even mentioning this point, Yang Kai was Dai Yuan's guest, which was enough for In Su Dai to take him seriously. She had been worried about not having an opportunity to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now the opportunity had presented itself right in front of her. She really wanted to know what the relationship between Dai Yuan and Yang Kai was, and why she had brought Yang Kai back to Thousand Illusion Peak this time. How could In Su Dai have known that a thorough investigation of the visitors was all bark and no bite? In Su Dai excitedly went to report this matter to the Chang Chok old man who was in charge of this matter. When the Chang Chok old man heard that Yang Kai was just a second-order Saint King, he immediately lost interest in him and didn't even try to pursue him. However, the Chang Chok old man also knew what In Su Dai was thinking and didn't stop her from chasing after Yang Kai. As such, In Su Dai pulled in 2 strong helpers from Colored Glass Sect and used the space array in the sect to teleport to 100,000 cities, just in time to intercept Yang Kai. Of the 2 cultivators beside her, one was tall and sturdy, as strong as a bear. His 2 exposed necks were bulging with muscles. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of extraordinary strength. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura surging, as if he was extremely cruel. However, when such a man looked at In Su Dai, his eyes were filled with tenderness and gentleness, and when he spoke to her, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid he would offend this beautiful woman. The other person had a dignified appearance. At this moment, there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Under his gaze, everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly. "Brother Luo, have you found him yet?" The burly man suddenly glanced at the other cultivator and asked, "You've been looking for him for so long yet haven't found a single clue. Are you not using your full strength? What are you urging for?" When the cultivator who was called Luo Shirgua heard this, a displeased look appeared on his face. They left the Grand Crystal Mountain Range long ago. Although we are in front of them, who knows which direction they will go? If Brother Ho is still worried, why don't you search for him yourself? I heard that brother has been cultivating his soul recently, so this is a good opportunity to test the results of your recent efforts. It seems that Master gave you a bottle of Spirit Clarity pills, so presumably brother's soul is much stronger than before, right? Listening to Brother Luo's ridicule, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The secret art he cultivated didn't pay much attention to the growth of his soul. It could be said that his soul was his biggest shortcoming, and as his strength grew, this shortcoming became more and more obvious, so some time ago he had been forced to begin cultivating his soul. Now that his junior brother Luo had brought up his sore spot, and in front of such a beautiful woman, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The two of them were normally fine. As brother and junior brother, there was no friction between them, but now in front of In Su Dai, it was inevitable that they would compete for her affections. Seeing the burly man surnamed Ho's embarrassed face, as if the anger in his heart was about to explode, In Su Dai quickly said, "Two brothers, please don't quarrel. This time, I invited the two of you to come out because I wanted to borrow your combined strength. Brother Luo's spirit eye technique is perfect for searching for someone in this situation, and after finding him, I'll have to trouble Brother Ho to capture him." Two brothers must have seen the incident with the sect's supreme treasure, Colored Glass Mountain. The sect master and many Changchok elders suspect that it was caused by an outsider, but that surnamed Yang didn't leave earlier or later, but instead chose to leave at this time. There's clearly something wrong with him, so we can't let him escape. In Su Dai didn't show any signs of annoyance because of the two's jealousy and instead wore a look of enjoyment on her pretty face, as if she couldn't wait for the two of them to quarrel as fiercely as possible. However, right now, tracking Yang Kai was more important, so she had to try to persuade them. Hearing her say this, the burly man surnamed Ho's face became gloomy as he took her words for real. "So, it really was that little brat who did this?" "I don't know." In Su Dai shook her head with a smile. "But this matter is of great importance, so we can't let any suspicious person go. Capture him and hand him over to the sect's Changchok elders. They will naturally decide what to do with him." She was using a chicken feather as an arrow to command orders, so how could she dare speak so confidently? Moreover, her words could only fool the burly man surnamed Ho, while the cultivator surnamed Luo wore a thoughtful look on his face, clearly understanding something, but he didn't say anything. For him, finding a person was just a piece of cake. Selling a favor to In Su Dai was the most important thing. Good, junior brother Luo, search carefully. When you find that little brat, this big brother will capture him. Daring to have ideas about our Colored Glass Mountain, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. As he spoke, he bared his white fangs, giving him a terrifying appearance. Cultivator Luo was just about to speak when suddenly his spirit shook and he shouted, "Found him!" In Su Dai also wore a happy expression and hurriedly asked, "That way, they're heading towards us." Cultivator Luo pointed and nodded lightly. It's exactly as junior sister described, a man and a woman, the woman wrapped in a black robe, that's them." "Then there's no mistake," In Su Dai smiled tenderly. "Interesting, they actually walked right into our trap." The burly man surnamed Ho also grinned and shouted, "Big brother will head over first, junior brother Luo, protect junior sister and wait for us to capture them." Seeing this, Luo Wu knew that this burly man was trying to steal the credit. After all, he was the one who had found them, so if he wanted to capture them, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy some alone time with In Su Dai. Turning his head slightly, Luo Wu smiled and said, "Brother Ho is quite impatient. Junior sister, let's head over slowly. Presumably by the time we arrive, brother will have already finished his task." What kind of skill can a trivial second-order Saint King have? A strange light flashed across In Su Dai's beautiful eyes, but after hearing this, she nodded nonchalantly. This is all thanks to Brother Luo's spirit sight, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find someone in such a large area. Junior sister is too kind. If you need Big Brother's assistance in the future, feel free to ask. Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Your Myriad Crystal Peak is not far from our Flying Bird Peak, so if junior sister has time in the future, you can come to Flying Bird Peak for a few days. Big Brother can accompany you throughout the journey. It would be an honor for this Big Brother. Brother Ho actually took the initiative to invite her, his words full of affection. Hearing this, In Su Dai giggled twice, but did not deny it. Although she did not get a definite answer, her beautiful face and pleasant laughter caused Cultivator Luo to become absent-minded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Immediately, his heart trembled as he realized that his junior sister had made progress in her beguiling technique. He had heard that as long as Grandmaster Shao refined an origin-condensing pill, she would be able to break through to the origin-returning realm. It seemed that this rumor was true. Chapter 1281. Yang Kai stared at the burly man who had flown in front of him with a strange look on his face, his expression indifferent. This burly man was naturally the cultivator surnamed Ho that In Su Dai had found, but Yang Kai didn't understand why he had rushed over alone while In Su Dai and the other cultivator seemed to be chatting and laughing behind them. The cultivator surnamed Ho swept his eyes over Yang Kai, and after determining that the aura fluctuations coming from Yang Kai were indeed only second-order Saint King realm, the corners of his mouth curled disdainfully before he turned to look at Yang Inflammation and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman in a black robe would be so beautiful. Moreover, after being stopped by him, the man and woman in front of him didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, each of them was calmer than the other. The only thing that puzzled Ho was that he couldn't see through Yang Inflammation's true cultivation. When his divine sense swept out, it was as if the other party's body didn't exist, directly passing through it without being able to detect anything. This made the burly man's expression turn cold as he subconsciously regarded Yang Inflammation as a cultivator even more powerful than Yang Kai. The cultivator surnamed Ho was mainly here to find Yang Kai, so he naturally wasn't interested in Yang Inflammation. After a brief inspection, he withdrew his gaze and stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. "Hello, friend." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Why are you standing in front of my senior sister and junior brother?" The burly man surnamed Ho chuckled. "Is your surname Yang?" "Yes." "Did you just come out of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range?" "Yes." "Then there's no mistake, this Ho is looking for you, boy." The cultivator surnamed Ho's face became cold. He shouted in a low voice, daring to have ideas about Colored Glass Mountain and even touching its barrier. "Let's see where you'll run this time." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai was really shocked. He subconsciously thought that his good deed had been exposed. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. If he had really been exposed, the people chasing after him wouldn't have just been these three Saint Kings. At the very least, several of Colored Glass Sect's elders would have been dispatched. Since it wasn't exposed, why was this guy so sure? How would Yang Kai know? The brawny man surnamed Ho simply believed In Su Dai's words. That was why he had such preconceived notions and took it for granted. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai chuckled. "Friend must be joking, I only went to Grand Crystal Mountain Range at the invitation of your noble sex Dai Yuan. It was just a few days. Why do you have designs on Colored Glass Mountain?" "Dai Yuan?" The brawny man surnamed Ho was taken aback. Surprised, he asked, "You know Dai Yuan? She actually invited you as a guest?" He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Of course I won't lie about this kind of thing. You can go back to Grand Clarity Mountain's Thousand Illusion Peak and ask Dai Yuan. You'll naturally know when the time comes." "Let me ask Dai Yuan." A trace of dread appeared on the brawny man surnamed Ho's face before he suddenly waved his hand and said unreasonably, "Boy, don't speak irresponsibly. In any case, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape this time. This Ho was entrusted by someone to capture you first." "As for what you did, I don't care. I'm only responsible for capturing you." Listening to him say this, Kai Yong couldn't help but grin. "So you're saying that friend is deliberately looking for trouble?" The brawny man coldly snorted. "So what if I am?" As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the brawny man surnamed Ho's hand and a fierce energy fluctuation burst from his body. His figure shot up into the sky like an eagle, his right hand suddenly transforming into a cold metallic luster as it pressed down towards Yang Kai's head. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the air within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. When this palm pressed down, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing and the aura it condensed made it difficult to breathe. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled slightly. However, a brilliant light flashed from her body as if nothing had happened. At the same time, she hurriedly retreated, appearing 1,000 meters away, out of the range of the brawny man surnamed Ho's attack. Seeing this, The cultivator surnamed Ho let out a light sigh, seemingly not having expected yang inflammation to be so powerful. Although he didn't know what that brilliant light just now was, he was certain it was a powerful artifact. Relying on the power of an artifact, he didn't put it in his eyes, so he only hesitated for a moment before increasing the pressure on his hand and continuing to press down on Yang Kai, shouting angrily, "Crawl down." He wanted to knock down Yang Kai with a single blow so that In Su Dai, who was following closely behind, could see how powerful he was. This was a rare opportunity to show off, so how could the brawny man surnamed Ho miss it? When the palm was still 100 meters or so away from Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he stood in place and stared at his opponent's ferocious and unreasonable display, an indifferent expression appearing on his face. As soon as his opponent attacked, Yang Kai could see that this brawny man wanted to rely on his powerful physique and powerful Saint Chi to win. If it had been any other second-order Saint King cultivator facing such an attack, they would definitely have been flustered. But how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? The dignified aura that could almost crush an ordinary cultivator to dust was not able to affect Yang Kai in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, the dignified aura in the vicinity immediately seemed to be attracted by something and became turbulent, shattering like an invisible mirror. The pervasive dignified aura suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai, who had been shrouded in his opponent's palm, blurred and disappeared. The brawny man surnamed Ho's face changed drastically. He never expected that a second-order Saint King cultivator would be able to escape from his all-out suppression. What's more, after escaping, he couldn't even find Yang Kai's position. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from the world without leaving a trace of his aura. The cultivator surnamed Ho panicked and immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai, he suddenly felt a swirling force above his head and an extremely dangerous aura pressing down on him. Not good. The cultivator surnamed Ho shouted in his heart as he looked up, only to see that Yang Kai, who had disappeared, had appeared above his head at some unknown time. Yang Kai's actions were exactly the same as before, looking down at him from above. Yang Kai's eyes were extremely cold, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens looking down at an ant, causing the cultivator to shudder. Yang Kai also stretched out his palm and slammed it down towards the brawny man, but this palm print was expanding infinitely, covering the entire sky in an instant, giving the brawny man a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. Ho Jian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly condensed 10% of his strength, raising his palms above his head as if he were holding up the heavens. At the same time, his body flashed with a brilliant light as a layer of metallic armor appeared around him, protecting him. At the same time, from the center of his forehead, a jet-black light flashed and spun like a sharp awl, creating a whistling sound as it shot towards the giant palm print. The brawny man surnamed Ho was an elite disciple of Colored Glass sect, so even when the situation had suddenly changed, he was still able to make so many moves in an instant. However, his heart was still beating wildly and he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Under his bewildered gaze, the pitch-black cone-like attack took the lead to collide with the huge palm print. When the palm print slammed down, the pitch-black cone-like attack's rotating force immediately disappeared and the light dimmed, revealing its original appearance. It turned out to be a spinning top-like offensive artifact. As soon as this artifact came into contact with the heaven-covering hand, it was knocked to the side, seemingly having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Immediately after, the heaven-covering hand slammed into Ho Jian's body without any hindrance. Ho Jian's artifact armor, which was covered in several layers of metallic luster, instantly began to crack like a spider's web. In less than a breath of time, this artifact armor collapsed. The brawny man surnamed Ho grit his teeth and roared as he poured all of his Saint Chi into his arms, suddenly sending out countless fist shadows to meet the giant palm print. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi once again, increasing the power of the heaven-covering hand by 30%. The countless fist shadows rushed into the heaven-covering hand like clay oxen entering the sea, not even creating a single ripple before they were swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face suddenly turned pale. Although they had only fought for 3 breaths, he could tell that he was not the opponent of this man his junior sister Yin was looking for. Understanding this in his heart, the cultivator surnamed Ho showed an unyielding expression on his face as his expression became more and more violent. Before he could do anything else, the heaven-covering hand had already slammed into him. With a loud bang, the cultivator surnamed Ho's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, but the heaven-covering hand did not collapse and instead continued to pursue him relentlessly. The ground trembled as a huge palm print appeared on the ground, covering an area of 1,000 meters. At the center of the palm print, the cultivator surnamed Ho was kneeling on one knee, his hands in the air as his body spasmed. His thick and solid arms were stained with blood and looked terrible. The clothes on his body were also torn, revealing his burly body. However, at this moment, his arms were bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Even so, he stared at Yang Kai who was falling from the sky, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. A dumbstruck look flashed across Yang Kai's face, as if he hadn't expected this burly man to be able to withstand his heaven-covering hand without collapsing. It seemed that this man's burly body wasn't just for show, his physique must also be quite strong. Meeting the man's resentful gaze, Yang Kai raised his brow and landed lightly in front of the brawny man, immediately lifting his foot and gently placing it on the brawny man's shoulder as he grinned dangerously at him. The brawny man's face went pale. Although he knew what Yang Kai was going to do, at this moment his internal organs were severely injured. Not to mention resisting, even moving was extremely difficult, so even though he knew what was going to happen, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1282. Under the uneasy gaze of the cultivator surnamed Ho, a powerful force suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. This force was so strong that he was unable to block it. The brawny man's body shrank and he fell directly to the ground. His face and nose were covered in dust, making him look extremely embarrassed. He struggled desperately a few times, but Yang Kai's foot pressed down on his shoulder, as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to move. For a moment, his dusty cheeks flushed red with shame and indignation. 1,000 meters away, In Su Dai and the other cultivator surnamed Luo, who had just arrived, were stunned by this incredible scene. Neither of them could believe their eyes. The two of them had followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ho at a leisurely pace. Although they seemed to be chatting and laughing, they had also seen the scene of Yang Kai and the cultivator surnamed Ho fight just now. All of this could only be described as a flash of lightning. The cultivator surnamed Ho had launched an aggressive and majestic blow while shouting arrogantly for Yang Kai to crawl to the ground. Naturally, they had heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, the one crawling on the ground was not the Yang Kai they had imagined, but their fellow disciple who was not weak. In Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo were naturally aware of the strength of the cultivator surnamed Ho. Among the Saint King realm cultivators in Colored Glass sect, his strength could be ranked in the top 10, but such an elite disciple had actually been beaten to the ground by Yang Kai in a single blow. No matter how he struggled, he could not get up. How could In Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo not be shocked? No Saint King realm cultivator in Colored Glass sect could achieve this level of strength. Didn't this mean that this Yang Kai was much stronger than the elites in the sect? For a moment, the cultivator surnamed Luo's expression became gloomy as he secretly swallowed his saliva. Thinking about it, if he had been in his brother's position, he was afraid his end would not have been much better. Being defeated was not a big deal, but the key was that he had lost so much face in front of In Su Dai and had even boasted before. Presumably, this brother of his would no longer have the face to bother his junior sister in the future. Thinking so, while the cultivator surnamed Luo was shocked, he also felt a sense of schadenfreude, secretly pleased. This was also the first time In Su Dai knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Although she had met Yang Kai several times before, she had never had a deep relationship with him, so how could she have known that such an unknown character could be so powerful? Even Fong Tian and Chu Dai's Yang Kai, right? Moreover, he had a relationship with senior sister. Thinking so, In Su Dai was not surprised. Instead, a different kind of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Thinking quickly, she whispered to the cultivator surnamed Luo, "Brother Luo, do you see that woman in black robes over there? And what orders does junior sister have?" The cultivator surnamed Luo heard this and also looked towards Yang Yun. "Can you quietly capture that woman?" In Su Dai smiled sweetly, as if this was a trivial matter. The cultivator surnamed Luo's face changed slightly. Although he wanted to take charge, he hesitated and said, "Junior sister, look at the current situation. Even Brother Ho couldn't withstand a single blow from him, so how can I capture that woman under his nose? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. If we anger him because of this, the gains will not be worth the losses. Brother Luo, rest assured. Since junior sister has made such a proposal, she must have made arrangements." In Su Dai smiled. In Su Dai smiled lightly. "Leave him to me, senior brother Luo only needs to capture that woman." The cultivator surnamed Luo still looked hesitant and did not agree immediately. Seeing this, In Su Dai's pretty face sank slightly, but a light flashed across her beautiful eyes as if she had thought of something. She said, "Brother Luo, I know what you are worried about, but I only asked you to capture that woman. I didn't ask you to hurt her, so you don't have to worry about that person coming after you. What's more, Brother Luo, although you are not his opponent, with the floating light escaping shadow secret technique you cultivate, he shouldn't be able to do anything to you, right? Or is it that brother can't satisfy such a small request from junior sister?" Hearing what In Su Dai said, the cultivator surnamed Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good, since junior sister thinks so highly of brother, then I will leave that woman to brother. But junior sister, you have to be careful. This surnamed Yang doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. You must not suffer any losses at his hands." He seemed to be very confident in his floating light escaping shadow secret technique. So even after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai beating the cultivator surnamed Ho to the ground with one move, he still agreed to In Su Dai's request. In Su Dai giggled and said, "Junior sister shouldn't be his opponent in 10 moves in a head-on fight, but how could I give him such a chance?" The cultivator surnamed Luo turned his head and glanced at In Su Dai, suddenly discovering that his junior sister was emitting a faint halo. This halo was invisible, but when it appeared, it caused one's mind to sway. In the next moment, the tender body of this junior sister next to him seemed to be exuding an endless attractive force that attracted his mind, making him unwilling to look away from her. It was as if his entire being was being sucked in by her. The cultivator surnamed Luo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before his heart trembled. He bit the tip of his tongue and woke up from his daze, a look of horror appearing on his face. He no longer dared to look at In Su Dai. He knew that his junior sister's bewitching technique had improved greatly compared to before. Her charm was not something he could resist, so he immediately felt more confident in Su Dai. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had one foot on the shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Ho, suddenly raised his head and looked at In Su Dai and Luo cultivator, as if he had just noticed them. He smiled and said, "Sister In, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems we were brought together by fate." Fifth. In Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, seemingly endlessly charming, as she said softly, "There is indeed some fate between us, but this time it's not a coincidence. I deliberately used the space array in colored glass sect to come to a nearby city and then came to find you. Find me." Yang Kai raised his brow and pretended to be surprised. "What's wrong? Does Sister E need something from me?" The smile on In Su Dai's face disappeared and was replaced by a sad expression. "It's nothing serious, but did little brother forget the agreement you made with me a few days ago? Didn't you say you would come to Myriad Crystal Peak when you had time? Why did you leave without even saying goodbye? Could it be that senior sister Dai Yuan was not a good host? If that's the case, this junior sister will apologize to her. Senior sister Dai Yuan is not good at communicating with others and does not understand the ways of the world, so I hope little brother will not bother with her. Saying so, Yin Su Dai really bowed, her every movement unconsciously revealing a myriad of amorous feelings as she stared at Yang Kai with her pair of beautiful eyes, unconsciously exuding a kind of power that seemed to draw in his soul. Yang Kai wore a flattered look and quickly waved his hand. Sister is too serious. It's not that Dai Yuan was not a good host, it's just that this one has an important matter to attend to that made it inconvenient for him to stay in Colored Glass Sect for long, so I was in such a hurry to leave. At the same time, Yang Kai's mind raced and he felt a lot more relieved. When that cultivator surnamed Ho came over, he kept saying that he had broken the barrier of Colored Glass Mountain, but now Yin Su Dai had not said a word about it. It seemed that the stone mongoose's actions had not been exposed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. So that's how it is. Yin Su Dai nodded lightly, raised her jade-like hand, and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her small and delicate earlobes as she smiled sweetly. If little brother doesn't mind, can you let go of my worthless brother first? It seems that there was some misunderstanding between the two of you just now. Now that little brother has punished him, can you let him go? He's your brother? Yang Kai was surprised and a touch of apology appeared on his face. So this one is also from Colored Glass Sect. I thought it was some blind fool who had come looking for trouble, so I didn't ask any questions and just beat him up. I'm really sorry about that, but since he is Sister Yin's brother, I'll return him to you. Saying so, Yang Kai casually kicked out, the back of his foot curling around the abdomen of the cultivator surnamed Ho. With a crisp cracking sound, the cultivator surnamed Ho, who was originally blushing from shame, suddenly turned pale and flew straight towards Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed slightly. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. That kick seemed casual, but judging from the sound of it, her brother Ho's sternum and ribs were likely broken. This kind of injury was not light, but it was not serious either, but it would require at least 3 or 4 months of bed rest to fully recover. A trace of anger flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes as she secretly blamed Yang Kai for not giving her any face. Waving her jade-like hand forward, a pink cloud-like aura suddenly appeared in front of her. When the cultivator surnamed Ho's body hit the pink cloud, it caved in like cotton, but it also dissolved the force of the cultivator surnamed Ho's impact, allowing him to avoid a second injury. Yin Su Dai raised her jade-like hand again and placed it on the cultivator surnamed Ho's shoulder, spinning him around twice. When they came to a stop, the cultivator surnamed Ho was already standing firmly beside her, but his face was alternating between blue and white, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Yin Su Dai did not even spare him a glance. After helping him dissolve the force of his attack, she completely ignored his existence, standing in place for a while without saying a word. On the opposite side, Yang Kai saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He had deliberately poured a bit of Saint Chi into his kick just now, but he had not expected it to be so easily dissolved by Yin Su Dai. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Since she was able to monopolize Colored Glass Sect, she really had some skill. If Sister Yin has nothing else to say, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai decided not to entangle himself with this woman any longer. After all, she was the chief elite disciple of Colored Glass Sect, so he could not kill her. If he continued to entangle himself with her, he would only suffer a loss, so he immediately said goodbye. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.